and I saw these guys win. And rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. You know, it'd be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously, definitely,
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is. It is an absolute disaster. But I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know. This is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's time. You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, I was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive pubs over there. Yeah. And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas. I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
No, we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buying the EPT London.
Oh, disaster.
Unfortunately,
disaster.
The crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy. I've
never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and it was I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Ace king diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, I was got aces.
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, this guy's on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great. Well, I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to ring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So, you know.
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced a bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah. I remember it like it.
I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know. I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And and it was more as well, like I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You would also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started traveling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Walton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird, because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But I mean, that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event. And do you know where you finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the Jamie Gold year, was it?
No, that was of course, Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't that ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015.
Check now.
Nope.
Clicking through that line.
Amsterdam has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and obviously 60% or 70% of the field are kind of Dutch, and there's just no one kind of taking the mickey and being slow with their play, and everyone's talking to each other, and that's like from day 1 to the end. It was just a really fun tournament, and I felt like as well it wasn't a tournament where it was just winning flips the whole way through. It was like a really good structure and stuff, and yeah, it was just a really fun tournament, and it was obviously my biggest score at the time. A lot of my best friends were there at the time. Again, it was just an obscene amount of money. It was just like so good. We had a fantastic evening afterwards.
What was the party like afterwards?
So good, Tower. It was just so good. It's just like I'm honestly, I'm such an old man. After about 4 or 5 hours, I'm just like a back ache, and I want to go to bed. But when you've just got like pure poker rush adrenaline, it's just so good just to go out, and you just like, it's great. It happens very rarely to win a tournament, but it was a great effort.
Then you go on to party poker high roll, another second, and you lost to Alex Golder, but you're good friends with Alex.
Yeah, sure.
What did you? Was there a lot of chatting when you were heads up, or was it like enemies at the table and then shaking hands and a bit of a cuddle afterwards?
We were talking about this recently, actually. This is when Dustle Dawn had basically banned you from making a deal.
Yeah.
And I remember we basically went outside to just have a chat, and Simon Trumper came out. He literally just tapped me on the shoulder and he just said, "If you make a deal, you're barred from like DTD for life." And I was like, okay, just outside. So yeah, we weren't actually allowed to make a deal. And I don't think I actually won a hand heads up. Alex won. He was like typically smug about it. And, yeah.
As long as you're still friends, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're still friends. But the biggie, in 2015, we head up to Barcelona. We play another EPT. We have 1,694 runners. There's nearly 10 million in the prize pool.
Yeah, it's big.
1,070,000 for second.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It's. I'm going to talk. Obviously, this is one of the. I think this is one of the moments I always remember while watching a live stream for one of the first times. Watching this, because obviously we all remember the chop. But what was it like at the final table, knowing what was at stake? There's a lot of money.
Go ahead. Hey, we're on. Telly. Mum, we're on. Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Blackpool. Really quiet leg this week. Don't understand it. Don't understand why nobody's turned up in Blackpool at all. I've no idea why. What's happened to the numbers? Just so quiet. What's happening? I just don't know. Mental.
Crazy.
Welcome back to this fella. He's had his strepsils.
Yep.
He's got everything sorted.
Yeah.
Welcome back, young man. I know you were in your sick bed in Luton, but
Yep.
You've recovered.
Fully
You've been out playing a bit of poker as well.
Yeah.
And we'll chat about another final table for this lad yet again. Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to just an amazing event. For the first time ever, we had 200 runners in an Omaha event at a festival. Wow. 14 seasons, GUKPT, first time, 200 runners. So we play. Everybody plays.
Everyone loves the PLO now.
Everybody loves it. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody in the chat box and the comms over the next 12 hours. We're here. We're going to be sat in these seats. We're in. If we're a bit quiet, we're trying to get round because we're actually in the card room, and it's. You know what it's like. People don't want people to shout at me for talking too loud, but we get excited every now and again. But no, it's the numbers have been absolutely amazing. You played the mini.
Yeah.
Your final table, the mini. 835 runners in the
turnout.
mini.
Absolute crazy turnout.
835. And Andy Hill's final table.
Yeah, Andy was there as well.
And he was saying, whoever wins this gets more than when he won the main.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. As you can see in the top left, the players will be coming down. I'm going to be we're on the comms very shortly. There's our security guard, Dave, the action tracker walking about. Afternoon, carpet catcher. Afternoon to everybody in the chat. We are going to be chatting for a full 12 hours on the live stream. This lad came fourth last night in the mini. A bit brutal as well.
Yeah, I was a bit gutted yesterday. I was a bit steaming. Just wanted to get out of the casino and get home back to bed. I'm happy today though. Like once you really look at things from a wider perspective,
it's just the way it panned out.
Yeah.
And obviously you told us the last two hands that you had were just. It was just like the guys basically all his chips in his tournament life after playing 3 days of poker with King 8.
Yeah.
That's how it panned out.
It's one of them things that happens. I got very lucky at the start of the day to double up through Guy Taylor. I shoved Jack 10 off for me, 8 big blinds. He called with aces, and the deck just hit us in the face. And then, so I'm happy. I had to run good to get there. You have to in an 800 plus man field, and it's good though. Good experience. Enjoyed it. First ever day 3 of a mini as well. Which was,
I think it might be something that's going to be on the schedule now, because when you were playing the end of day 2 and you knew it was going to be the first ever day 3, how were the players reacting?
To be honest with you, I think everything was still the same. I think because most people would travel for the week, they're not fussed. They bust the end of day 2. They know they're coming back tomorrow. So it seemed like everyone was still playing pretty standard towards the back end of the day.
And nobody moaned there was a day 3?
No.
Everybody happy? What time did you finish the day 2?
I think we finished about 2:45 in the morning.
Perfect.
2:45.
And at that time there was still 15
Yeah,
left.
15 left.
So
And
just
that's-
imagine what time we would have
yeah,
finished.
Exactly.
It'd have been a 10 a.m. finish.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have been Tower. There's no doubt about that.
No, brilliant, great stuff. And last night, the Omaha, as we said, had 200. They started the satellite because of the space with 27 players. It finished with 168. 168 players playing the satellite. It just shows you how busy it has been this week. It has been incredible. Sue's here, head of operations. Jim McShane's here, head of poker. All the team, and I mean from the floor, the staff, the valets. At this moment in time, we've been here for 8 days, and it has run perfect.
Yes, it has.
The valets have been like little soldiers walking around. They've got a new system
Yeah,
here.
I
where
like
they've
it.
got
I like it.
They've got a drink
Yeah,
station
I
in the
like
card room. It's brilliant. It is so good. So we are just about to start. As you can see, players on the right hand side of the screen. Afternoon to Bob. Sean Bovington, love to see you yesterday, Tower. Not seen a card room this busy in a long time. No good in the satellite, but you'll be up at the weekend for some of the locals playing the bounty. Absolutely, it was alternate number 98, and I think the alternate's got up to something like 120. I know Richie P. I was sat with Richie P in the bar area, and he was alternate number 117. He went in, played 2 hands, come out. So what have you done? So, well, I had all these chips, and I had them on, and they were all in the middle first hand. Why have you done that? So, well, you just gamble, don't you? Just get on with it. But no, it has been so busy, and the numbers have been amazing. So we'll continue with Blackpool because it has been just outstanding. The 30-30, the 30-30s were just fantastic. The mini, the satellites. Tonight's satellite is obviously the new one.
Yeah, the new one.
The cash out one, and people who were watching the live stream realised that Luton had the first one. So yeah, afternoon to Darren. Afternoon, Gail. Morning, Mum.
Afternoon, Mum.
Hope you're well, Gail. Hope you are well. Afternoon, Darren. Afternoon, Paul Fletch. Afternoon, gents. No game at the White Line tonight as the landlord has thrown his hat into the ring, so the bottle snatcher and pot washer, maintenance bloke and the landlord are all going AWOL.
The bottle snatcher was on the final table yesterday.
Another final table for Ewan McNicholas, the bottle snatcher. I can't believe it. He's top of the leaderboard, and we'll show you the leaderboard during the day because it's obviously we've got this event, we've got the main event, we've got all the side events still here in Blackpool, and then the final 30-30s next week is the final time in the for the NPL. So the updated league will be with us during the day. We'll bring you that when we get it. Bob says, what's the line?
Kev come up to me. He said last night he had a few drinks just after I bus here. He said 560 something. And he said to me this morning, he goes, what line did I say?
He obviously didn't have a few drinks. He obviously had a lot of drinks.
And he goes, I didn't say that, did I? I go, yeah, you did. He goes, can I change it? I go, you can change it. And then he's gone with 501.
So you've gone overs?
I've gone overs on 501. So
I think 525 might be a good line. So I think 501 we nailed it.
Yeah,
we'll be spending his money at the bar Saturday night.
Hopefully.
Come on. Yes. So good afternoon, everybody. Multi George, good afternoon. Hope you're well. Gully Math sat with Jimmy Nix on the train. We're about half an hour away. Looking forward to a great weekend. Whoever does the first tea will get me a Guinness.
This is fine.
That's not tea. Oh dear. Nice one, Gully Math. We'll see you in the casino very shortly as they're watching the live stream sat on the train. Very nice.
It's about to get a lot louder in the casino as well because Brad's on his way down.
If we get these ugly mugs off, and we'll go straight to the feature because we have just started the live stream with a table, as you can see right there, and directly in the background, as you can see on the top left-hand corner, that's where we sat.
Yeah.
We might be able to jump up and have a wave. If I stick my arm up very else, I'll do it now. I'll do it now, so in 30 seconds time.
30 seconds.
30 minutes time, Tully. In 30 minutes time, you'll see us. But yeah, we're in the bottom left-hand corner of the card room, so if you see us, you can come and say hello if you want to. But a nice quiet start. Well, not quite quiet, because I think there's over 60 registered. And don't forget to use the Focal Live app as well for all your details regarding what's going on around the circuit. And as you know, we'll have information all day and weekend regarding the NPL, regarding the weight standards.
That is Andrew Reynolds.
It looks like an OAP's day out. You can't say that, Gamble. You know, I can't say that at all.
Don't think Dan Ryder will be happy with that, I'll tell you that.
Oh, wait, weren't he on
Coronation
Street as a fireman or something like that, or whatever he was on? I know he was.
Definitely moved as well. Yeah.
Nice one, Andrew. The main man. Things to do. People to see. Money to make. He's off. We'll see him when? Monday when it's done. Cheers, Andy. The main man. He all set up. It all looks good. He's done his job. He's off. Danny Ryder, the grumpy fireman. Is that what he was? Was he a fireman? Was he?
Anything else you need really?
Nice one. Thanks for that. Chef Brad's not working today. What's happened? Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Blackpool. It's also a bit strange not having any ambience in the background. We normally have a bit of thumping, bit of music going on. Oh, and the mini Nino. Do you know what? I actually don't know the name of the. We will get the results up very shortly. I know it was slightly chopped 3 ways. They flattened it out a little bit. Jay came 4th. Andy Hills was 7th.
Chopped it after. Well, how'd they chop it once I bust? I'm not happy about that. I didn't know that.
Never offer Tower a drink at the bar, you'll need a second mortgage. I only drink Guinness.
Double rum and coke.
I only drink
double
Guinness.
dark rum and coke.
No way. Oh, no, who got them in? Yeah, we'll get the full results of the mini. The PLO. We'll have the grand final schedule coming up as well. Also the updated NPL during the week. Jay cash 11.2.
Yeah, 11.2 and a little bit of change. So yeah, I was happy this morning. Really happy this morning. Yesterday I was a bit, as you always are when you bust a poker tournament. There's only one person happy at the time, the winner. But yeah, it's a bit happier this morning when I woke up.
Nigel, you're never old enough to play the seniors. Where's the best place to park? Hopefully in the car park itself. There's 2 little car parks here, usually full, unfortunately, because they're both small. If you do come into the casino, I'm pretty sure, which I'll go out, in fact I need to confirm, but I think you get a pass to park in South Beach car park. I'm pretty sure that is an option. In fact, I'll have to wander 30 seconds time. Now I've said that.
To be honest, last week you could not get parked anywhere because it was half term. But I think now this week that the kids are back at school, that we should be all right.
There's a car park straight outside the casino. There's one to the left-hand side that goes down the slope. They're the 2 that are usually full. Car parking around across the road is obviously chargeable. But I need to go and confirm that you can park complimentary in the South Beach. So I'm going to do that really shortly. But I do believe you can park in South Beach, have a ticket from the reception and put it into your car. And there's a section for the casino in the South Beach car park, which is about a 2-minute walk. further south, past the casino and past the sandcastle itself, the swimming pool. I do believe that's right.
This is day 1A of Blackpool. Actually quite good six-handed to start.
Yes.
Usually 3 or 4, but everyone ready to go.
I says to Tony at the bar, when I was standing having a coffee before the game, he says, "Hey Uptown, how are you doing?" He said, "You doing Vegas?" I said, "No, not this year." I said, "You doing Vegas?" He said, "I've done my time in Vegas." he says, I left with a lot of money last time because he had 6 cashes, 2 wins and 4 final tables in his 2019.
Wow.
Yeah, 2019 he had two wins and 4 final tables during not the World Series events, but he cashed in the seniors event and he cashed in the other events where he played Planet Hollywood quite a lot, and he had 2 firsts and 4 final tables during his time. He says, "Yeah, I'm done with Vegas." He says, "I was done with Vegas when I got 2 bottles of Bud from the bar and $20 wasn't enough." He says, "And that was me done." That's just the way Vegas is, unfortunately. He said, "You know what?" He says, "When you get a little bit older, you don't mind being ripped off every now and again." He says, "But they're just taking their proverbial."
Yeah.
And I says to him, he says, "Where's Gerald?" I says, "When are we going to see him?" He says, "Oh, he'll be in London." He says, "He'll be in London." I says, "All right, that's all right." So Tony Ringe sat in seat number 9 with us. Does a circuit. Does a lot of the tour. Does Tony.
Afternoon, Zacabello. Supposed to be playing this one, but has to self-isolate.
Oh, no.
2022 schedule will be out probably after the grand final sometime. No? Is it out now?
We will be announcing the dates for the 2022 schedule this weekend.
There we go.
This weekend we will get confirmation. We have it in more or less writing now, and I think everything's been ticked off. Jim will send us over the relevant information, and when we get the nod, we will be showing the schedule and the dates for the 2022.
Race to 200.
Brad's on his way to Blackpool. Oh my word! You better fetch some goods.
I've already asked him.
You better fetch some wares.
Did I do it? No.
You better really fetch some wares, Brad. You really must. If there's no boxes in when you come through the reception, if there's no boxes of desserts from me and Dina and PK and Jay,
Yeah, that's what I need.
then I'm telling you what, there's going to be trouble. Nate's going to need more screens this weekend. Rugby, autumn internationals, football, cricket and poker. So Blackpool has started, well, Blackpool main events has started.
Yeah, if there's anything interesting occurring, we will jump into it, but this is just going to be the usual
Standard,
deal. Small pot poker.
Starting at 1-1, 20,000 starting stack. We'll give you updates on
This is all new. I'm not used to hearing a peep out of the dealer. For some reason probably get on YouTube as well. We're not on telly.
see, it's come without anything. He's got nothing. But it'll be in London.
You might get turned away at the front desk, Brad. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Is your name Brad? Are you supposed to be a chef? Yeah. Ta-ra, you're barred. How many runners were in the last event in Blackpool?
360, I'm going to go with.
Oh, that's a pretty decent guess. Who won it?
Matt Eardley.
Yes, he did.
Only because you told me earlier.
Saw Matt yesterday. Saw Matt yesterday. He wanted to play a bit of PLO. They just opened a 5-10. He said, I've been sat there watching it fill up. He said, I've now come realise that there's 4 or 5 people sat down there, and I'm sure I got my name on the list. Well, he put his name on the app, reserved his seat.
Yeah.
But you only reserve your seat for 60 minutes, and then you have to tell them that you're here.
Yeah.
Well, he thought that he reserved his seat at the table, which he didn't, because you only reserve your name on the list.
Okay.
Then you've got to come and tell them that you're here, and then the app gives you that option to get yourself a seat. So he walks up to the thing. He says, "How you doing, Tower?" So we had a quick chat about he's looking different. He's got the. I think he must have. He didn't have the glasses on like he did have in his winning photo when he won it. He's got less hair, cut shorter. I think not going a little bit thin on the top. Got a nice tan. I'm thinking he's had a nice holiday. He stood there. He says, "Can I get on the 5-10 PLO?" He says, "There's it's full." He says, "I'll stick my name on the list." He says, "Yeah, there's 17 waiting." He says, "You've only opened 10 minutes. He says, "I know." He says, "We could do with another one, opening." So he missed his thing. So I don't know if he got on the team, did Matt? But yes, Matthew Eardley did win in Blackpool, the 367, which was a decent effort from you, considering you didn't even see me screen.
Yeah.
367, prize pool of $467,000 as it is, obviously £367,000. Matt Eardley, Terry Jordan second, and they chopped the money and played for 5k, and I think it lasted one hand, did it? Heads up? Pretty sure the head, once he chopped it, I'm pretty sure the heads up lasted one hand.
Might have done, yeah, with TJ after he's got his money, probably.
Yeah. Rich Kelly was third. Rich Kelly final tabled again yesterday in the mini.
No, he's FT bubbled, Rich did. He was 10th.
Oh, he's 10th, was
it? FT bubble for Kelly.
Luke Marsh was fourth. Will McMurray, Will McMurray's got a story.
As he told you about the hand. He was going. I've never seen someone kick off so much in my life, Tower.
You're gonna have to tell us. Oh, my comms button's not working.
This one.
No.
No comms cam.
No comms cam. We'll get it back, Sean.
Yeah, he was.
We'll keep that story. Yes, interesting story with Will McMurray and Jay at the table. If you've been watching the live streams this year, we've had the ace queen scenario where you're being more results orientated than actually playing the hand out as it has. Will's took it a little bit to heart, but he's now realised that we've got over it. We laugh and joke and smile away, and it's one of those. But there was an incident during the mini, was it?
Yep, mini back end of day one. Yeah, back end of day one.
So it was interesting. Bouncy was 60. There we go. Right, so you've got Will McMurray behind you.
Well, no, I haven't. I've got him sat next to me. I'm in seat 2. He's in seat 3.
Okay. Right.
I've opened pocket sixes under the gun. Hijack's called, small blind's called, big blind's called. I've peeled my card, and Will's obviously seen my hand. He's obviously seen my hand because I've not protected them, because neither player here can obviously see that on in the hand. Flops come 6 deuce deuce. So I've flopped the boat with pocket sixes. 6 deuce of diamonds. I bet, even though I flopped the boat because we're 4-way and Chris Johnson was in the big, I know he can float wide against the size I opted for. Hijack calls, small blind calls, Chris Johnson folds. Turn comes the 3 of diamonds. Checks through. River 4 of diamonds. Check from small blind, check from me, bet 11k, raise to 51k. I've peeled my hand again. I've got 6s, 4-1, 6-4, 3 deuce deuce. And I tanked for a good 6-7 minutes. I'm not a tanker, anyone knows me in the table. And eventually I folded. And Will, he's got up out of his chair, he's put his hands on his head like that, he's looked at me and he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" He's like, "You've got 6s full here." I'm like, "Yeah, mate, I know what my hand was." And he was going crazy. He goes, "I've got a call Tower." He goes, "You can't be folding that hand." He goes,
call at 1 a.m.
Yeah, he goes, "You can't be folding that hand, Jay. You just can't. You can't." And he's got up, he's called Tower, he's absolutely spun out. He's like, "How have you folded this hand here?" And he's, and it was... It was funny. It was funny.
4 cards to a straight flush,
to a
obviously.
straight flush.
On the
4 of diamonds river, I should mention. Yeah. So And
4 card to a straight flush, and you fold the.
Yeah, 6 is full, and he just will. I'd never see his face was like he was shocked. He was absolutely. He stood up out of his chair. He had his hands on his head. He was looking at me like he thought I misread my hand or something. He was like, "You can't be folding that." He goes, "I thought you was tanking to get the other guy in behind." But yeah, it was funny. It was funny. It was a good moment. A good moment. But,
Did you find out if the guy had the 5 of diamonds?
No.
Ah.
He didn't have the. I found out what he had.
Oh right,
But
okay.
It weren't the straight flush.
It wasn't.
No.
Oh, so you would have won the hand.
It was pocket 4s on the river, so it was 4s full of deuces.
Oh, so he did the full house on the river.
But the thing is, I spoke to him about a hand, and he even admitted that he's made a mistake on the flop because he shouldn't really be overcalling with 4s and 3s in that spot, out of position. With Chris behind, the big blind is going to be deuce X heavy. So I'm still happy with my fold. Like, I didn't think. He was an above average player, so I didn't think he'd have 4s and 3s in that spot, and it's just a spot that can never be bluffed, and you can't raise 5x with the ace of diamonds. So he's either got 5, like he may peel 5s, 4s, and 3s with a diamond to that size, but I didn't think he'd have any like offsuit pocket 4s, offsuit pocket 3s. So I made the fold, giving credit for quads or straight flush, and I found out. Yesterday, he come over. He said, "I'll put you out of your misery. I had pocket 4s." I don't know. We still don't know. We still don't know. He might not have had, but still, sometimes you got to make big laydowns, and in these fields, I feel like you can make some really good exploit folds. And
well, it all works out.
Yeah, it worked out.
We ended
Right.
up with FT. Yeah. We ended up with FT, and if you think you're right with the play, then but I did get a missed call at 5 to 1 in the morning, and I'm thinking, what on earth's happening here? Brilliant. Oh no, Rob Lloyd stuck at home after a positive test. I think it's just part of the norm now, isn't it? Somebody seems to catch it, to get it and catch it, and yeah. How did the mini finish last night? Could only manage 35th yourself. Well, 35th's a good effort from the biggest
out of 835.
The biggest mini there's been, 835. Did that even? That must have beat London, did it?
Yeah. London beat Luton.
Did it beat Coventry was 830 as well, though, wasn't it?
Apparently 835 is the biggest one ever. Wow. The Mad Madge.
I'm sure Coventry was bigger.
The Mad Madge, was it?
Let's have a look.
Did you cash in that one as well?
I'll come third.
No, say you just check your own end and mob then. Like that, it's a good thinking.
Sure, it was bigger.
Good thinking.
Coventry, Ledbury. Oh no,
785 in Coventry.
785.
Another third place finish. It's been a good season for you, this one. This side events.
To be honest with you, other than London, we've had a cash in every single leg. Without obviously can't play mains, but it's been a good little season.
And I'm guessing you'll be playing some sides in London.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna come down for a couple. I'm looking forward to PLO. Glad that we got.
We'll give you the London schedule and what the team have got planned for London, because it's pretty extensive. We're actually there for 3 weekends on the trot in London, starting with the main event, which is a 12.50 like the leg in London and Blackpool and Luton. We've got that's starting on the 18th of November. Team will be going down on the 17th, as always, to set up and get it all ready. We will be streaming that event, and then the weekend after we've got events to stream, and we'll give you the full schedule in London and what is being streamed. And then obviously the weekend after that will be the grand final itself, the £2,000 buy-in.
I'm just going to hop into this hand because it's quite interesting here, Tower, because Dan's free bet the button with King 9 suited perfectly fine. Anthony's cold called the Ace 10 in the big, but then Anthony's come in for a donk, and Dan's opted to float with the King 9 of diamonds here versus that size. So not sure. I think he might have something in mind here, like cold caller's range. Pocket 8's in there, I guess. That's the best hand he's going to have or should have in this spot. Like Ace Jack, Ace 10, those type of hands. But I've just thought Dan might be making a play, but he is going to let that one go. But interesting float on the flop then from him. Obviously wanting to get involved. Blinds 100. hour clock. Chelsea fan, fourth unfortunately, no trophy this time.
If there'd have been a trophy, that comms cam would have been on all day.
Yeah, just in front of it. Yeah.
We'd had it stapled to this to the backdrop. So Blackpool main event just started. Don't forget to check the app for all details regarding Grosvenor Poker, and you can click on it, scroll all the way down to Blackpool itself, which comes up as the Sandcastle Promenade. There are 2 cash tables running already at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And the main event has started with 63. And any information regarding, unfortunately, we won't be seeing Terry and Albert, who decided to jet off to Vegas together.
Yeah.
Gone to play some pokes in Vegas, and I know obviously the main event has been extended. So when you're in Blackpool on Sunday, you can fly straight off to Vegas on Monday. I have seen the prices of the flights to Vegas, and I think you need to win the main just to get there. So. Yes, Vato, you're not wrong. Yeah, Miss J doing the IPO. It was a bit of a slog, but good to be over in Dublin for the IPO and get back into it. Nice seeing Nick and all the gang. Hugely successful event over there, and the first one out of lockdown as well. I didn't realise that on the Friday, which was day 1, was the actual first day of lockdown, where they'd not even had any pubs open.
Yeah.
No pubs open, no poker, no anything. Just literally first day out of lockdown. So.
But there was some drinks flowing that night.
It was like a £10 rebound. It was like Edinburgh all over again. The cash tables were just incredible. They were, oh my days. Every time you walked in at 6, we got there on the Tuesday when we're leaving to get the ferry home early. We get in the car room at 6:30 in the morning, and there's 2 cash tables at 6:30 in the morning.
Afternoon, David. How's it going, lads? Watching from Tenerife. Waiting for my delayed plane to arrive.
God, well, make it a delayed plane till next Thursday. Watching in Tenerife. Which part of Tenerife have you been to, Dave? I was in San Miguel the last time I was there, the golfing resort. Very nice indeed. Danny's bit, where did you end up in the minute? Came 4th for 11.2.
Yeah, that's going to be. We need a ticker for that. Saves the breath all day.
The golf to serve, very nice indeed. Very nice indeed.
And afternoon, Jim tuning in.
Afternoon, Jim. So Razor Kev set his line on no Albert and no Terry. That's the reason he went for 501. Because he reckons there were 10 bullets at least.
Pretty good for you.
Which one? We got the sickie going on. So the guys noticed there was a slight delay in the a slight with the flop. We'll get adjusted at the first break. And if you're looking at it thinking your eyes are a bit blurred with all the Guinness that's been drank in here in Blackpool this week. It's on the bottom left hand side of the screen. Craig Croy, is the Goliath back on live? Yes, it is indeed. We have set the dates for Goliath 2022. 25th of August until the 4th of September, I do believe. Quickly check the old calendar for next year and scroll across a few months, and I'm pretty sure I put it into my own seat. There we go. 25th is the Thursday. I think Thursday's the first day, isn't it?
Yes.
Of
Goliath. I think that's the start of it. Might be the 30-30 actually, part of Goliath. I'm not sure. But I'm sure the first event is 25th of August until the 4th of September, which is the following Sunday. Cannot wait. It's in the schedule, and unless something serious happens to the world again, we'll see you at the CBS Arena.
To be honest with Jim, I don't know, it was like the table I had back in the day too was pretty tough, really tough, and then obviously Kellett, Guy, Ewan, Andy Hills, all in the field day 3, and it was just Ewan and Andy on the FT. Guy got unlucky against me in a pot, and I think Kellett actually got unlucky as well in a pot on the other table, but to be honest, the 5-handed, I thought it was alright when we was 5-handed. I thought it was a pretty decent 5-handed spot to be in, but sometimes it just don't go your way.
Minimum pairs and feelers, you'll be playing level 100, 100, will be playing Andy of 100.
So GUKPT Blackpool main event has started. Oh. Matt Eardley, the defending champ, is in the building this week. He's flicking it in tomorrow or today. We'll give you an update on how he's going on.
Derek comes in for a limp with Jack 10 suited. Can definitely open this one, but opted him to limp. Dan going to squeeze it up in the big blind, makes it 10x. Wow, just gets 2 quick folds. Okay, Tony's got ace king, who opted to limp under the gun. It's like graphic error coming for the limp raise. And Dan just gets out of the way with the 6s.
First level in Blackpool, the main event. The team are back. It has been smashed through the park this year.
Yeah, it's been great. Numbers have just been incredible, Tower. I don't even know where they've all come from. Didn't even realise there's many people in the UK play poker. It's just been packed here all week.
Would you like a drink? Yeah, just writing it down. Yeah, chicken chow mein, egg fried rice. Coffee? No, we're all right, thank you very much. Not seen that for a while. Would you like a cup of tea? Proof Jerome, 4th. We finished? Well, the Royal we.
Yeah, me and Tower. Tower was on the route. Oh, there's the ticker.
We'll stick it on every now and again. It was a great effort for 11.2. A super effort.
I don't even know who won, to be honest. I wasn't familiar with the players I was four-handed with, so I don't actually even know.
Simon Zach was 3rd.
Who won?
One of our local guys that's been around. Yep.
Right. That's part 1. It's the grand final schedule. That's 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red card is a 5 of clubs, so we have a pair of jacks there and a straight.
All the money that's collected does go straight back to the players. And let's say, I've said it all year, I think it's the best promotion that Grosvenor have ever done for poker players, because everything collected goes back. There's no admin fee, there's no charges, there's nothing. It all goes straight back to the players. And one of the reasons one of the reasons everybody's playing everything is because they want the points. And if it makes you come to Blackpool when you don't want to, or go to Luton when you don't want to, then that's just the way it is. I think it's just been the best promotion that any player can have. Ben Teague, 0.98 in front of Ewan McNicholas after 11 months of poker. Chris Johnson, 3rd. Riggy, Guy Taylor, Andy Back, and at this moment in time, John Bousfield have all got the packages. Chris Maguire can catch John Bousfield, probably can't catch Andy Back. Amazing. Honestly, it's unbelievable how close it is for the sponsorship. At the moment, it's Ben Teague, but as we know, Ewan McNicholas has had 2 FTs this week.
Yes, he has.
So yeah, it's just been absolutely amazing, and we'll show you that during the week. If it does get updated, we'll be lucky, because obviously we've had a few side events, but as it stands before, I think that was after the 30-30 result before the mini, so it's pretty much up to date. It's very, very good. So yeah. So it has been, to me, and I don't play poker as Jay's followed it round him and plays a lot. To me, it just feels like the best promotion I've seen for forever. It's fantastic for the players.
It's 300.
Dan opening, cut off ace 10.
No, I think the table changes at the break.
How many?
Cool. Three players.
Not much here on the flop. King, deuce, deuce, rainbow. Dan should be continuing this a lot. This sort of board, but opts to check, and that's going to give Tony license to come in for a bit of equity denial here for his pocket sevens. And I think against Tony, Dan can just comfortably fold the ace high. Against some players, you may elect to float, but I think against this particular opponent, we're always going to be behind. Yeah, it was a weird one. It was a weird one, but it happens. It happens. I went into the day with 8 big blinds. I shoved Jack 10 for me 8 bigs when it was folded to me, and Guy Taylor woke up with aces behind me, and we made a straight on the river to double up to start the day, and that kicked it all off. So I can't really moan. Otherwise, I could have been first out on the day, and we don't win the Jack 10 v aces. It's how it goes. But it hurt. It hurt, that call. The King 8 call did hurt, I'm not going to lie, but it's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. He's fair play to him if he's happy to put his money in. Afternoon, Ricky. Afternoon, John.
No.
It put me on King 7. The thing is about that spotlight, I was like, it's frustrating, but if he's got like Ace Jack there in that spot and he spikes a Jack, I'm happy, I'm fine, because he's made like a perfectly fine call. It was just a hand that he rocked over. It was just a bit frustrating, but it's just how it goes sometimes. Interesting hand here, because Anthony's going to cold call with the Ace 10 on the button after Tom Hall comes to the table, opens the pocket 8s. Dan coming in for the 3-bet with the Kings. It looks like we got 32 bigs in the middle, and we're going 3-way and a 3-bet pop.
Check.
And good flop here for Dan with the Kings on Jack 10 5 rainbow. Going to incorporate a check in, which I don't actually mind. Definitely the cold call from Anthony's going to have some 10s and Jacks in there, and we can happily check call this spot with the Kings. Also as well, obviously no removal to Jack X, so Ace Jack suited can definitely be a hand that's out there. So going to check call in this particular scenario. It looks like Dan's opted to lead here now on the turn, on this 5 turn. I actually like it. 5 shouldn't be in there, shouldn't be cold calling the 3-bet. Jacks and 10s, obviously the only hands we're worried about. 6 combos, and it's probably a turn which our opponent's going to check back quite a high frequency, so don't actually mind the lead there from Dan. Quite nice with the Kings, mixing it up, not playing a hand how you're perceived to play it. A little pick up for him with the Cowboys. Afternoon, Mr. Shannon. Get well soon, John, mate. If you can make it for the seniors, we'll see you on Sunday. I'm sure that we had a great turnout as well. It's been crazy this week. As Tao mentioned, all the numbers. And I think the main itself probably going to be close to 500 runners. What we got here?
Gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic, thank you very much.
Nice one. Just a confirmation, I went to go and see Sue and Jim. Yes, if you do come in the car, the South Beach car park, come into reception and get yourself a ticket. Stick it in the windscreen. Go and park in the South Beach. Complimentary. So confirmed. Did you see Danny Ryder's appearance on Coronation Street the other week? I didn't. I missed it. To be fair, I've not seen Coronation Street since Hilda Ogden left. Please don't say who's Hilda Ogden. Please.
Who is Hilda Ogden?
Who's Hilda Ogden? I don't know. It was when Coronation Street was good, before storylines became relevant. What they don't understand is it's pretend, and it's all this. If you've been involved in some kind of situation that you've seen on Coronation Street today, please call 0706 341 526. No, just Coronation Street used to be fun. It used to be families and fun and good. Hilda was great. And poor old Stan. Stanley. Free parking on the streets after 8 p.m. Is that right? I didn't realise that. Cheers, Rick. Well, free parking on the street after 8 p.m. Obviously not on double yellows though.
I wouldn't know, Tower.
No. Afternoon, Rick. Hope you had a good night last night. See, Hilda and the murals on the wall. Absolutely, the ducks. The 3 flying ducks. 9-5-6 as a flop.
Yeah, not much going on.
We know there's poker on the table. We know that. We know that. I got told off the other day as well. We were sat when I came in. We were Monday. Must have been Monday. We were sat down speaking to a lady who was watching. I watch all the live streams, all that. Every time you talk about football, I put you on mute. Sorry. I'm like, sorry. We'll try and talk less. We'll talk less about football.
Well, I'm a Spurs fan again. I know I won in Luton, but I'm a Spurs fan again now in Blackpool.
Oh, there's not too many Blackburn fans watching the live stream.
Yeah, Fulham.
Oh yeah, they got Fulhamed. they got filled in last night by Fulham.
Saw someone tweet yesterday, congratulations Fulham on your 2022-23 Premier League relegation. Up, down, up, down.
Yeah, they are... sounds like she's done a lot on Towers treble. I never thought about that, Vito. I never thought about that bit. Hey.
Cheers, Sam.
Afternoon, Sam. Sambo. Liverpool got lucky yesterday, didn't
Did you see that red card?
they? No.
It's the funniest red card I've ever seen.
I've heard about it, but I thought it was a bit weird.
Someone's basically tripped someone, which is a basic booking, and he's a centre half, I think he was. So
yeah.
he's they're at the halfway line,
yeah.
and he's just running back to his position like that, and the ref keeps blowing the whistle. He's just ignoring the ref, running back to his position. So the ref sent him off for ignoring him. Just kept running away, yeah. Like so the ref, because the ref wanted him to come to him so he could book him, but he was just running away, like he's going back to his position. And the ref was like, "All right, off you go." Off you go.
Was it a yellow, then a yellow, and then?
No, just a straight red in the end. It was going to be a yellow, and then because he was ignoring the ref and weren't coming over to him, the ref gave him a red.
Brilliant. He says it's one of the craziest red cards he's ever seen. Yeah, you fold fives and it comes quads. We had quad fives in the last event. Went a bit viral, that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, God, that was some hand, that, wasn't it? Ryan Spittles.
Yeah. Dan will be telling him at the tables, I folded quads on the feature. Yeah, just a couple of people might have seen that, and I'm not telling you by heck. It did go viral, and as Jay says, 1 in 2.7 billion chance of it happening.
That is per any given hand. So the chance of it happening in this hand, that's the odds. But over the course of a day, when we get 200 hands, it's obviously going to reduce the odds. But given for one given hand, it's just crazy odds.
It was a good one. Sam's already booked up for Goliath next year. Can't wait. The last couple of years be good to get back. You're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely correct. We can't wait to get back into it. Schedule will be put together in February, so I've been told. The schedule for Goliath will start taking shape in February. Obviously a little bit later in the year as well for us. Not much, but a month's difference because of the Commonwealth Games in the Birmingham area, and the CBS Arena is being used as well for the Commonwealth Games. I think they've got the judo and the jiu-jitsu in there, as well as the football tournament. Afternoon, Silver Sock.
Afternoon, Silver Sock. Big names spotted around the field, not at the moment, but across the course of the week there's been quite a few.
Yeah.
Stevie Warbs is here, Ludo, Stato, all the big names I think that have been supporting the tour that aren't in Vegas will be here playing. And speaking about the fives versus straight flush, the odds of that happening, Ludo yesterday, 2 days ago, mini main day 2, gets it all in pre, queens versus aces. Ace on the flop finds running queens, queen turn, queen river.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the odds of that as well.
Days.
Yeah, the old running queens, all in pre aces versus queens, ace high flop, queen turn,
Oh,
queen
but
river.
the table went
yeah,
bonkers.
Yeah, the aces, imagine.
Afternoon, Nathan. Nathan Slater, champion in Edinburgh a couple of years ago. Hope you're well, Nathan. Oh, sweet. Yeah, they're fantastic events. The players have come out this year, obviously coming back out of lockdown, and it was the same in Ireland. Steve O'Dwyer was playing the €300 comp.
Was he?
Yeah. Only got 24 mil in the bank.
It was like Nishka in Luton, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Steve O'Dwyer playing a €300 IPO. Because he wanted to play. And out he came.
See where we're off to next, Tower?
Where are we off to next?
The big one.
No way.
There
Take
it
these
is.
off for that.
The grand final. And we're there for 3 weeks. We got 12 days of streaming.
13, I think it's
13?
12, 13. We'll just add them all. We start on the Thursday the 18th. Obviously the team are down there on the 17th for setup. Thursday the 18th is the 1250. That's the main event. Then everything goes on there. There's all things going on. Satellites, the cash out satellites all the way through the day. That's the start of the festival. A 12:50 start to a festival. You know it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah.
The PLO, I'm guessing you're going to be playing the 250.
Yeah.
That's on the Wednesday. There's the satellites as well. There's high roller satellites. There's the NPL playoff on the Saturday. I think we've confirmed cash streaming on the Friday. Is that right?
Friday 26th. Yeah.
We're streaming. I think it's PLO. We're streaming on the Friday night. On the Saturday, it's the NPL playoff. We're looking forward to that. Obviously, we're showing you the packages, and it'll get busy, and we'll keep showing you the league and how it stands at this moment. We've then got the MIDI that is starting on the Saturday as well. He just goes on.
And it does go
all
on, you're right.
the way through. Because not only there, he just carries on again and goes on a little bit further. So we're there. You've got the high roller, the PLO on the Monday. There's the Tuesday, the high roller to the 2,700 is the high roller. There's the seniors, there's the six max, there's all sorts going on. There's the haymaker on the Wednesday, which is when we come back for the third week. Wednesday night is when we start streaming.
Yep.
And not the Thursday, because we've got the haymaker finals. You know, there's the free rolls. Anybody come close since?
I'm not sure, Tower.
Anybody played it since? Give up. PK give up. Come second, give up.
Yeah.
That was it. So yeah, the haymaker. Look forward to seeing David Hay, and I'm sure we'll have a chat with him in the comms for the haymaker knockout final. If you're still playing that, we'll have plenty of details sent over by Tom. Very soon. Congratulations to Tom, becoming dad. All family doing well. I'm sure we'll get to chat to Tom in London, and he'll be sending over relevant information as well. So there's plenty going on with the haymaker. Obviously, the grand final then starts on the Thursday, which we'll be concentrating on. That's a £2,000 buy-in for the final event of the season, and then on Sunday the 5th we crown a champion and we breathe.
Yep. That's it for a couple of months off.
So that's plenty going on in London, because it's the Grand Final Festival. It's always around 2 weeks. I think it's 17 days this time, but it is just been a fantastic year. It really has been an amazing return for poker, for life, getting back to normal. Yeah, we know there's pings, and yeah, we know that it's still around, and we all want everybody to be careful and be aware that it is still out there, the old COVID. But players have come out, players have respected it, they kept themselves clean. As you can see, face covering still at the table by different players. We don't, and nobody minds it. Nobody minds it at all. But we are slowly but surely getting back to that some kind of normality that we want. And poker this year has just boomed because people want to play.
Yeah, it's a great touch that was, Harry. Really nice touch. Obviously, had the quad fives against the 8-6 of diamonds. Got himself a seat for the main event. Yeah, got himself a seat for the main. Yeah, wow. because of the quad fives losing to the 8-6 of diamonds on the feature table.
What did the winner get? 3,000 chips.
Yeah, yeah. Ryan Spittle's got the.
Nice one, Harry. Chips. Come and say hello to us. If you get another bad beat, you're not getting no tells. Well done, Harry. It was good to see you, and you went viral. It was an amazing hand, it really was. Steve Dwyer sat behind Vittoria in the high roller. Yeah, the high roller was €1,000 in the at the IPO. €1,000. Good to see him. And Dean Wall says Steve knocked him out of the high roller in the IPO. Dean Wall playing the IPO. A lot of players coming back. That got nearly 1,000 runners for the main, which was good to see. People coming out and playing. It was fantastic. So nice touch from Grosvenor and Jim. Got himself a ticket to the main for the bad beat. Nice one, Harry. Yeah, we'll get you the full schedule. The dates we will have this weekend for the tour next year. What we want is the schedule, because obviously the schedules are released event by event, which I think is a great idea, because if you want to change something, you can, and just change it as and when. So I think it's fantastic. But yeah, we'll get you the dates. They're set. I think they're more or less set now. So we'll get you the dates for next year, stick them in the diary, and then schedules will be released event on event. 67 playing the main so far. 2 eliminations so far. And guess what? 2 re-entries.
I don't think there'll be many people here for 1 bullet out.
Nope. Not at all. It was weird. We're looking at the actual figures for the mini. It was like 420 entries and then 410 re-entries.
Yeah.
And I know some people only had 1 bullet. And you did it on 1.
Yeah, 1 bullet.
but then I know somebody who had 6. So it obviously pans itself out, evens itself out with the numbers. But
it's always nice when you know you're on 1 bullet.
absolutely.
As well.
It sure does. Don't do it. There's 1 bullet there as well. Nice one.
Heads up.
We had a court battle. Yeah. I work with hard cabinet that sells it.
Basically, he went to the team and he asked them if they would use and they agreed to the terms. Yeah,
strange.
they agreed to let him play. And then when he won,
I've actually got a deck of cards in my pocket. Can we use these?
Derek here, just going to go bet with a pocket 8s on this particular board after just calling it open. Open from, yeah, it's a good call from David with the 9. Derek's going to show the 8s and the Queen 9 of David. We're going to take that one. Interesting line from the man in seat 4.
Well, hopefully we'll see Vito next year, as he says he's going to get himself over the water for some GUKPTs early next year. I think it's London. London's definitely first. London is definitely first.
We know we're going back to Coventry as well.
We know we're going back to Coventry for leg number 2. So we'll give you we will get you the dates over the course of the weekend. But London, Coventry confirmed as the first 2 legs for next season.
Blinds now up, second level of the day. Staying at 100, just including the big blind ante now.
So the blinds are up 1-1-1. Level number 2 of the day.
yeah, it's instead of having to grab like an ante of every person, just a big blind pays it.
Afternoon, one and all in the chat. Well, Blackpool will definitely be on the schedule next year, Vito. Usually around about the same time, and that's without looking at the schedule for next year. It's been this time of the year, even before the GUKPT started in 2007. It was the Northern Lights then, and the Northern Lights was classed as one of the biggest festivals in the UK before then. That was on like 2003, 4, 5 and 6, and then the GUKPT took over.
Same as a regular ante.
And the 30-30s on the schedules next year. The 25-25s are coming back. The deep stacks are coming back.
Yeah, it's become
David here going to call the free bet with the 8-7 off. Does have position on the on Tony, but out of position to Derek. Action tower.
Any flops about?
top set for Derek, and Mr. Ringe is up and down here with the 4-5 suited, so he's not going to be going anywhere. We're peeling the free bet with this particular hand. We're not going to be folding on this flop.
Is that the whole game? There's never answers at like stages? How is it?
2 on the turn would be. It's a 6.
Yeah, that kills it for us. There's the board.
Snap check behind from Derek here. Try and induce perhaps a bluff from Tony on the river.
That's the worst run out for Derek you could think of.
And Tony's just sitting here with 5 high. Opts to give up.
Playing the board. Well, I'm not.
Bet 3,000.
So about 3k from Derek, and Tony got no option but to just get out of the way.
Is Reading on the list next year? Says Alex Everson. We will confirm everything during the weekend, but we are pretty hopeful that we got told that Reading was back on the list. Yeah, I think Reading was just a little bit unlucky getting taken off. Just a bit of a revamp. It was one of those things. I'd like to go back to places like Portsmouth. Apparently Southampton's having a new casino built for 2024 or 2023, which could see us down on the south coast. That'll be a fair old train journey, won't it?
Only an hour and a bit for me, Tower.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, me. Oh, I'm all right, Jack.
I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, we used to do Portsmouth. I think the worst thing about Portsmouth was stopping in the travel lodge next to Fratton Park. Oh, see it like cell block H. Jeez. But the rest of Portsmouth is awesome.
Just raising take from David with the King Jack. But not much happened so far, guys. There's really not even been one hand to talk about. It's just expected. Players getting feel for the table, coming in with a strat.
The Holiday Inn in Gun Wharf not much better. Well, they need to up the antes in the hotel stakes, and then we might reconsider coming back to Portsmouth. But yeah, I do believe Southampton's in plans for having a new casino built somewhere. I've only been to Southampton once. On the way to the Belgium leg that we had back in the day.
Was that GUKPT?
Blankenberg.
Blankenberg,
Yes,
that's the
it
one.
was. Yeah. Yeah, we stopped at Southampton on the way over, then we got the old train under the water thingy. Drove through France, up through Belgium, and there we were, by the sea. It was lovely. I wanted enough for Southampton.
Afternoon, Aaron, on Twitch.
Afternoon, Aaron.
Bet 200.
Aaron, UK. 70 runners total today for the main. We'll get up to about 150 by the time it's finished. It usually does, as you can lay at reg all day and buy into the event on day 2 as well. How many day 2 buys were there for the mini?
I'm not too sure.
Because obviously the structure's obviously less than a 17 big blind main event, I'm pretty sure. There'll have been somebody flicking it.
Yeah, for 8.5 big. Saying that, Ben Teague bought in day 2 of the 30-30. He was on my table tower and bought him for the 30k. After the second break, he had 780k.
And bought in today too?
Yeah, for 30k, and then he ended up coming 5th. He final table Ben, but still, it can be done. You can spin it up so quickly. He went double, he double, won a few pots.
Jeez. No swing. So there you can see the final 30-30s of the National Poker League, and they are the final events of the season, which means when we get to London,
we're in Luton next week.
We will know. Yeah, they are. Yeah, next week. You don't need to look at your watch. Your watch didn't say Saturday for the
4th. I was looking at the date. That's all.
2 o'clock, Luton. Leeds, Luton, Bolton, and Edinburgh are the final 30-30s of the year, and then it'll be the last time we mention 30-30s for them, because they're then going to G400s. So there will be the rebranding of the.
Who come up with that name, Tal?
No idea. Absolutely no idea. No idea at all. Leeds, Luton, Bolton, and Edinburgh for the final events of the NPL this year. And the players that are battling it out for 8th place at this moment, the top 7 getting the diamond packages at this moment in time. But if you want to head out to Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh next weekend is the final 30-30s and the final chance to get points for the NPL. If you're in the top 10 and you want to get yourself a diamond package, well, get on. I think Bolton will be quite busy. Bolton's not been on for a while. So,
to be honest, I didn't even realise Luton had a leg next week, so I might be there myself.
Flicking it in.
Might be there myself.
Flicking it in. Aaron UK, you did very well at the IPO in Dublin. Well done. Thank you very much. It was a tough gig, but it's a great gig. Absolutely love meeting up with Nick and Glenn and all the team. Quite a few of our dealers that are freelance that worked at GUKPTs went back over. So yeah, it was a cracking event, and hopefully back over in Dublin again in 2022 as restrictions get lifted. You don't need to PCR or anything now going over to Ireland.
Okay.
You don't need anything. It is all free. Get yourself over there and just look after yourself. Just be healthy. Cool. What I still really like regarding obviously the situation we've just gone through in life is somebody to come on telly and say, this is how to help your immune system, and this is how to eat better, and this is what you do just to look after yourself a little bit more, but they don't. What's that? Stu Rutter. Good afternoon, Stuart. What time are we heading down to Mark Ellis tomorrow? It'll be busy. I don't actually know what time it closes. We're just heading back to the board because Jay just sat up and thought, oh yeah, we've got a bit of action.
Yeah, so we've got Tom Hall opening the Queen Jack after a couple of limps, been called from Button, Tony Ringe, and David's called after limping the 4-3 clubs. We've got bottom 2 for David, up and town backdoor flush draw for Dan on the button, and Tony's got top pair here, backdoor diamonds, and Tom's elected to continue this one 4-away with the Queen Jack, and going to get called in at least 2 spots here. Tony makes a good discipline lay down there with his top pair, just understanding once we go multi-way here, this hand is going to shrivel up. Got to think about calling range of opponent on the button, and maybe doesn't expect Tom to c-bet this one too much without the goods into 3 players this stage of the tournament, so lets the top pair go. Very good fold from him. And now we've got David coming in for a raise straight away with his bottom 2. I like it. Got no blockers to top pair. Obviously want to charge the draws. 4s and 3s very unlikely because of our particular hand. So the only thing we're really worried about here is pocket 8s of our opponent. Then he will have some draws in there, but not really too many other than 5-6 suited. Maybe Dan on the button. This early stage might peel the 5-2 suited. But I guess he can have 9s as well, some ace-8, those type of holdings. And the 4-3 here just ups the rip, and the 6-5 now going to have to let this one. Oh, maybe not. 9.2. Yeah, it's still going to have to fold here. Dan, we have a pair and we're up and down, but the thing is, Dave's limped under the gun here. Like, it does look a lot like he's just going to have pocket 3s or pocket 4s in this spot a lot of the time. I know we can see he's got 4-3 suited, but just think at this stage of the tournament, there's no real bluffs on this board. He's not going to check raise like an ace deuce type hand or an ace 5 type hand. So once he check raises here, almost always it's going to be value. So nice for Dan to get out of the way there, even though he picked up a pair with his up and down. A nice little pick up there for David after Liverpool in the 4-3 UTG. Afternoon Bowie effect and jelly.
And Jelly says only 1 year the 30-30s. Your trophy means a bit more than it did 2 minutes ago. Yeah, rebranding of the 30-30s. Obviously, the name 30-30 was.
Yeah, originally 30-minute clock. It was, wasn't it? 30k starting sack, but so much better on a 40-minute clock. Makes the structure so much.
But the 25-25s are making a reappearance as well. 25,000 guaranteed, 25,000 starter stack. On its way very soon. Give you details regarding the 25-25s soon.
Raised to 400.
I haven't actually been Mark Kelly's this time, going back to Stu's message before
You've been here 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'll tell you where we did go. You ever been to the gin house at the back of South Pier?
Oh, down the bottom?
Yeah, down the bottom.
Yeah.
There was live music on in there the other night. Really, really good. Really good. The two lads doing live music. Really good night.
Other 25-25s usually multi-day ones. Yeah, more or less the same kind of concept as the 30-30s. Yes, Jim. Final 4 events of the year for the 30-30s. We'll keep flicking them on every now and again. As you can see, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. So plenty going on. Regarding the final events of the MPL for 2021. So Jay's going to be flicking into Luton. Might buy 3%. And then Bolton, Edinburgh and Leeds. So get yourself to wherever you fancy. And then we'll give you updates on the 25-25 as they get released, hopefully, sometime this week.
Tom Hall flying out to Vegas with Bowie effect on Monday.
Nice.
Imagine that, win Blackpool.
That's what we said when it got announced that they were extending the flights for the World Series.
Cool. Cool.
Hey Russ, Bolton's 30-30s next weekend.
5 players.
If you've not got the Poker Live app, get the Poker Live app because it'll be on there. Free download. Grosvenor Poker Live app tells you everything related poker-wise in the country. Anywhere you want to go, anywhere you want to play, you click on Bolton and it comes up. Wednesday the 10th, which is next Wednesday, the satellite, 6 seats guaranteed satellite on the Wednesday. That's in every club that's doing the 30-30. And then Thursday, because there's an online flight as well, it's classed as day 1B, because you play an online flight of the 30-30 and go and choose where you want to play. Thursday is the live day. Friday, day 1C. Saturday is day 1D, and then Turbo Sunday morning, and then day 2 starts at I think it's, is it 4? Start of 30-30s day 2s?
Yes.
After the Turbo.
It could be 12 actually, Tower. It could.
Oh, is it Turbo Saturday night?
Yeah, because for the GUKPTs at least, the Turbo's usually on the Saturday night and then the day 2 starts at 12. Well, I'm not sure if that's the case when the 30-30 is not on the GUKPT schedule, but we'll get that clarified.
So I went tomorrow night.
two white mini bowling players tomorrow to get it last day.
It's day 1C, but tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow night, isn't it?
So these two sort of
With a 20-minute blind, that was wild, wasn't it?
Who's in the table? You're going to have
Daytime Twitch, what were the mini and PLO results? Had nothing on Facebook. We're going to get that up on Facebook as soon as possible, and we'll put it on the live stream when we can, so you can see how everyone's done.
raise to 300 fold. Cool. Can you just bring your cards a bit, please? Thank you very much. Heads up. Check. Check. Bet 500.
Don't forget as well, guys, later on tonight, new satellite trialled in Luton, seems to go very well. We've got the cash out satellite that kicks off at 9 PM. Looks like that's going to be a regular fixture. Anyway, we've got Pat at the table, representing Harlow. Straight into action, raises 8-5 suited. Dave's going to flat the Jack 9 in the cut-off, and Derek in the Queen 7 suited on the button. Tom Hall here, Ace-5 off, getting this price. Be very surprised if he didn't defend this one. Although going multi-way, it's not the best hand to go multi-way with, but even still, 6-1 more money. Be surprised if he didn't make a call in the big.
Four players.
King 8 rainbow. So Pat actually flopping the best of it here. Probably going to see him come in for
Bet 5.
bet. Opts the check. And that leaves room for David to fire 500. Assuming after two folds in front of him, Pat's now going to check call as he does. And the 6 of spades turn, giving both players a flush draw here. So Pat, a bit of a tough spot here with his spade draw. A lot of the time he's probably aware his 8 isn't going to be good. If his opponent does have an 8, he's basically going to be behind, use the kicker, so opts to just let this one go, which definitely can get behind. Did have the best hand, but David was just taking off multi-way there and picked up spades and went for the double barrel, gets it through. Let's have a look. There we are. Oh, Riggy. Riggy come second in the PLO last night. So there are the PLO results for those asking. 200 entries in that one. Some notable names. Ewan McNicholas in 12th, Balsey in 11th. And then Paul Rigg up there in second. Winner William Paxton 5-figure score for him, very nice. There's the results for yesterday's PLO, biggest ever PLO tournament ever on the GUKPT Tour, so another record breaker. Had many of those this year. Some notable names in there, Ewan as well. That's probably, I think, let's have a look. Yeah, that's probably going to put Ewan back on top. Him and Ben, 1 point between them, 0.98 between them. And that's probably going to put Ewan back on top, playing for the sponsorship next year. Last chance to get those points, 30-30s next week.
4 players. Bet 6.
So Pat versus Tony. Unaware of Tony's holding, but played a fair amount of poker with Mr. Ringe, so we're going to play his hand from Pat's perspective, because Tom and Andrew are going to have to get out of the way. So Pat coming straight in for a raise here with the Queen Jack. Perfectly fine. Incredibly rep plenty of bluffs on this board. King 10s, 10-9 suited, spade draws. Tony just gets out of the way. Probably had like an ace 10, ace king type holding that he opted to continue. Phil, the mini results are coming. We'll get them up for you as soon as possible.
Raise to 300. Fold. Fold. Cool. Cool. Fold. 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 3 players. Check. Check. Bet 7. Fold.
Afternoon, Rich. How are we doing? Lovely. I was just actually thinking I could do with a cuppa.
Oh, right. T-Boy's here. All right.
We're getting on the case now, guys, regarding Twitch. Facebook and YouTube both seem okay, but Twitch has just gone off, so we're going to quickly restart that one.
Twitchers.
So if you are watching on Twitch, just give us, shouldn't take long, just a quick refresh of Twitch and it'll be back up.
Yeah. Got confirmation on the 30-30s, all day 2 start at 4 p.m. And all... so yeah, 4 p.m. for day 2s on the 30s. It is Nichar. It is... I actually asked him. I went over there and said, "Excuse me, Dominic." It's Nichar. That's exactly what it is. Me and my mate Dom.
Cool.
Nichar.
Raise. It's 1,800. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Are there any sit and goes happening? Are you on about for this event? Yesterday, they had the one-hand flips going on like the ones that we run at Goliath. They had 9. Here's 125 quid. We'll play one hand. Whoever wins gets a seat. They did 9 of them.
Russ, I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about, Russ. Just doing his job.
Check.
Yeah, Jim, we're on the case on Twitch. We are on the case.
It's gone off, has it?
Yeah, so it'll be back soon, hopefully. I think it just needs a quick refresh.
Come on, Twitch, get online. Messing about with us. Yeah, you put your request in, Rich. Lenny, stick your request in. You want to play a sit and go rather than a flip, and there'll be, as soon as the interest is there and you get a full resume of 9 or 10 people, then away you go. If it's 900, obviously you pay a little bit more. If it's 1000, you pay a little bit less.
Yeah.
So just put the interest down, make sure the interest is there. They'll advertise it around the room, anyone who wants to play a sit and go for a seat into the main event tomorrow. And as soon as you get the interest of 9 or 10 players, then away you go. Great idea.
Yeah, fourth, Rich. Fourth. Best we could do.
I'm pretty sure we're doing the flipping goals at Goliath again next year. They are bonkers to start the morning off. 9 in the morning, people queuing up to play a flip. 9 in the morning. Where are you? Anyway, down. Hurry up. There's a queue. 77. 80. 80 playing day 1A. Colin, I've just had a bet with Colin Gillen.
Yep.
He says, how you doing, Tower? I said, yeah, all right. So I'm just getting coffees for got teas in for Jay. He says, what's the line then? He said, what do you think the line is? 300?
Can I have an overs with it?
I says, even I'll have £5 a point over. Yeah, what? I said, we were 367 last time, 2 years ago, and the numbers have been insane this year. He says, so what's the line? I said, everybody's saying 500. He went, oh, no way.
Yes, right.
I said, just watch.
Okay.
Afternoon, Simon. Simon watching on Facebook.
Yeah, give us 5-10 minutes, guys, and Twitch should be back up and running. We're just gonna.
Twitch has had to have a reset by the looks of it. So if you want to flick onto Facebook or YouTube or to the GUKPT website itself,
Yeah.
should be working on there. In fact, I'll just have a quick quick chat on the old live stream. Afternoon, everybody. If you're watching the live stream, what's that?
Scan QR.
Scanning code.
Yeah, if I want to watch it on my phone, I'll scan that. Take me straight through to the.
No way! How good is that? Is that right? Yeah. Does that come up on every website then?
Unless they just
That's
they must have put it
amazing.
in. Must have just put it in.
So at the moment, Facebook, YouTube, and GUKPT.com is back. It's back.
Right.
It's back.
Twitch is good. Up and running. Yes, we're on.
Have a refresh on Twitch. 80 runners playing the main. Yeah, Nate. I think regarding the queue, nobody likes queuing up. Totally understand, but when you go to Vegas and you stand in the queue to pay $10,000 for the main event, you know queues are part and parcel. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is for any event. If you'd have seen the queues here last night for the satellite, it was bonkers. It was like we started the satellite with 27 players, 3 tables because of the cap, because there were 200 playing the Omaha. And then last night they ended up with 140 odd alternates and ended up with 168 in the satellite, which was amazing.
We've got a spot here. Pat squeezing the King Queen out of the big after an open and 2 calls. I don't know where Derek's holding in, but Derek opted to flatten position versus the squeeze from Pat. Pat getting a nice flop up and down. Backdoor diamonds, so going to continue, don't need to go large, so opted for third. 2 diamonds on the turn. It's actually a really nice double barrel candidate for us as Pat. We can still credibly rep queens, kings and aces. Yes, there are some 10x out there, but there shouldn't be too much 10x in this particular spot. Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited. It's only going to be the suited combos that should be peeling. So Pat not opting to double barrel here. Early stages, obviously going to come in for the check call if Derek does fire. And Derek is going to bet here. So a lot of the time, I think Derek's just going to have a hand like Ace-Jack suited here. Like I said, he can still have some 10x, 10-9 suited, all the suited 10x, 10-9, Jack 10, only one combo, that Queen 10, King 10, but Pat just cannot fold this particular holding. Got great equity against Ace-Jack, which is more likely, I think, for Derek to have here betting this turn, even more likely on this river when the 10 rolls off, but I just think he's going to be up against Ace-Jack a lot of the time here, King-Jack suited, Queen-Jack suited, those type of holdings. I just expect to see one of those, Ace-Jack, King-Jack, something like that, and he does spin over Ace-Jack. So, Ace-King. I thought it was Ace-Jack. I saw the ace and I thought it had to be Ace-Jack, but Derek going to take that one with the Ace-King. Didn't opt to 4-bet. Fair play to the man.
So there's been 4 eliminations so far, and there's been 4 re-entries. Everybody wants in. What's that? What's that? The PLO! Oi, oi! 200 entries. 200. Will Paxton.
It's usually just 1 or 2 cards, but you know.
Riggy.
Yeah,
got
I know,
himself
I said that.
second.
What's he doing playing 4 card?
I finally caught him play 2. Justin Devonport, Gary Collins, Chan Wan, Paul Wilson, Chung Wong, Craig Timmis, Young McNicholas cashed in 12th, Bousey cashed in 11th, Adrian Webb final tabled, oi oi, the dancer, got himself 9th, well done one and all, and Vinny 19th, so Ron Musson got himself into 19th, he's the father, so Vinny Musson, he's the dad of Josh who won the 30-30.
Okay.
Little Josh. Well, Vinny's his dad. He finished in 19th in the Omaha. So well done to Vinny. Well done everybody else. Lee Danaher coming out of retirement, playing Blackpool. Well done. Shook in 15th. Great result. In fact, Josh finished 13th. I didn't realise Josh played the 4 card. But indeed. So Vinny and Josh getting into the money. Well done one and all for the PLO results of this event, or this one of the side events. One of the side events.
I have no idea, Tal. We're going to need PK for this on this iPad.
Alright, is it a different one?
Yeah, it's strange. It's not working
they give us technology and we can't work it out. You know,
Heads up. Check. Turn is 8 o'clock. River 6 o'clock. Check. Check. Throw down. There is rules, right? Flush.
we'll get the mini ones up as well. Just got to input them. We'll get the mini ones sorted out for you, Russ. And Simon.
Cheers.
Finished 3rd.
Cheers, Byron. I've just seen that, mate. Thank you very much.
4th.
Thanks for the transport as well.
Finished 4th. Transport?
Yeah, he brought me up here.
Oh, good lad.
Yeah, brought me up here.
Good lad.
You have a new deal, everyone? Thank you.
Headphones just fit. So we'll get you the minute results very shortly.
Yeah, we're going to be going on break in about 20 minutes time as well. Should mention that.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm very surprised you didn't swap percentages in the car for driving him up.
I gave him some fuel money. That's what he wanted. He could have had the percentage in fuel money, which would probably been about 25%.
Yeah. Can we shout out Ginger Dawson from Hartlepool? Of course we can. Don't know who he is. I hope he's alright. The hooks for Anthony in scene 1. Afternoon, Tony. Tony on YouTube. Good afternoon. Hope to see you in Dublin again. Great weekend. Hopefully we'll be across in February. Fingers crossed. We'll have a confirmation of the dates of the GUKPT coming very soon for the schedule for next year. And hopefully, I know Brian Lannon and the team, Nick O'Hara and Brian Lannon, are running another event in, I think it's the Deep Stack in February. And I know the interest was there, so if we make it over, we cannot wait to get back to spending another wonderful weekend over in Dublin. Absolutely love coming over. Ian Haslingden, good afternoon from Manchester, not that far away, Ian. Watching on Facebook. Hope it's as nice in Manchester as it is here today. Beautiful walk into work this morning.
Blackpool, pass.
Yeah, it was lovely walking to work this morning. Sun was shining, a little bit fresh, turned a bit nippy, but really nice. But yeah, hopefully the travel restrictions ease and we get back on the tour on a regular basis and going over. I don't know if the Irish Open has been announced yet for Easter. Hopefully it has. I'm not too sure what the plans are. I didn't see. I know JP was there last week, but didn't see him. Didn't get a chance to have a quick chat for the Irish Open. I know that's a wonderful event to get over there. It's usually held over the Easter weekend. We'll have to see what is happening. And we'll see what happens regarding the Deep Stack in February. And fingers crossed the team will be over, because we know you like the live streams. And this year GUKPT smashed it out of the park. Been an amazing return out of lockdown in July. You don't realise in July we've done a full, since July the 20th, done a full season of the GUKPT up until the 6th of December. Just amazing. Full schedule done in 5 months.
Just been crazy.
Yeah.
Pass. Raise 300. Come. Heads up. Bet 600. Come. Check. Bet 7.
He sat down so far for the main. Anybody want to take Colin Gillen's line of 300?
I'll have it. Tower. I'll let him have an extra 100 on top of it if he wants.
Have your next big one.
So the break will be in about 15 minutes time. We're about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes late today, so
later than the 12 o'clock advertised, but it is what it is.
Come. Come. Pass. Come.
oh wow, look at this. Both Pat and Andy have limped, and Tom's got jacks on the button.
Pass.
Coffee, please.
Makes it 800.
Pass.
Any made hands around?
The thing is, I always talk about these spots, Tower, and like every single time someone comes in for a limp raise, like early day ones, even back end day ones, day two sometimes, it's just never a bluff. It's always kings, queens, aces, or ace king. It's always one of those four hands, and not enough players incorporate limp bluffs in. So if you do want to start limping these hands and come in for limp raises, you need to start limp raising some 8-7 suited, some 6-7 suited, some hands like that, some suited wheel aces. You need to start incorporating these into your range for balance, because otherwise good opponents will just be aware of exactly where they're at. Like Tom, even though he's got jacks in this spot, he knows that he's basically got to hope that Pat's got ace king in this spot. Like maybe he might do it with tens, but Tom with the jacks, I think we'll see him call and take a flop still, Tower, and maybe be able to just get away from it on most flops, maybe call once on low boards and fold turns. But I talk about this scenario quite a bit, and I just think if you are going to start limp raising these hands, you need to start incorporating some bluffs in there as well, because against competent players, they'll know exactly where they're at in the particular spot against you. That is come jack high, and that is what Tom Hall wanted to see. And Pat
looks down
with the kings.
Got the overs.
All in?
All in, snap call, and you can see a flop set for Tom Hall.
Pat going to need to find one of the two remaining kings or running queen 10, otherwise he's going to be out.
I like how Tom shouts 10 or a queen for a sweat. So Patrick, all in with the Cowboys, that's not a king.
Yeah.
And you see a flop, oh, just a quads.
Just quads for Tom Hall, easy game, and cracks the kings of Pat, and Pat's out.
Gone.
Just like that.
Chair spun. Gone. The waltzer chair's gone out.
Like, fair enough, like if that hand's played in a normal manner, if Pat opens the kings, the ace flat, Tom's probably going to free bet. He's probably still out the door anyway, there's not much we can do to avoid busting, but if you are trying to incorporate some limp raises into your game, you need to have some bluffs in there as well. You can't just limp raise the queens, kings, aces and ace king. or just eradicate it completely. Don't have any limp raises. In certain spots at least, like early day ones, there are some scenarios where I don't mind late position limps off of shortish stacks, or when there's some stack sizes sub 20 bigs in the big blinds, don't mind it at all then. But in these sort of scenarios this deep, I just don't think we want to be limping our strong hands too often.
Call. Pass. Call.
First elimination on our feature table.
Call. Check. And check. Quiet, please.
Thank you. Cheers.
So I've got 5-way action. With Queen 7 being the best hand. And flops the best of it on Queen 6-4.
Bet 200.
Going to get some action because Dan's flopped an up and down with the 5-3 and has position as well, so he'll be coming along. Looks like Andrew's going to call with his gut shot, and David's in with bottom pair as well, so got some action turns for sure here on this board. 5 would be probably the most action out of the lot. Isn't a diamond. One-time dealer. Well, it's a 10 of clubs. So Andrew now picking up a double gutter. Again, Dan going to take a 3-1, like it with our 5-3. Yeah, we only have 5 high, but into 3 players going to be very hard to get through. So just happy to take a free card, and King of Diamonds on the river. And don't mind this from Andrew here. In trap 5 can plausibly have a flush in this particular scenario, and bets into the whole field and slams it down. And Tony gets the good news. Opponent was bluffing, calls it off with just a queen. Didn't give his opponent credit for a flush.
He's a big lad, isn't he? Quick mention for Susie Williamson, but Susie can't make it. And she has 3 nights booked in the Travelodge straight across the road. So if anybody's struggling for a bit of room, contact Susie. And she might sort you out in the room if it's getting a bit too busy in Blackpool. See you very soon on the tour, Susie. Jamie Nixon's on our next feature.
Is he?
Dave Doherty, champion, on our next feature. And Simon Zack will finish 3rd. We will get the results of the mini very shortly, Russ, up on the stream after the break. He will be there. But Simon Zack will be playing Dave Doherty, Jamie Nixon, Cora Stansfield and Rennie Share will be on the feature as well.
Heads up.
That's a good flop for Ace Jack.
Not a bad flop. We don't fold the Jack when you're at this moment in time.
Yeah, but Tony going to have to call. Probably going to lose 2 streets here with King 4 heads up. He's going to call once with position.
Oi, oi.
Wow, Tony's going to do chips
Quad
here.
Jacks, 2 ones in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
What's it all about? Quad Jacks twice on the same orbit. Do not fold a Jack.
Raise of 12.
And Andrew actually opted to check raise the Jack. I actually like this raise from him. I know he's only clicked it, but he gets the betting lead himself, so he can fire rivers. And the thing is as well, Tony is only going to continue with his King X. All his bluffs are going to shut down river anyway, so we want to get the maximum from the times that Tony's going to have a king here, and Tony's not folding this. I've played with him enough to know that he's just not going to fold his hand. He'll take some time, and he's going to flick it in. And fair enough, we only lose to a Jack from our perspective. Aces as well, the 6 combos of that, but a lot of the time we're going to be chopping in this spot as Tony, so I expect him to make the call here, Tower.
Me too.
Some players may make a really exploitable laydown in this particular spot, but I just think we're chopping too often, and does make the call, and unfortunate for him with the king. And, nice play there from Andrew Oak, raising the quads on the turn. You don't see a lot of players opting to raise quads, just like to flat but thought about the hand and thought I want to get maximum from a king. The rest of the hands are going to shut down, so max value for him there.
Maximum value. Have you got a jack? Yeah, not coming to Blackpool, Susie, but we get that room sold on. There will be somebody out there that needs, especially a poker player when they make day 2. Hey, have you got a room? I've not booked. I didn't think I'd make day 2.
I kind of like to.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Wow, look at that lot.
About to get our faces off there, there's that many cashes.
Luke Evans, Simon Draper and Simon Zack 1, 2, 3. Somebody called JR Wood in 4th. Colin Myatt, saw Colin walking out in 5th. Andy Hill 7th, Rob Nicholson, Andy Bradshaw, final table, Ewan McNicholas, Rich Kelly was the final table. Bubble.
I mean, I had you on the king.
Well done, one and all. There are some good names there. Howard Plant cashed. How was that possible? How did he manage to cash Howard Plant? Oh, yeah.
I know where to go, really.
Andy Alt. Lee Lawrenson down the bottom in 35th.
Bet 300.
Sam Wardlaw in 41st. Dave Maudlin cashed in 49th.
300 is bet.
Andy McGee. Andy McCulloch. There's some big names on there. John Bowersfield cashed again. Ryan Mandara cashed again. Oh, heck. You beat some good names there, pal.
Couldn't beat 3 though, unfortunately, Tao. I couldn't beat 3.
No.
Still 3 again. 3 again.
11.2 from one bullet. Very nice indeed.
Yeah.
Some good names there. We'll flick that up again in the next session, but there are the results. Yeah, it's always a good leg, Susie. Hope to see you. If you're not in London, obviously. London's the final leg, and then London's the leg number 1 next year, but we will see you on the GUKPT circuit, I am sure.
Yeah, that was a husband and wife double cash pull. Pretty cashed, and so did Sanjay. They were both in the money. Lovely couple, actually.
I thought that's all you could have, but I thought of 2 pin deep.
You have a 10. Hey guys, after the upcoming break, you're going to be on table 11, same seats as you are now, but on a level. We'll eat your chips during the break, so just come back to table 11, everybody. Just you, alright?
So Mike is just coming over, letting them know in 5 minutes time when we do the break, we're going to move to an outer table and we'll have a featured table coming up.
We will indeed. Simon Zack, David Doherty champion at the last event.
Jamie Nixon,
Penny Share, Corey Stansfield. It's going to be a good one. 2 minutes left at the break, before the break.
Thanks, Tony.
Pass. Raise 300. Pass.
The trophy's coming next week in Luton.
What's up? 400 bet. Pass.
I don't know if you've seen the photo on the back on the wasn't he called JR with that. Jay shoved on him, like, called him up with JR. And I had a feeling it was in the Midlands, because people were talking to him.
Afternoon to Tony Bedford as well, who's sat watching by the pool in Tenerife. Sent us a message on Twitter. Sorry you can't make Blackpool Tower, but I am in Tenerife. A decade calls again. Him and the wife Denise absolutely love it getting out there to Tenerife. Good that you're watching the live stream, Tony. And we'll see you very soon. Hope we'll see you in London for the final event. If not, You'll probably be out there for the month. We'll see you on the tour next season. The courts are going on.
Pass. Under.
I think mine will be 2 in 5 minutes to out.
Right.
It's been cold this week.
Cold?
The wind last week, it was so
Free, I'll
cold.
sit down.
So cold last week. It's actually a nice day today out there, but last week, some of the days,
You're not brought your shorts?
no shorts. Not seen the coat I brought with me.
Yes.
Like our Eskimo.
Afternoon, Rich. Richard Whitmore. See you tomorrow. Oi, oi. Long time no see. There'll be hugs and kisses and snogs waiting. And I'll shake your hand as well.
What's up? Check.
So we're going to chop this one up, both players with a dummy and straight. Probably going to be one more hand, and then we will head out. 15-minute break, first one of the day. And the feature table when we return.
Move our chair.
We saw last time when we looked on the Poker Live app. We'll have a quick scurry right now just before the end of this session to see 87, 8 and 7, 87. Have you played bingo while you've been in Blackpool?
No, I haven't. I'll tell you what I've played. Donkey Derby.
Oh, the old rollerball.
What a game that is.
You loved it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's great. So addictive as well. It's like...
Brilliant. Who was the champion? Who got most tickets?
Ryan Mandara's Mrs. Emily. To be honest, she was pretty hot.
Misspent youth.
Yeah, she was...
Misspent youth. Now, when you were rolling the donkey, were they camels or the donkeys?
They were neither, actually. I think they were horses.
Horses?
Yeah.
Pat's Bingo is the only place to play bingo if you get the chance. 4 and 2, 42. 2 little ducks, 22. Final hand of the session. Andy with the queens. As he turns top set.
Seat on 1-2, table 5. That's Wendy Lambert, seat on 1-2.
David's don't called here with A7. Wow, and this deuce changes nothing. So, what is David up to here?
David going on?
What is he?
Oi, oi.
What is actually going on this hand tape?
Maybe you don't well.
This is the mad. So he's called the 10x raise on the flop, which I can understand, top pair, top kicker. But then he's donk turn on the queen, and then called the 2.5x raise, and then he's donk river. And he's called!
Wow.
And he gets the bad news, but David down to 7k just before the break. What is he up to last hand of the session? He must have had a reason. Maybe there's a dynamic between these two players we're unaware of, but that was a pretty mad hand.
We'll be back
to close.
Back at 2:50. We don't have another break click with the clock counting down, so please be back at 2:50. We'll see you then. We'll stick the schedule up for London. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Once again, Wendy Lambert, you have a seat on 1-2, table 20 Lambert, seat 1-2.
Where's this button?
The bottom one is below. Yep.
this is always best done for me as a one-person job. Yeah, yeah. So you take 1, 2 there, bring 1, 2 back. Yep. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really talked about it. Like, obviously, it happened, and you know, people congratulate on the money and stuff. But I've never really talked about like the whole thing. I mean, I remember the night before I even entered, I was like pretty sure that I was just going to quit the game because I'd had basically a couple of years of thinking I was doing well and kind of knocking on the door and stuff, but just never actually making any money, you know, essentially from it. And I was just completely over it, to be honest. And so I kind of went into that tournament and played, I don't know, maybe what you describe as like really badly, because I just didn't care. Do you know what I mean? And I was just doing all these ridiculous plays and like ridiculous bluffs and ridiculous things, just thinking, well, this is probably my last one ever. And if I think someone's not got a good hand, I'm basically just going to put them to the test almost. And so there are so many hand histories in that tournament where I'm just completely putting it off, never getting called. So I was never, you know, in a situation. I think there was like one reported where I like 5-bet or 6-bet that. That's a jeans guy. He like plays like PLO online, and there's just this like ludicrous hand history where I've like 3-bet and jack 3 off, and 5-bet, sorry, and he's called and it's come like king 6 deuce, and he's checked and I bet and he's folded, and I've shown it for some reason which I never ever do. And I'm just looking back now, just thinking there was just so many hands like that where I was just like, well, let's just try and win it or not. And obviously, so lucky to actually go on and chop it and things. And the final table was just loads and loads of fun.
Well, it was also famous for a rowdy rail.
Super rowdy rail. There was obviously the hand where John DeWanders folded kings pre, which would have basically knocked me out if I'd not hit an ace. I had ace king suited. I think it was 7 or 8 left. Yeah. It's gone like open 3-bet, 4-bet from the small blind. I ended up jamming because we'd basically just been for dinner, and he was basically saying something along the lines of, "There's 3 short stacks. The money jumps are big.
Yeah,
we kind of don't need to get involved." And so from that, I kind of took it as, right, you're not going to want to kind of get in some huge kind of confrontation pre-flop. And so I was pretty confident he'd fold queens pre. I would obviously never have done it if I knew he had kings, because no one folds kings pre. He ended up folding, and we basically did the deal 3-handed, which was obviously life-changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really feel much pressure because I just had this mentality of like, I don't really care. And it was a really strange tournament, to be honest. And I really kind of wish now I played every tournament like that, because it was almost just like no fear. Do you know what I mean? You just didn't really care what was.
Yeah. And you're doing a deal for 7 figures, and you get one guy to pick to negotiate just to make sure he's got the right deal. And somebody walks on stage with 2 bottles of beer in his hand, and he's like, "Yeah, well, it's only 7 figures." Yeah.
Because it was either Fraser Mack,
who
was very notorious at the time for doing every deal, wasn't he? He was always there, kind of, or it was Feraldo, who I kind of knew but didn't know as well as I know him now. And I remember Toby Stone came up and he said, "You're only allowed 1 person to come in up and kind of helping you." And Fraz Mack was like, "Right, yeah, it's me, innit? It's me." And I was going, "Feraldo, I'll take you," which was probably a mistake because Feraldo was half cut, wearing a hat, holding beers, as you say. But actually, he was really good because you basically only get a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
I was completely lost in like the whole what was going on. And he was very just like, you need to do this, this, and this. You shouldn't do this. And he basically gave me some really good advice, actually. And yeah, from there onwards, I think I said something along the lines of, well, we don't have to deal. I don't care about the money, which is a complete lie. I was desperate for a deal. I just literally just wanted to do it. And I was like, oh, well, if you guys want to do a deal, up to you. I'm not bothered about the money. Just trying to get more money out of it, obviously. And then as soon as it was done, I was like, right, this is the greatest thing ever. I can just do whatever. But yeah.
Obviously, went straight to bed afterwards.
Again, that was absolute. I'll actually tell you something as well. We basically went out afterwards, and I basically got mugged. Well, not mugged. I basically got robbed because I actually had no money on me. I basically won all this money, and we basically had organised, this kind of massive thing afterwards that cost loads of money, and I didn't have any money. So I went round almost every person that was there and asked them for money, just like a massive pigeon, just like, if you got 500, if you got 200. And after an hour and a half, I'd collected something like, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15,000 euros in cash. And I basically put the euros in my pocket. And obviously around there in Barcelona on those beaches, and stuff, everyone's watching. Within 5 minutes, Phil, that had been swiped. So when the bill came, it was like, you need to pay. I had no money, so I had to then go round again. I had to ask everyone for a second time, and everyone's going, well, I've just paid you 1,000. What's going on? You basically just won this million. So yeah, it was like the best time to ever be robbed because you didn't care because you kind of cashed all this money. But yeah, I basically got done for about 15 grand.
Wow. And on that note, we'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton and more stories very shortly. Welcome back to Mr. Steve Warburton and an hour with the Tower. Huge 2015 that we were talking about before. Absolutely huge. 2016. Did you slow down? Did you play more cash? Was it a case of I'm not travelling around too much?
It's so hard to think when 2016 was in terms of what was happening. I'm pretty sure I was still playing, as in like tournaments and things. But now, kind of looking back, you kind of have these purple patches, don't you? There are so many players that they'll have a cash, and then you'll see them cash again and again and again, and then for like the next 12 months, they just kind of don't. And I don't know. I don't know if it's confidence or what just happens. But yeah, I was still playing in 2016 quite a bit, and obviously not having the cashes I was having the previous year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know as well. I never really got carried away with tournaments. I was never really one to play 60 events of the World Series or every single DPT and stuff. I was always quite kind of level-headed.
But one of them you do like, as we can see, GUKPT Manchester. You've got so many entries in the database, 2018 to 14, 2020 for 20th. You got so many cashing 3 of the last 4 years. It has to be the favourite stop. I know it's your local one, it's your home one, but is it classed as your favourite stop?
It's the favourite stop because it makes up for all the other GUKPTs that I'm just doing my money in. I can't go to Luton or Walsall or Bolton and just do 4 or 5 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Manchester, I'm always trying that little bit harder because home stop, most players, the kind of great camaraderie of people. So that's always fun. But yeah, I mean, I've no idea if I don't know. I think I'm probably slightly up on GUKPTs because of that.
Yeah.
Sort of shop with Debman and thingy, but I've put a lot of money into them, don't you? Don't you worry about that. Yeah.
Norwegian Championships came to Britain, and they started being played around the country. You had three tournaments where you cashed for well over 60,000. I heard they used to be crazy. I heard the cash tables used to be mad as well. Was that one of the reasons why you played them? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the absolute best stop on the calendar every year is the Irish Open. It's getting better and better. I think it's going to be the biggest it's ever going to be next year. Yeah.
I basically booked my flights in January this year for it. Obviously, it got cancelled because of everything that's going on. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they were having 60 or 70 cash game tables every single night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy. You just don't see that anymore. And yeah, again, it's a little bit like what I was saying in the 2015 WPT in Amsterdam. Everyone's just on the same wavelength. You know, everyone's chatting away, and do you know what I mean? It's kind of how poker should be. You know, there's tanking. No one's dressed silly. There's no without talking, trying to like piss people off and stuff. It's just kind of nice, fun poker, and yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Your strangest ever Hendon Mob entry. Blackpool Tuesday nights, free run. 60 entries. You finished 7th for 40 quid, and it ended up being on the Hendon Mob. That's please explain what happened. Why is it there?
I think I maybe need to blame PK for researching this, don't I? I don't really know how that's on. I think that's 15 entry or something.
I'll just check up on Steve Warburton so we can have a nice chat while we're all in lockdown and we've not had a haircut for 3 months. And we get it was a free roll on a Tuesday night and there were 60 runs.
We are back, guys. Second session of the day. Players just taking their seats there. Top right corner, you can see Tao will be joining me in about 30 seconds. Got a nice little table coming up as well, some notable names. One's going to be Paul Trotter, and 2 Matt Fursman, 3 Rennie Z, 4 Cora Stansfield, 5 is John Hall, 6 Jamie Nixon, 7 Mickey Wharton, 8 Dave Doherty, and then 9 is Simon Zack. So that's who we've got. Grosvenor Pro, Jamie in seat 6. He's here, he's got the tea.
Here's the tea.
Oh, you want me to put it down for you?
And jumps into play. Flipping heck. Tell you what, there you go, 15 minutes, you have a quick chat.
Yeah, it's gone, ain't it? It's gone, you got to be back.
Bish bash bosh. Not a bad table, man.
Yeah, no, I just ran through it. It's a good little table we got for the session.
Not a bad table at all. There's 3 cash tables running. 3. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There's 3 cash tables going
That's
up.
Blackpool Tower. That's what we expect.
Unbelievable.
What's the 6?
Raised to 6.
3. So we're back. New table. Blinds are 1, 2 with a 2. On a great day. In store. Numbers getting bigger again. And our lady in seat 4, Cora, only went and won a satellite last night.
Ah, nice. See how deep run.
She was pretty impressed that she was chip leader in the satellite and won the seats. 3 seats, 60 runners. Chip leader all the way through, she said. Got herself a seat. Blackpool lady. And great to see her satelliting into this £1,250 main event. Absolutely fantastic. Well done, Cora. Satelliting in. That's the best way to do it. There you go. Incoming. Come on, John. Sit down. Not seen John for a while. Come on, John. Sit down.
Thanks, Docky. Squeezes the ace-5 off out the big and just finds the 5-5-8 flop. And Mickey's got 9s.
Hey, well, Jamie Nixon didn't fold hand. Just to let John in. Any 5s about on the turn?
We've already had quads twice.
Yeah, let's have it again. That's standard hand nowadays.
So King of Diamonds on the turn. So Dave just checking this one on the flop. Probably in terms of range here, shouldn't really have too much 5x, although he does. But on this king turn now, it's going to be perceived to be good for us. So I expect him to come in for a bet now after we elect to check the flop 3-way. Definitely plenty of king x out there in a 3-bet situation for Cora and Mickey. But in this particular scenario, Cora's not going to be able to do much but fold, and Mickey now with a decision. Well, I say not much but fold, but she is going to make the call here. It is a very small sizing from David, opted for 1.6 into 6.8, so south of quarter pot, and that means Mickey can get out of the way here now with the 9s, not going to overcall after it goes bet call on this king turn. River is the 3 of diamonds, so if I'm Dave here, just got an easy shove with our 5.6k. Cora's going to have a very difficult time folding a king. I know you can see she's just sat there with ace high, but if she's got a hand like king queen, king jack suited, king 10 suited even, that may have peeled, going to have a tough time folding, and David shoves here for 5.6, and I'm not sure Cora can.
She's asked for the count, put the sweat on him. What she calls?
Calls with ace high, non-believer.
Non-believer. She's nice hand. She turned over her hand. And Dave's looking down thinking, how have I just got a double up back over starting stack with that?
Nice hand.
Wonderful ladies, Cora. Always playing the satellites around here, all the time. Great that the local people just satelliting on regular basis.
Yeah, I like that.
It's great.
It's nice when they have deep run as well. It's gives them a chance to play a tournament that they may not otherwise play. Good for tabling this year as well for Dave Doherty. Yeah. Everyone's seeing he squeezed the ace-5 off.
Little Mickey sat in seat 7. He says, "Have you got a double up there?" Little Mickey. Good table.
I think they heard Mickey and Preston the other day too. I was sat there playing the mini day 2.
Yeah.
Hear screams coming from a table. He's won the £125 flip into a main event ticket. Oh, it was so loud.
He played one of the flips?
Yeah, he played one of the flips and he won it, yeah. And the noise just erupted. Everyone turned around at the table and thought like bad big jackpot had gone or something. He's just won a seat into the main on a 125 flip.
This is his ticket, is it?
So we're an 8. Regular fixture on our tours with ace queen. Just going to opt to limp this one, which is interesting. Cora's going to make it 1k with a queen 10 of hearts, like it. John just going to flat the ace queen. I know, sorry, Cora's limped. Just slight graphic error that's been quickly corrected. And that gives John Walls room to raise the ace queen, and Cora with the queen 10 of hearts. It's going to call closing the action.
Ace, king, queen 10. Any 10s back? Oh. A bit of trouble for Cora. We saw it didn't fall in the ace. Ace high last time. So she's going to be check calling.
Well, she's probably going to fold out. Well, I say that, I know what we just saw, but once Renee calls in this spot here, with no plausible backdoors yet, backdoor Broadway, but not a heart on the board, I think we should have a pretty easy fold with the queen 10 here, off of our particular stack size. Especially once, yeah, it's a good fold for Cora. Especially once John opts for near pot, gone around 90%. So 4 of hearts turn. And from John's perspective here, if Renee's going to limp, she's not probably going to limp call ace king. She's probably more inclined to limp raise it. So probably just going to be confident that our ace queen is going to be the best hand here. Almost always it's John. So I'd like to see a value bet from him now if Renee does check. Or Renee could plausibly come in for value herself. Shouldn't be no 5x out there for John. The way this hand's played. Expect him to continue all his 2-pair plus on the turn, so we're only really worried about check back ace king as Renee, and we can get value from some ace jack and worse ace x. So she shows the ace queen,
chop it up,
and they're going to chop.
Everyone wants a chop bar. Danny Evans, fancy a pint? Who's he asking? Is he asking the whole chat box?
do that? Go in between town.
I was half asleep, I've been 2 hours.
See you're knackered.
GUKPT Blackpool main events. Good afternoon, everybody. First day of the main. The sides have been ridiculous. The next event, we're off to London. Going to see the Queen. We're off going to see Liz. Oi, Lizzie, fancy a game of poker? Look at this. On Thursday, the 18th of November, the first event for us. We're going to be down there for the first event, the 1250. All the way through. It'll be a massive event that might even rival Blackpool's numbers. It's going to be another monster. And then all the way through, there's 2 pages of it because it's that long. We're going to be live streaming 3 weekends on the bounce to finish the season off. The first weekend is the 1250, and then I'm just going to quickly go back. So I've just seen a big hand, Ruin. Just a big hand.
Oh wow! Well, Cora's.
They're going in
more often than not going to double up in this spot.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see what Mickey actually does here with the Ace King. And just Mickey opts to just fold the Ace King.
What? Wow.
It's a perfectly timed fold.
Folded the Ace King.
Didn't put a penny in with the big slick. He'll be waiting to tell the table what he folded after. He's not going to do it now because he had 2 of John's outs.
The Ace King folds. Quarter. There's a big chance of doubling up to 16,000. Ace King folded. Ace King calls. Back doors. That's about it.
Yeah, pretty clean.
The old proverbial flip. It's amazing. It always happens. You see it far too often.
It's a good turn for Cora, just fading aces and kings. 3 are in the muck, so going to double up here.
Yes, there we go.
River.
Foldable for Cora, back up to 16,000.
A nice fold from Mickey there with the ace king. Ray, we've got fourth, mate. Fourth,
we got 11.2. Bit of a gut wrencher to finish off with after playing for 3 days. But as he says all the time, that's poker. Well on it. Wanted to bash me head in on last night when he saw me. Wanted to do me in, so he left.
I needed that.
You know what they call Ace King in Vegas?
Win that, and then he obviously has 4 million chips, and then he's up to taking it down. Unfortunately for Jay, it was another final table that was pulling up short. A cracking event. 835 runners in the minute. 835.
Oh, good. If it's meant to be, it comes, isn't it? Wow, you folded it.
Not like they do in Regs. Just got it here, I want to see what's the carnage going on.
I just told you, give the card on the table.
No hurry, no rush. No rush, slow down, baby. Slow down, baby. Shut your eyes for a couple of seconds. Peace.
Raise to 800.
We've got 2 champions on here, you know. Yeah. They're telling me all about David at the break and how good you are.
So John comes in for a limp here with a 10-7 off EP, and Jamie taking advantage of that, trying to get heads up in position versus John.
You did win a bit, didn't you? Sorry? What did you win, Jamie?
John.
Nothing.
Just put chips in, even no actions on Rene.
Always the bride.
You can enjoy it in Vegas.
A bit of information for Rene there. That John was just going to call the 3-bet. He wasn't planning to limp raise, so expect her. She is counting out 3-bet and chips.
I won it the first night we were there.
Raise 3,400.
For all our shows.
Makes it 3.4, like the side as well. Nice 4x, nice and big out of position.
Tell you what, listening to Cora, who's sat there talking, she's been told about Dave Doherty on the champion. She's been told about Jamie Nixon. She's just chatting general chit chat about everything. She's absolutely loving life, loving it. Don't forget, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Twitch is back to normal now. Everything's working after Twitch after 1 for 5 minutes. Twitter, send out your tweets. Let us know where you are. Facebook and YouTube. Plenty of people watching on all those channels. Wherever you are in the world, wherever you may be, if you're sat at the side of the pool watching the live stream like Tony Bedford is, then life is good.
Pass.
Hoodies and sunglasses in seat 1, what is it, 2009?
I don't mind the hoodie because we are in Blackpool. I understand the hoodie, but the sunnies.
It looks a bit like Mickey Pearce and Only Fools. Oh, hi, dear boy. Mickey! Paul Trotter. Say, Del Boy, he's a trotter. Seen Paul on the circuit for most of the year this year.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot.
He has played a lot.
Been a lot of me featured as well.
Small blind, big blind, and after.
Paul Trotter. Yeah, we've seen him on the circuit quite a few times, had a few decent results this year.
What a plonker.
Oh, hi, Del Boy. Marlene. Yeah, Mickey Pearce interviewed him a few years ago, Mickey Pearce, in London. Patrick Murray, I think his name is. It was, yeah. Yeah, it was a year. He plays a lot of cash in the Vic. Played for years. Patrick.
Race to 5.
I had a chat because he played one of the main events on here. Got to grab him, haven't you? See? So, you Mickey Pearce, come here. Have a chat. That was a movie back in the day. Matt. Oi, oi, Fletch. The landlord is on the feature.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's seat 5, Fletch.
Check. 5.
So John out flopping David, although David does have 2 overs and a spade draw.
In that position, you may want to go and move it now. That's anyone who parks on the polars of the casino and the track to make your way and move it on.
Seat 2, Matt Fursman.
Matt's going to welcome us with open arms when we turn up one day at the bottle washer's place.
Good luck to Matt. David getting through the double barrel there with just ace high. Takes it down the worst of it.
Jim says, was he wearing the sunnies and the hoodie? No, but he was wearing the trilby. And that just looked like Mickey Pearce to me. I thought, he's great. Yeah, Patrick Murray. Landlord of the Year finalist. He's in the final 6 of Landlord of the Year. He's our C2, Matt Fursman. Good luck in that. And now playing for the White Lion. It'll be on in the sports area, the White Lion on the big screen. We're recording it to play it in back on a Thursday night when we've got the £10 carnage at the White Lion.
Race to 500.
Really nice hand to open, 7-8 suited in with calf. 4 is in. with the 5-4. To see a flop on the button. John's in the small blind with a 9-6 off.
He's only got to get into telly, hasn't he?
Brad Simpson.
Cook, Brad.
Only been 20 minutes though.
Last up.
4 birds.
Brad Simpson made it up to Blackpool. Did he fall asleep on the train or something? From Southend. He's Chef Brad.
Renee, interesting one this one. We are 4-way, but I wouldn't mind seeing it continue. Can go either way here. Obviously, it's a lot more difficult to get through 3 players, but in terms of range, we're going to have the stronger hands on this board, so it does opt to continue and gets called from 4-up.
Oh, Jim. Oh, it's a great one, this one. This is full of characters.
5 hours, so it's a
17.
Are you ready now?
All in.
Aye, the lot's in. Go on, Cora. Turns 2 pair. I bet she shows as well. Bet she shows them. Yeah, I told you. There you go. Have the 5-4. I'll show. I don't mind showing me cards. I've got the lot. Loving it is our Cora.
Trying to watch David, the champion.
It's fun though, that.
Yeah, 150k.
I told Ron, you know Ron, I said to him, I've got a champion on my team. He says, watch it.
Normal setting, really, isn't it? Until you get to that point, that
You've just got to go crazy.
Get crazy early.
Watch it back afterwards and then you can see what I have. You don't have to comment this even I have. Just
Well, Chef Brad getting a bit of TV time. Not been on the circuit too often, he's been busy. Not cooking for us though.
No.
Such a poor year from Chef Brad for the team.
I can't get over what Jim said. I keep looking at it now.
5. Pass. 5. Pass. 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 Call. Pass. What's up?
I had a stroke, you see, and I'm a bit weak now. Bag. Yeah. Just move me a bag. Cherry skull weird.
You need a hand, are you alright?
You're right then. Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
So Dave here continuing straight away with the Kings on a really dry board. Gets a call from John with the ace-5. Jack of clubs on the turn. Should really change anything from David's perspective.
Yes, thank you.
Obviously from John already, Dave will be aware there's plenty of 9x that aren't on the folding turn, so he'll be coming in for a second street, and John may even get sticky with 4s for 8s. So just trying to build the pot with our Kings here, but as we can see, the ace-5 will have a hard time continuing. John just didn't play.
Did you know Ron, don't you? Ron. You just had to make me watch him all the time and see what he does. Learn, he said,
Cora's been getting all the chips of the break on all the players around the table. She's loving life.
Remember, at the beginning.
Satellised in last night. 3 seats. Ship leader on the table. Got herself a seat. Northern to Cora. In the final satellite for Blackpool. There is one tonight. Live. The cash out satellite.
Yep.
15k, get to 150, off you go. You know Ron, don't you? As if all the table knows the local lads. She's loving it. The boots for Jamie Nixon. Final table in Edinburgh this year. Oh! We got action!
This is between these two. We are effective very deep. We are very, very deep. We're like 85 big blinds deep still here, so at 100, 200. So I'm not sure if it will go in, but the thing is as well, I think from Dave's perspective here, like once he cold fours out of the big blind, I don't think Jamie's ever going to be at it when he comes back over the top.
54.
But with this particular size that David's opted for, he's actually opted for like a 3.5x, more than 3.5x 4-bet here. Interesting to see how Jamie's going to proceed here with the aces. Whether he's going to flat or whether he just thinks David, after he opts for this size, is just going to be so weighted towards value, which I think is going to be the case a lot of the time. Jamie's already seen the ace-5. Yeah, I don't mind it. I like the call tower here. Jamie just keeping his range wide. We can still have 10s, jacks, ace-queen suited perhaps in this spot. When we 5-bet, it just condenses to a few hands. So he's just keeping range very wide in this particular scenario. And on the 6-5-3 board, this is a meaningless board here for both players. 6s, 5s and 3s are not going to be a thing in this particular spot. Neither player can ever have a straight. So it's down to who's got the better overpair. Yes, there's some ace-king in there for Dave Doherty as well. Jamie can also have ace-king that didn't elect a 5-bet. But on this low board texture, it's a great flop from both players from each of their perspectives. And Dave now here with the kings, 4-bet pot, so don't have to go big with our continue size.
No, small.
Yep, like it, 2.5. Like we're not worried about a 4 rolling off tower. We're not worried about a 7 rolling off, like put a 4-liner to a straight, because neither opponent are ever going to have any like 7x, 8x in this particular scenario, the way the hand's played. So like the 4-liner to the straights are irrelevant. It's down to the situation of like the ace-king and the overpairs, like jacks plus. So like this is an irrelevant card because there's no 4x out there. Yes, from a someone that's just started playing the game, you might think straight away, oh no, there's 4 to a straight out there now, but it just can't be. Neither opponent should ever have a 4 here. Maybe on the odd occasion, Dave might 3-bet ace-4, cold 4, ace-4 suited, but against Jamie, this stage of the tournament, I just think we can eradicate that from his range. So now it's just down to who has the best overpair. All in from Dave Doherty. Jamie's going to snap with the aces, and David can just see. Yeah, David just sees he's on the end of a dirty call-up, but it was always going to go in on this particular board texture. And aces versus
Any 4s
kings.
about?
Yeah, 4 for a chop.
It isn't. Oh, Dave Doherty departs. Oh, has he got Jamie covered? He has got Jamie covered. He's down to 7. Jamie gets a full double up to 34,000.
Yeah, Jim, it's hard to know what the effective big blinds are when you forget what blind level we're on. I wasn't sure if it's 300 or 200. Right now, 5-10 seconds to figure out what level we're on.
Essentially, fine players make their way to slash 4 through new tables.
It's got to be good, actually. It took like a minute before you bet the flop.
And shoulder bets. Those players will feast on a new 1-2 blow.
I know. There's got to be some.
Life. I'm glad to have these.
Think when he just calls, I'm like, ooh, David. He life was king.
Please, Andrew, and please seats on field 5, 1-2.
So good play down, well played on. Well played on Jamie and Dave. Dave coming up short with the Cowboys. Level 3 of the day. GUKPT Blackpool. 3 cash tables running. There's a list for a 4th. Going to play cash, you don't want to play the main event until the Saturday starts at 9. Come along. Afternoon, Josh. Afternoon, Josh.
So Matt getting involved for the first time on a feature table. Ace 10 usage.
The White Lion waits.
Yep. Well, perfectly fine to open this hand. Flopping 9-5, 3 2 diamonds. So Paul Trotter out flopping the Ace 10 of Matt. Paul going to be playing in flow, checks it over. Don't need to go too big here with our continuous Matt, but light decision for him to continue. Hoping. Wow, it's not big. 1.8 into 1500 here. This is a huge continue size here, Tower. This is pretty big from Matt. And Paul still makes the call with the 5-6. Turn is the Queen of Spades. Oh, already 5.1k in the middle. And Matt going to take a free one on this Queen of Spades turn.
What's your name again, sorry?
And the river is the Three of Hearts, and we've got an easy check here as Paul Trotter. Versus that, sometimes like we may block bet this spot, but versus that particular c-bet size, I'd prefer to see a check. But Paul's just going to come straight out for a bet here with what looks like 3k. Maybe trying to get specifically called by ace high, but Matt thinks better on it and gets out of the way with the ace 10. I just think it's very difficult for us to ever get called by a worse hand there with R5, especially for that sizing, but Paul will have reasons and takes that one down.
Not really. I wish we were somewhere warm, don't you all? Don't we all?
Well, you go to Vegas,
When it's direct flights, yes.
I'll be walking.
Be a wild like Virgin said, there's no demand. Florida.
Cheers, Josh. Thanks for tuning in.
Florida with Disney World, no direct.
Afternoon, Josh. Afternoon, everybody in the chat. Blackpool GUKPT well underway. Side events have been phenomenal.
And I can't manage 11 hours.
And then a 4:30 left, and there they are. Leeds,
Anyway,
Luton, playing Luton next week. Bolton and Edinburgh, the final events for the NPL. Get your points in. If you're looking at the leaderboard, we'll quickly show you the leaderboard as well. There it is. The leaderboard is there, and as you can see now, there are 7 diamond packages, and we expect another one to be added with the money collected. Because Blackpool is going to be huge. We'll get confirmation maybe before the end of Blackpool, but definitely as we get to London's first event, and it could be 8 diamond packages. So you're shooting off the 30-30s. There they are: Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh for the final 30-30s. The £400 buy-in, 50,000 guaranteed tournaments. Good luck if you're chasing the points. Any queens about?
Any full houses about, Tower?
Yes, it.
Rene flopping a boat here with 8's full on the Queen 8 board. So opts to check. Check over to David here. Got the King 7 suited on the button. Will be fairly Queen X heavy. He's going to have some Queen Jacks, Queen 10s, Queen 9 suited, King Queens, those type of holdings. So can plausibly represent. That's exactly what he's going to do. About 800. And Rene here should just be flattened. I think Tower against this particular opponent who can have a whole host of bluffs. I think we're just going to flat here in position. We're going to hear about a queen anyway. David's going to double the barrel of the turn with the queen regardless, so we can start getting value on later streets, but want to keep some club draws in, some gut shots that David can have. And on this particular occasion, a complete airball, David just firing in terms of all the Queen X that he should perceivably have on the button. And white flag now, once Rene calls once. Rene would probably check some 9s, 10s, jacks, even aces and kings can check this board 3 ways, so David's going to be aware of that. And now Rene got to think about this one. What are we trying to get value from? David's probably not going to check back a queen on the turn, so what does his range look like to us? Like a lot of the time it is going to be pretty bluff heavy, because you do expect a lot of Queen X to continue betting on the turn. So Rene, if she really thinks about this one, she might come in for a check Tower. Like, it's unlikely. David can bet 8x on the flop, but we've got 2 8s in our hand, so it's unlikely for him to have an 8. So I guess Rene trying to target. I'm not really sure, but I know we can see the cards. Might have been a decent spot for a check, try and induce from David after he checks back turn. Maybe he can have some 9s and 10s in there that are elected to flat or open. 3, 7, 6s. I doubt they're going to be betting flop too often. Renee takes it down with the boat.
Hey Paul, well look at your corner, pulls out a packed lunch. You know you're stereotyping. Do you know what? When you were rummaging in the bag, I were expecting a pack of boiled sweets coming out of the table. You know, anybody got a sweet? There you got boiled sweets. Chocolate and limes, anybody? I was thinking exactly the same when she was rummaging in the bag. Pulling out the sandwiches and the sweets for the table. GUKPT level 3 of the day, lines 1, 2 with a 2.
Sakura. Fruity open under the gun, Jack 6 suited. Matt's going to call the King 10, that's going to bring Renee along with nice hand to defend. Getting this particular price.
Check.
Thing is, she looks like she's loving it as well, Tower,
Absolutely.
which is great to see. Like,
absolutely, we've not seen the flop. Ace 6-5, bets the ace, gets the win. Thanks for coming.
Let's put her back over starting.
Actually, I think it's not that.
Sorry,
Is it on the camera? Yeah.
I prefer raise 500.
The boots have moved around this time to Dave Doherty. Makes it 500. Corner's coming in for a defend on the old big blind with the old King 10 off.
Yeah, perfectly fine, Tower.
10, Queen 6.
Now Cora's already doubled David Doherty up once.
Again.
That looks like a big bet.
Is that 3,000?
Yeah, 4,000.
3,000 into 1.7. Okay. Dave says I'm all in. His final 5.3. Corey, it's 2.3 to call.
Yeah, once we bet this size, Tower, have to call this off now, unfortunately for us, but opted for a huge flop bet.
Dave's not confident. Dave's not confident at all. King 10. Everything turns around to Dave and says, good luck.
It's a good turn. Clean.
Yep. And still clean again. The aces get the double.
Dave doubles the second time on the feature. Was back up to around 20, but ran kings into aces of Jamie Nixon. Back in it again. Roller coaster session already for him.
Like 6 all in.
I didn't see it, I just saw it.
367, the last event we had in Blackpool back in 2019. Matt Eardley coming out champion, splitting the money with Terry Jordan minus the 5k. Played one hand, Matt Eardley won it. Rich Kellett third. Luke Marsh was fourth. Will McMurray was fifth. Tom Hall just got in the money when he finished 34th. Some numbers will get smashed this week.
Cora, 11x with the threes, love it.
11x with the threes, and he bets them out. Seats number 9 would have been Simon Zach, but he's not in the building, so I don't know why his stats in the list as they come round, but that would be Simon Zach in seat number 9.
He was the, I think, the winner, wasn't it? It's Chop out third.
In third, Simon.
Third.
Chopped it up slightly. They're slightly chopped still because I know Simon took 24. So whatever chop it was, Simon ended up. They locked 24. They basically put 3 prizes out, first, second, and third, and then carried on playing. So it was 24 for third.
Right. Okay.
So whatever, however they chopped it. Took it off. There were some good names in there. Sam Akerdick getting a 64th place. Paul Green, 66th. Fabian Towers, 68th. Don Mahoney cashed as well. John Barsfield, Ryan Mandara, plenty of names on there. Cashing. Weebrick 23rd. Brian Clark. As we come back to the table, Dave Doherty got any hands that he doesn't play that aren't kings, aces, and kings. Ace, king. Kings, aces, kings, Rennie.
Just cool. Mixing it up, like it. I think alarm bells do go off when we do the rebet.
Dodgy flop. 9, 6, Jack, all spades.
Now Cora's going to fire with her up and down.
Absolutely.
I think after what we've just seen from Cora Tower, we could see David potentially jam this 10k into 7k. A lot of the time, assuming we're planning flow, turn's going to get checked through. Yeah, big fan, like it. Once we flat this pre, Cora's just going to get out of the way with a 7-8. And I think David was just thought, I'm going to get snapped off by Jack, so let's get it in here. Blockers top pair. On this occasion, Cora not going to be able to call her up and down. Kings twice, aces once. Flop trips with the ace-5.
Yep. I'm still under start step.
Yeah. Well, the Kings, first Kings were into aces. Just unfortunate.
McLean, Mason, James McLean, Jonathan Stokes.
500.
Is Jack Hardcastle already in Vegas? Why we've not seen him in Blackpool?
I'm not sure if he's gone Tower. He probably has. I'm guessing we haven't seen him here this week.
Are you in Blackpool anyway?
Probably getting him number 1 for the person that knocks out 4.
I'm from Newcastle, but I live in. You're in every pub.
You can see my cards, you know why.
All raised 5.
Gordon just said to Jamie, is that a Scouse accent? Where are you from? He went, Newcastle. Said, well, I live in Leeds.
Heads up.
Heads up to the flop, Queen 10, Rennie. A-side flop for Mickey.
Yeah, situation where Mickey should be planning flow and Renee should be c-betting this flop almost always. We've got equity to the nuts in terms of gut shot. It's ace high, it's going to be favourable for us as the opener.
400.
And Mickey here just wants to be calling. That's our only option in this spot. No need to raise, obviously we can't fold, so just want to call and take some turns. which is the 8 of diamonds, and now this where decision's going to occur for Rene. Flop decision pretty standard, but we can choose to double barrel this hand some of the time. Still going to be a more favourable board for our range. We still got equity to our gut shot. As well, we can start applying pressure to some King Queen, King Jack, King 10 that Mickey's going to have in the small blind, but opts for the check, which is perfectly fine as well. You can go either way, sometimes depending on who the opponent is in the small blind. The river is the 3 of spades, so Mickey here with the best of it with A7. So going to come in for some value. We now do chop with all other ace-X, which wasn't 2 pair on the turn. It's a better 2k. And Rene just can't do anything here with the Queen 10, but get out of the way. But the only hand we beat in this situation is Jack 10. Unless Mickey's going to be peeling some 4 or 5 suited, I guess we're ahead of that as well, but Queen High here just way too low down range to be flicking in the hero, and Rene makes the correct decision, gets out of the way. Pick up for Mickey Walton and 7.
Big line, please.
From the cuts off 10, 2, 3. Another 10 to 3 from 25 to 4. It's just not 10 high flop for John in C. Number 5, John Hall comes in with a bet. So we'll like the over betting in a minute. Pot of 900, we bet 1.5.
Jamie just aware versus that size.
Yep.
Going to be a sticky situation with our 5, so let's it go. Get this to lay down from him.
$40,000 chip. Jump.
Please, 2 2.
Don't forget to check the Poker Live app.
Now attention please,
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch.
In between the bollards and the tram tracks, there is a traffic warden currently outside who is giving out tickets. So anyone who has placed their car
100 entries so far for day 1
anyone who's got in the bollards of the casino and the tram tracks, you will pay.
It's been 10 eliminations today.
There's been more than that, so I think.
Has there?
500.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 up till now. We have lost.
Go on then.
Russell Halsworth, Philip Tate, Paul Green,
4 green,
Mitch Hyden, Patrick Farley, Philip Tate again, Martin Frey, Mark Dyson, George Demetrio, Arthur Harvey, Darren Naylor, and Raggy's just bust, James Clark. So 12 gone already, which is actually quite low from what we've been used to this year so far.
It is. Arthur Harvey, the Colonel. Final table with Blackpool a few years ago, did Arthur? The random video guy. Good afternoon. The woman on the channel sounds like that mean, hey, let's go. That'd be Dina. Shouting on the channel. Yeah, the traffic warden's been wandering around apparently.
Empties. Thank you. Now on the tee run. Again. Got it easy here. So King's out again, this time for John. Comes in for the limp. Okay, he doesn't come in for a limp, makes it 1k. The full 5x, and Rene's got the ladies. What is this clash of hands this session? We had Ace King v Ace King v Queen, we've had Aces v Kings. Now we're going to see how this one unfolds. And against this open size and John's stack size, I think this is probably just going to go all in free. I think Rene's going to probably free bet to about 3k, 3.5k. And John then just going to shove. And then we'll obviously have to pull it off. 3.8. Yeah, 3.8, just sub 4x. Perfectly fine sizing. And John now with the Kings only got one option. And it's going to go. Rene's going to snap call. And she's going to see that she's on the wrong end of a caller. Yeah, dinner breaks always at 4:15. So it will be at 4:45 on live stream because we are on a half-hour delay. Just going to cover this hand because John on his way to a double, get back to starting stack, and that's not the cleanest of flops. Now we're going to fade hearts as well as a queen. There's a 9 of spades on the turn, so fading hearts and queen, and the 8 of spades on the river. So the Kings of John Hall in seat 5. Going to get the double. Unfortunate for Rene there. It's just a cooler, not much we can do.
9.8. 1,000 more.
I never normally book when I'm on early after really
Deuces for Jamie Nixon, EP.
500.
Makes it 500 to go. Mickey with a King 5 suited here. I much prefer this than a flat. Incorporating in light free bet. Like it suited King. Got the little blocker in there as well for some removal purposes. And we've been fairly snug as well as Mickey on this featured table, so maybe aware of how he's perceived to be playing and using that to his advantage. So now Rene here with the King Jack suited in the small blind. Wouldn't mind just seeing her let this one go. We still got Jamie to act behind us, so like the fold from her, I know we can see she did have the best of it versus Mickey. But Cora's going to come in for the cold call with a 9-8 off. I love how this lady's playing. Early stages, giving us some entertainment. In with a call. Yeah, flops the best of it on 9-6-4. 2 spades. Double check. Yep, you got top pair. And she's just all in for 9.5 into 4K. 2.75x pop. Vicky's just going to have to fold, but Cora flopping top pair. Going to show the 9. There it is. Just love to see it. Nice hand for Cora in seat 4. And Can't blame Mickey for his free bet, using his image to his advantage, but Cora just come in with a cold call and flop top pair, and not much we can do versus that shove. Like a boss indeed. Lovely.
T-Boy's here. Yeah. T-Boy's back.
500.
Call of the Wizard. Could you try and clarify this for the London schedule, please? On Monday, Tuesday, after the first weekend of the schedule, the website says there's a 400-minute, which is not showing on the app. We'll get clarification from Jim. We'll let you know.
600.
Yeah, confirm these things.
Check. Check. Where's that?
We're looking for King High. Any good? You don't really want to
I'll show you if you want.
before or after I
After you've passed. After you've passed. Can't show you before, now come on. I know he's joking, aren't you?
Ah, this is why he's the champion.
Yeah. Champion.
You know what's worrying me? I've got King High, but it might be on the face.
Cora coming in for the bluff here versus David. Just Queen High here, and Dave Doherty thinking about calling this one off. Just King High. So Cora actually floated the flop with Queen 9 to bluff River. How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples, Luton champion? How'd you like them?
I was on it.
You got the trophy, but I've got the heart.
I'll say that I love the champion for the first
Oh, Vicky
time.
loved that one.
It's in the notebook. She's loved the champion for the first time.
At least I'm honest, aren't I?
You're right. Is that what you had that before as well? Same man?
No.
Yeah, I know. I was seeing it was at the Queen.
Hey dear, let's quickly run through the schedule for London. Have a butchers. Where's the London? That's the first weekend, which is that. So we move on to the second weekend. And on
What's on this one, David?
Where's the Mini's the first weekend, ain't it? It's on the Monday after the first weekend. Our Mini's Sunday, 21st, 22nd of November.
And it's not on the app.
370.
The main event is on the, what day is that?
That will be the 21st. It will kick off.
You're absolutely right, young man. We will try and find out why it's not on the app. We will try and find out why the minimum of £370 is not on the app. Nice shout. Nice shout from Jelly. Thank you very much indeed. But yet the London schedule is absolutely huge. And we'll show you that over the course of the weekend. But we will find out why we need it.
Champion for the first time, yeah.
5 players.
Queen 8-5 Rainbow. John's 5-way here. It's not there for Renee. Flopping the best of it. So expect her to be firing once check to her. Want to be thinning the field down here. We've got a strong hand. Can be getting value from worse as well.
This is my stroke side, I apologise, making a mess. No, I'm not.
That's how you're making a
Say
mess
that
of.
I bluffed the champion.
You should just listen before you got here, man. Absolutely ruined me.
You know what Ron said? He said have fun. You know Ron? He said have fun.
I've had
That
this
was,
time of my life.
yeah, honestly, that was great for the game, that.
I was so honestly, I was so sure you were bluffing, but my hand was so bad. Like, I just didn't bring myself to follow.
I bet, you know, Jay's talking about that head in front of you. Got bluff. To get some chips somehow.
Oh, it'd be great, Jim, wouldn't it? It would be great.
It's not even that.
Raise the fire. You are for a while. 500.
What's in there? Oh, I couldn't think of anything worse. The taste.
Licorice, apples, grapes.
Check.
So yeah, we've informed the app guys and Jim, and we will be sorting out the app regarding the minute. The minute is there.
So overbet here from Mickey on the river, 3k into 2.7, slightly north of pot. Trying to maybe make it look like a bluff, make it look like he's trying to fold out some ace highs while he's up for this size. And sixes here for Matt. A bit of a predicament, but looks like Matt's going to pay this one off. He's looking at his chips. There's a lot we lose to, but what might be going through his head is you don't expect 9x, 7x to ever go this size, so once Mickey goes over pot here, probably the worst hand he's ever going to have in value is a 10 in this particular scenario, so that might be why Matt's thinking about paying this particular spot off with the sixes. Like we do beat some bluffs out of the big blind, you can have a whole host of 8x that is elected to bluff all over. 10-8 is the best hand, and Mickey, nice little value from him on the end there, probably max. Back up to just sub-starting.
Don't forget, if you are planning on playing at the grand final, there are satellites and packages for all grand final events online. Get on Grosvenor Poker for the satellites that you want to play an event for. Some great value on there. The UK Heads Up Championship, the UK Six Max, both playing down to 2 tables. And also, a bit of inside information coming out of the Towers Gob.
Okay.
The 25-25s, there are 4 before Christmas. First one is going to be in Walsall, 9th till the 12th of December. Your very own The Tower will be playing Walsall. And then we have Luton. The same weekend as Walsall, there is Newcastle. And then Luton
1.6.
I've got an event on the 16th to the 19th, 25-25. And an interesting concept, Leeds and Bury New Road have a 25-25, but they have a collective pool.
Not a lot of people
So
can
you
say
are
that.
playing the final day in Leeds, but they'll be adding the prize pools together. Ah, that could be a biggie.
Yeah, that could, the Leeds and Manchester one.
That could be a biggie. So we'll be sharing that all weekend.
Is there a guarantee on this event, Tal?
25,000 guarantee, £250 buy-in.
On the 1k?
On the 1k for this one?
Yeah. It's pointless even putting guarantees on these events. This will get £500,000 prize pool easily. Easily £500,000.
Yeah.
it will walk the 500,000. But yeah, this year, because of obviously post-pandemic, it's not been the guarantees that need to be on them.
No, they used to be 200k for
the 1Ks.
For the 1Ks, but they have been smashing it out of the park, and it's nearly impossible to ask any of the companies just to put themselves at risk with a massive guarantee. So it has just been smashed out of the park.
So Jamie now with Kings. I think we've seen Kings 5 times this in the first hour of this second session of the day.
I think you're right.
Makes it 1.6. Maybe it's Dave's. Dave looks like he's got a decision here, Tal. Maybe it's his turn to get the aces. Oh, always 9 of clubs.
I think Mickey's still tripping away at the bluff that Cora showed him.
Yeah, and what David's thinking here is Jamie going to be ISO in this spot very wide because Cora and John both limping here, not going to be too strong, so Jamie happy to go post with them in position. So David was perhaps thinking about the 3-bet bluff of that particular hand, but thought better of it, and Cora's in with the Queen Jack of Diamonds, and that's going to bring John in with a 6-5 of spades, and we got 3-way action in this 3-bet pot. Jamie with the best of it and position.
All depends on the flop. But it's a king eye flop. Delicious flop for Jamie.
Yeah, I was just about to say, can incorporate a check in here. It's hard for either opponent to ever have top pair. Jamie's going to like this turn.
I love anyone to have an ace. Love it.
So better 2k here from Cora. So just north of third. And I think if we're Jamie here, we just want to flat, keep some bluffs in that Cora's had. She's already shown that she's capable once she bluffed David. Just want to flatten position. We've got all ace X drawing dead that aren't 2-pair. And the 3 of hearts on the river. So the 6-5 would have actually made the nuts. Cora now checks over to Jamie. Working with about 1.2 X pot. Jamie just moving all in, and it's going to be a quick fold from Cora with the Queen Jack.
Ruthless, these kids on Cora. Ruthless they are.
You should have called it. Did you
25 are on their way back for this side of Christmas. Walsall, Luton, Newcastle and Leeds and Berrynooth Road combined. That's a great idea. Like that.
His blinds are now up, playing 100, 300. Last level before the hour dinner break.
700.
So open from Renee with a 7-8 of clubs, perfectly fine under the gun. Need some hands like this in there. Looks like we're going to get called in nearly every spot. Paul here with 9s in the small. Just comes straight in for the squeeze. After all this dead money in front of him, makes it 3.2k. Sizing is really, really small here. Paul. He's opted.
It is 500.
Yeah, well, he's opted for 4.5x here, but once we get all these calls, I don't even mind making it like 5, 6k here. I just think this is going to struggle to get through a lot of the time. I've got 9s. There's going to be hands that can call us that are going to have good equity post flop. We're going to be out of position in the small.
You tell him to.
Like if it gets through this, man, it's going to get through, but Gonna prefer every art, gonna squeeze with the 9s there with all that dead money, sizing up a little more as Paul.
No, honestly,
It's just a very small size that we're opting for here.
I bet you wish you didn't.
Looks really, really strong from Paul actually here. Once he knows his size, it looks like he's really at the top of his range, but still got a decent hand in terms of 9s.
Honestly,
How's John going to proceed with the pocket 8s?
I know, yeah.
My problem was I did it the first time.
I thought you were on the line.
I thought it was maybe like an offensive joke. I was more interested in
What wasn't that offensive?
I mean, I'm all over offensive jokes.
Just insult people.
They'll get worse.
Does John know something?
He does, he's going to get it.
Through the snowman. And all the folded, just Mickey and Dave have already folded 3, so they're not even in the hand. Oh, can we just say that Mr. Come and stand behind us. Here he is. Golfer extraordinaire. There he is, Mr. Neil Wolf is in the building. How you doing, pal?
Good, how are you?
What's happening? Why are you not in Portugal?
Next week.
No, well, so you had to come home and change the smalls, is that what it was?
Yeah, get rid of the Euros and get back over there.
How are you?
Good, mate, thank you. Are you?
Yeah, all good, all
Well
good.
done to Jake last night. Good
Yeah.
result. Thank you. Good result.
Nice one. Is Emma playing?
Cheers, yeah.
Won a ticket?
Yeah.
Won a satellite.
To a play too.
You were just rubbish, you're not playing it.
I'd rather just throw the pound notes at it.
Absolutely. Anybody want another golf lesson? This guy's the man plays off 1. Plays off scratch. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Plays off scratch, plays in the Algarve, lives in, goes to Portugal. Just an amazing, I'll tell you what. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, there you go. Hey. There you go. Yeah, good. Really enjoyed it. So, best course in the UK. Come on. Come on, give us a shout. Carnoustie. Oh, we're on it.
1.3.
Carnoustie. Followed by Hillside. Beautiful. Southport Hillside. Plays off scratch. Anybody want to walk around the golf course with some clubs? Be good when Neil Wolf is in the building. We'll take your money off you. Renee 3 bets to 4.3. Neil Wolf is playing Blackpool tomorrow with the missus, so I want to see it online. Which is good stuff.
Smash his mouse.
Goal.
Paul sees the flop. Standard or pretty loose with the 8-7?
Fine. Button versus Big Blind versus Rene. Rene opted for 3.5x. We're deep enough to pill this hand. It's going to flop very well. We've got position on Rene. I don't mind it for Paul. I'm probably going to pill this particular hand on the button. Like, it's better to pill this than like an ace-8 or something like that tower. It's just, we're going to be less likely to be in a dominated spot. We've got good playability, but on this particular flop there's not much we can do to get out of the way. We're going to have to fold here as Paul. Don't mind the call pre from him. Button versus Big Blind dynamic, but in this particular scenario now we're going to have to get out of the way. But he just comes in for a raise to 7.5, and it's going to work. Rene's got a particular combo of ace king with the ace of clubs in it that should reduce Paul's bluffs, but Paul just coming in for absolute airball here on Jack 5-3, 2 clubs versus Rene. Maybe he just picked up on something, and if he has, fair play to the man. He's picked up on a little live read and just sensed weakness and just gone for it, but there's certainly better candidates that we can pick to raise this flop. This one, just a whole host of nothing. And Rene with the ace-king here, got to think about what hands Paul's supposed to have for value here. Maybe some slow played over pairs, although we do block aces and kings, so probably only queens in there. Oh, this is good for Rene Tower. She's found the call here with ace high.
Brilliant stuff.
Pings the king
Pings
on
it.
the turn. That's the thing, maybe she just thought, what are you repping here, Mr. Trotter? What, you got a set of threes or a set of fives? Which are probably going to flat in this dynamic, so value range just becomes so small. Unless he wants to raise a hand like Ace Jack or King Jack, which is top pair. But Paul, like I thought it might work on this occasion, but over the long run he's going to be burning a fair amount of chips. Obviously he may have had his reasons, like we said, he may have had a read, but now Renee just moves all in. And I'm surprised she didn't check this one over, but just coming in for the shove after moving all in, and Paul got there. Easiest fold. I'm really surprised to see him raise this flop with this particular hand tower. And
does he continue his story on the turn if she checks?
Maybe, he might do. But the thing is, he's just so thin. Like the hands he's meant to have in this spot for value, what's he supposed to have? Like, I just think sets are going to be flattened so often in position to keep Renee's bluffs in. So what have we got there when we raise flop? And it's not much. It's not much. We need to be telling credible stories in these spots, especially against someone who's competent like Renee. Renee, good thinking player, so got to be telling a credible story. And in that particular scenario, story doesn't really check out.
I was just genuinely thinking like the way the table was going. Obviously it's getting
Sorry, we're talking to you. I thought it was
Yeah, she's been playing a long time on these tours. She plays every leg, I believe. She had some results as well. She had a few final tables. Closest she ever come was Leeds in 2017, was runner-up, second place in the Leeds main event back in 2017. But always there, always making deep runs.
Awesome.
So Matt opening the bottom with an ace, perfectly fine once folded to us. Opening the a6 off. Renee not thinking about flatting here. If she wants to continue, we're going to have to continue in the form of a free bet with the king 7 off. Obviously just facing button opening range, you've got the king blocker in there, and just straight away attacks the open of Matt. Out the small blind, very nice from her, and gets it through, just making moves, making good calls, playing very well so far today.
Guess what's on?
I mean, you love one of those.
Should we do some Grim Reaper him?
Uh-oh.
Who have we got?
Oh, we lost.
Who
Go on.
We lost?
Give us the bad news.
Right, since Raggy's bust out, we've lost Mark Paul, Gavin Swindle, Chris Johnson, Lillian Welch.
Oh, Lillian, she final table did 30-30, didn't we?
Yes, she did. Dave Thomas, and we've just lost Paul Green again.
No way.
Yes way.
Paul Green. Twice. That's not been a good day for Paul. Went here with the Jack 5, raising on the button. Oi, oi! Any Cowboys about?
Well, it's the best time I've seen all the
Here's the final call for Jonathan Stovall for a season of 1-2-1.
3 bet it is for 3.2. John Wright coming for the action with the 5s. Nope, decides to get out of the way. He's folded the 8 before, so now he's folded the 5s. Rennie gets out of the way. The Cowards, she'll show the Kings. Have them. Afternoon, Stevie W. I'm guessing that's Steve Warburton.
It could well be.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's well.
It's crazy how often happens.
Live stream from Blackpool. We had over 100 runners in the mix. I'll check out the poker live
Make
app.
yourself in a 4-bet pot. There's just someone there.
It's not. Sorry, Steve. There's a lot of Steve W's around. We are on 108. So Mickey raises to 700 under the gun. Paul comes in for the call. Matt comes in. Renee's got the hooks.
Yeah, I saw that right after. Are you getting that?
So this should be a 3-bet. Might be same size bet again, 3.2. It's about 2.9. Cora comes in with the 8-9 of diamonds. I'm having some of that, she says. Little bit loose, but we know how Cora plays. Loving life, enjoying the live stream, loving poker. Won a seat last night on the feature table, entertaining the masses. Blackpool local, loving it. And now we have to get out of the way because Paul jams, Renee should call, and Cora should get out of the way. Oh, Cora, what are you doing? Cora, what are you doing with the 8-9? It's not time to go home yet, you're entertaining us. Oh.
Suited connector, get it in.
Call, bet, call, raise, call, jam, call. Wow. Last team with the 8-9. Maybe the tea's going cold in the background or something like that. So somebody just told us that it's time to go home at 4:10. Cora. Drawing a rather thin now.
Yeah, unlucky for Renee as well because the ace has come.
Days.
So Cora's dead. She's out no matter what. And it looks like it's going to be a treble.
It is indeed.
For the ace-9.
Oh, Cora, you've entertained us. You've enjoyed it yourself.
Bye, champion.
She loves Dave Doherty. Bye, champion, she shouts. She's absolutely loving it. She tried her best, she said.
To say I've had a stroke. I didn't do too
And
well.
she's bluffed the champion.
She's got a story to tell.
Absolutely. Nice one, Cora. Shift that table. So go and see Mark on the side. Get herself out. Here we go. Help her out. She's been a superstar. Local lady. Good old Cora. Well done, you. She's enjoyed it. Oh, what can you say? What can you say? Won a seat last night. Online.
Open feature table.
She loved being on the same table as Jamie and Dave and everybody else. Now, public enemy number 1 is C1 Paul Trotter. Poker, live poker will never die. Not ever. And now Cora's left, we might as well look what's round happening. Look at the hats, what's that all about? That's a nice hat when you're having a massage. I'm guessing that is not Cora's hat, and that's the guy's hat who's having the massage.
Funny story about that guy. I'll come back to it in a moment.
There's Raggy, these are the out tables, Raggy's there, sat beside his band.
Back down to reality.
Recognised on this card room pan here live in Blackpool. Mark Dyson. The Kelster is already final tabled. Oh, you're a bubble of the final table yesterday, the minute. Final table of last GUKPT here in Blackpool, and we've got about 50,000 already. So, look at this card. There's another hat. There's two of them. There's two hats.
There's Cook Brad next to Tom Hall.
He'll be telling him stories. Oh, I've been busy this year. I've been cooking all summer.
The only person that wears a picture of himself on their top.
Absolutely.
So
loves it.
The guy that Cara's got his hat on last night, I'm outside
Yeah.
with Ludo. He comes out and he asks if he's going to get in. He's wearing these rarey trainers. They're colourful, they're multicoloured. And he asks if he goes out, if he's going to get in anywhere. And Ludo goes, probably not. So him and Ludo proceed to swap shoes. And he's taking Ludo's shoes and Ludo's wearing his rarey trainers. So him and Ludo have done a shoe swap so he can go out.
No way.
Him and Ludo.
You can wear what you want in Blackpool. You can walk in a mankini and probably still get in.
But it was funny because Ludo had a blazer on, a shirt, he was all dapper, and then suddenly got these blokes multicoloured trainers on.
Barry Neville, afternoon Barry. Sheffield Wednesday's finest. Fell out of bed, too. Fell out of bed. I've already an earthquake in Rotherham.
So Matt making it 600 to go.
How do you fall out of bed? Like anybody.
Sinking.
Well, Cora's gone now. Can we just shut the live stream down for the day?
That's it. We're done for the day. Cora's off the table.
I don't know if Ludo's in yet, is he?
Not yet. I haven't seen him today.
No.
He said he was playing yesterday, so.
They can't win unless you can ace.
108 at the
No,
minute.
not
108. I said 140 would be a good line for day 18. Don't forget tonight, starting at 9, is the main event cash out satellite. You get yourself 15,000 chips. If you make it 10x to 150, you walk out the door with a seat. We'll see if we can get Cora. See if we can have a chat with her a bit later. I've done it 5 times in 3 months, bad dreams. I'm not surprised. It's probably every Saturday after Sheffield Wednesday we've got smashed in again.
So back-to-back 3 bets for Mickey.
Oi, oi.
This time less legitimate holding. King 5 suited.
Every time you say Mickey, I think it's C1.
Second time we've actually seen him 3-bet this hand. Maybe King 5 suited in there with some of the hands to balance. Now John with the pocket 8s after Rene folds. John working with 14.7k. Already seen him fold once to a 3-bet with this particular holding. Bit of a different dynamic in this particular scenario though. The way he's posturing here and looking at Mickey, looks like he's going to opt to fold this one again. Oh, he is going to call this one. So Mickey does have position in the betting lead. King 3 deuce rainbow. I'd like to see a check here from Mickey Tower on this particular board after we 3-bet the King 5 suited. That's nice from him.
Nice one. It's exactly that.
Yeah, it's a good check.
It's a 7.
Like it's a very good hand to come in for a check once we make top pair, and now we can start getting value on the turn after it's been checked to us twice, which is almost always going to have the best hand. So want to start extracting value from some 4s, 5s, 6s, 8s, 9s, 10s perhaps that are in there. Maybe some backdoor diamond draws that our opponent can have. Opts for 2k, so in between third and quarter. And probably going to get a street here from John with the 8s. John will probably be calling once after the particular flop action, after it went check check. Only one overcard to our 8s. I'd be very surprised if he did let this one go, getting this price.
That's good, that 10.
There's a raise.
Raise it up, baby.
This is weird, Tower. What are we doing here now? It's Mickey. Right, do we ever expect John to check a set twice and raise to us now? This is a really, really weird spot. Like, Mickey's like, I'm never expecting to get raised on this turn after you check twice. Now what are we doing here with the King 5 suited? Obviously no diamonds in our hand, diamond draws are the main bluffs. Like, I don't think John's ever going to check a king twice, Tower. Like, I'm just making that assumption from what I've seen he's played here. So maybe pocket 7s, pocket 2s, pocket 3s, all 9 combos of that, and then just not sure. This is a really, really gross spot for us as Mickey. The way this hand's played, this is nasty. I wouldn't even know what to do here against this particular opponent. I think against some opponents we got a call, but I'm not sure if we ever expect John to check raise bluff turn. But in this scenario, he's sort of done a protection bet, I guess, with the 8s, maybe trying to deny equity to some ace highs that Mickey can have in this particular spot. But this is not a nice spot with the King 5 of spades. I can show you that right now. This is. I'd rather Mickey in this situation than me. Right, so taking his time. And I think I'll fold, Tower. He's gone with it. He's gone with it.
Cool.
It's fair enough. I just don't think John's ever going to check raise worse. I'm making that assumption. Has he shoved? Is that the triangle? He has shoved. He's turned his 8s into a bluff here on the river. And I guess Mickey has to call now. I think if we call turn when John's only got 5.4k back, we have to call river. Otherwise, I think we just fold turn. I'd probably just fold turn. I know I can see I would have been Mickey's right to make the call, but I just didn't think John would ever be the type of opponent to check raise turn as a bluff in this particular scenario. So we shouldn't ever be any value. So he's just gone out the box with pocket 8s. Like, 8s is the last hand that you ever expect John to roll over here. You never expect him to roll over the pocket 8s. And Mickey makes the call. John shows the 8s, and he's going to win a nice pot with a King 5 of spades. Well played from him. And the check on the flop is what's done that. The check on the flop's what's won him that 32k pot, knowing that this is a really good top pair candidate to check.
But his 8's into a bluff.
Yeah, but the turn call is where the hand gets interesting.
Yeah.
But Mickey, great read on the situation. I think after we do call turn, though, obviously he's not folding river, getting that price, but turn was the spot. There's some opponents that would never fold in top pair, but the way I'd seen John play, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Mickey fold the turn, rightly so, taking a few minutes. But very interesting hand there. John just taking off with the pocket 8s, and nice pick up from Mickey.
Unbelievable, this table just like looked like.
Well, look at John as he heads out.
I was so close, honestly, I was so close to fold.
There's a lot of weird shit happening already.
So close to folding, but John Hall makes his exit.
He's King 5.
Good to see him back at the poker table.
He loves King 5 too.
It's me, the King 5. That was such a weird, how weird was that? Like,
A really tough spot, that one. Probably the toughest we've seen in the day.
it was like, all sorts of speeds, but it was like...
Buying is 12.50, 1100 plus 150.
30 minutes away from the extended 60-minute dinner break. So at 10 to 5 local time, we'll be going on a 60-minute break.
You double check reason fucking...
People are unbelievable.
honestly.
Plenty going on over the weekend as well online. Plenty of rundowns regarding the A-Maker promotion that's still going on, the 25,000 guaranteed closer, the live stream free rolls that's on, you and Nicholas coming to the table,
That hand's so interesting.
sportsbook where we can have a little flutter on the players.
Everyone goes all in.
Everyone?
Game is right.
There's only this bloke and
is on
C2
this next weekend as well. Satellites coming up. Plenty going on online. Plenty going on live.
3,000 after half an hour. And I got up to 25 and just King's Gate.
He runs good, doesn't he?
Easily says, I went to the toilet, did I miss anything? Yeah,
Didn't
John
know
Hall
Rick Live as well.
getting giddy with the eights.
Didn't know they were live as well as online.
Mickey taking him out.
Not at the minute.
Plays one spinning game, cashes the 25k. They
I
don't ring online, they
that's
fancy
it.
it out.
Taking him out.
You see all these pushes and then there's fucking...
Oh, Ewan's come to the table.
Indeed, yes. So I wonder if Steve W is Steve Wharton, who's because he's not Steve Wharton.
Warbs is in today. I've seen Warbs. He's playing today.
Is he?
Yeah, he's
well,
in.
he won't be in the chat box then.
You see, I've got seconds.
What's the satellites for this event? All day long, every day online. There's satellites for GUKPT, there's satellites live, there's satellites online, there's flips online, there's flips live. There's all sorts going on.
I know that.
Anyway, you can get in.
Get some fish and chips.
You can get it.
Is that what
Plenty going on. Loads of satellites for the grand final every event.
How long have we got left for this feature table?
26 minutes,
I'm
25
ready, I'm ready to leave. Like.
And counting.
So a good check from Paul here on the river, playing on flow.
Thanking up any of you.
Hoping that winning bluffs here with the ace jack.
I cannot wait, I know. You would like, honestly, if you get in that way, what's been going on this table?
I'll have a look at it.
I can't wait to hear the commentary. It must be the best, like, 100 300 level.
Scouts.
I guess we will have some flush draws ourselves once we delay continued turners Renee. Although we're going to delay continued turns hands like 10s, jacks, queens, so wants to just check behind and that's fine and pull with the nuts. Yeah, Fletch, the funny thing is Matt in seat 2 is going to be on the button when it's the old bottle snatchers big blind. So yeah, there's a little dynamic there.
I own 7 flat squeeze.
Not playing a £10 rebuy today though.
All in for like.
You won't be coming in my pub if you knock me out, you'll be saying.
8-9 suit for the ace 9 off. Didn't win.
I didn't win. I lost.
I'm guessing you won't be landlord of the year 2021 if you bar somebody live on the live stream.
Good morning.
So less than 30 minutes to go till the 60-minute dinner break. No, your Nicholas has never been a dealer.
I almost killed King High as well.
Correctly.
I told you you get shown King Head, get shown King High.
And then she says she just wanted to look for champ.
Yeah, that's 7 of 10. Yeah.
Seems like a fun table to be on this one. Tough table though. Yeah, with them 4 sat in a row. I haven't actually seen much of Mickey 7 on the feature table over the year, but definitely played well this session from what I've seen.
You're not want to make 3,000 this time, no?
I didn't make any 3,000.
Yeah.
9 PM, the cash out satellite.
Yeah, and where does it say the different times, please? Daytime? That's what we don't need to. That's what we don't need to know. Definitely 9 PM. 100% 9 PM.
So Rene, check raising the turn as a bluff there. Don't see it too often, but Rene got it in there. Got it in the lockup. if Ewan plays against him like he did at the Lion after London, he will be at the slots in Coral Island in no time.
Brilliant. Yeah, the live satellite tonight is definitely 9 p.m. It's the cash out 5 seats. Start with 15. Oh, start with 10,000 in this one. It was 15.
It was last event.
It was.
It's been changed.
So it's 10k to 100k. Love it.
Oh, you was 3 bet and 2-5 off. 2-5.
No, it definitely says 9 on the app. I'm looking at it right now. GUKPT main event satellite, cash out, 5 seats guaranteed. Starts 9 p.m. 10,000 starting site. Get to 100,000 and you'll get yourself a seat.
It's open from Dave Dockey in the hijack. Paul's going to flat the same hand in the cut-off. And both blinds get out of the way, so heads up action. Both players with the same holding. Although Dave does have the betting lead here. Opting to check this one on King Jack 3. Paul's going to have a lot of Broadway holdings facing our hijack open, flattening the cut-off. So Dave just going to be done with this hand a lot of the time you expect.
I saw your picture on the mini men. What did you do? I got nice.
But Paul not opting to
Is that 9
go for it all. And the 8 on the river, so both players catching third pair top kicker. And Dave going to come in for a small bet here. 700. We'll trot up. We'll make the call and they're going to chop this one up.
828.
So I'm not too sure where it is at 7 o'clock. You can only find 9 o'clock on the app. It's definitely 9. Definitely 9 p.m. 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
It was 828 on runners, and here is 835. So Luton, the first price is 35, and here's 53.
I got scammed.
So it's like, it was only 7 difference.
They change it all the time. I mean, like,
Payout must be
the main event is looking ridiculous.
I can understand because I was the fifth.
Can't make sure the second gets 100.
Because when I looked at the fifth, I was fixed in Luton and we paid like 6,600. And then the last night, minimum 6, it was like 7,000 or something. So I was like,
Okay, well, we'll get that changed. We'll get that changed.
Why not? Keep making you uncomfortable. That's the whole point. Not the spot, keep it easy. Anytime.
Cheers, daytime. We'll get that checked and we will get it changed. Scan. In the room, we're actually just looking there for the Wednesday, the Thursday.
Yeah, 9 p.m. it was in Blackpool.
Main event, cash out satellite, bang there, 9 p.m. So we will change it on Facebook if it's on there as 7. It's definitely 9. Usually down to the space capacity and all the players that are playing the main event make it a little bit later. Plus it's ran quicker as well.
Afternoon, Gary. We are just heading into dinner break, mate. We've got about 20 minutes left of the session and then we'll be off on an hour break. It's been a nice little session though, it's flown by this one. Cora entertaining us. There's been some clashes of hands.
Indeed.
And Simon's finally turned up. Third in the mini yesterday.
There he is. He's had a late one.
So the 9's going to play with a pair of 7s for Renee. She gets the check mark after checking back middle pair on the flop, like it. Check ball and turn, and River's going to go check check, and 9-7 for Rene is going to be the best.
Anyone know who won the IPO? That'd be Jamie Cusack. The IPO over in Dublin, first event out of lockdown.
Once again, John, we have a seat on 2.
Forecast tables running.
Yeah, I just want to take you 3 back.
Oh, well, yeah. You can
Huh?
Saying everyone at the table would rather sit.
And you.
He's just not. He's just not.
I never go on it. Left.
Just give you some. No, you just get. And now we're 9-7.
What? You raised like King 5. When you open it, even worse.
Read that twice and it's King 5-2.
Yeah, 5 suits.
No,
Yeah, just
and it's
and if you hold that
Start
down,
off here. That and ace.
The vaccine pusher, yeah. If you watch the live stream from the team, Jamie Cusack, Ray Bryant, Craig Smith, the top 3 of the IPO, but we're now back in Blackpool. GUKPT final leg before the grand final in a couple of weeks' time. Live streaming again. 2 weeks today. 2 weeks today. Live streaming again in London. Ah, Steve Westland, thanks pal. Steve W on YouTube watching. Hope you're well, Steve. But 2 weeks today, the team will be down in London. 12:50 to start proceedings. We're live streaming 3 weekends on the trot.
Weight's cash is £700.
Were you grinding 4 bigs in the money again?
No, I had chunks in the money this time. It was like 15 bigs.
Yeah, every got cash at all.
So you entered that when you were still in the final.
Yeah.
Answered away and then went back and count. Yeah, brilliant.
I was lucky. I only missed 2 or 3 hands, so I must have passed quite quickly.
15 minutes to go until the end of this session.
You're ahead again now. Shut up, man.
it was only 1 point.
No, it wasn't. It was more.
It was.
No, it was
No,
more.
because Ben final said it was 30-30.
They didn't have the 30-30
Oh, really?
yet,
Oh,
so it
that
was-
was, oh, really?
Yeah,
That wasn't
yeah.
actually even there to the 30.
It's funny, my ninth in the mini main is about, like the points difference about the same as his 5th in the, just because I had so many runners.
When is the last tournament?
30-30 next weekend.
Last weekend, that's it. That's finished.
Well,
So the
see you in
Blackpool.
Edinburgh, see you in fucking Leeds, see you in Luton. Very nice.
9-6 deuce. Ladies flop. Jamie in C number 6.
I think it's
Checks it.
I'm not sure.
Now coming for a bet down on the board pairs.
This one's a lot of points.
This is the one you win and then you just win everything.
If I win, I don't even
No,
have to
you,
do the
you
30
just, no,
next
you
week.
just, you just need to be having more points than Ben. That's it. You just need to keep
Might
eyes
not
on
be
Ben.
hard to stay Ben for getting in.
See, Ben is still in. Okay.
Good table. Simon's like 3rd in
Went just
the
as he went into his room
mini
to see if he was alive.
ever.
It just smells like it.
Like
Stale
I can
Guinness.
imagine how it smells.
Oh, or you can get someone kidnap him.
Yeah, he's been
Hey
putting it
David,
everywhere.
you can just
Putting it
get
everywhere.
someone kidnap Ben, let Ben not play.
I hope Gareth Tower can hear us chatting about this.
Oh my god.
So the next 4 days here in Blackpool, 2 weeks today, we start London for the final 3 weeks of GUKPT 2021. And what a year it's been.
Oh.
Now the world.
Is he hitting?
Probably the password.
Did I tell you about him the night before last? I don't really want to say this one on the street. No, I think I know. I'll tell you that one in I might not.
There's 7, Dave calls in seat number 8. Simon Zach flicks it into the big blind with Jack 6. Jack 6, 8. Nice defend, but it has brought the flush draw and a good shot for Dave Doherty in C8.
Yeah, should have plenty of action here. Simon actually opting for a donk here.
Jamie's going to get out of the way.
Yeah. Save Jamie a C-bet, which he might have done with this particular holding.
Dave looks down, flush draw, good shot to the straight.
On Monday.
It's Tuesday.
David may start applying the hammer here, Tower. For this particular holding, we've only got 5 high. It's not going to be good on the river, and that's exactly what he does. And as well, a lot of the time, I know in this particular scenario, we see Simon with 2 pair, but usually donks out of the big blind into the aggressor, usually pretty capped at 1 pair at best, but this time Simon actually has the goods in terms of top and bottom, but definitely a fan of the raise from David. Really start applying pressure to some 8x that Simon can potentially have, and then all in. And now what's the play here is David. Yeah, we're basically dead to him suit 7 against a hand like 8x of clubs. Obviously bigger flush draws can be out there, so then we're drawing to 4s, 5s and 7s. It's all in for 19k.
I've sat down for 2 ones, which Zach's going in.
Yep. So we have got, let's just figure this one out, 10.6 off the top, so there is 15.4 in the middle. David getting just sub 2 to 1 in the call. We're going to call it off with this particular hand. He'll be happy to see that the flush draw is live.
High line like a bus.
Are you feeling it or what?
9 on the turn. Dave Doherty misses.
We're going to lose. The losing champion.
Dave Doherty, former the last champ in Luton, will be having a re-entry for sure.
Get the extra lad.
Simon Zach comes to the table late and takes out last GUKPT champion Dave
That's how you win GUKPTs, isn't it? Getting 5 high.
It's not good for the company.
Simon Zach finishing 3rd in the minute. Decent start in the main.
See open feature table.
Call, all in call.
Call.
Just unnecessary, I think.
I think it's almost been like a 5-hole game, and just everyone's just absolutely.
Everyone's been really
We've given loads of shit to deal with.
Yeah, I also think you can hear the table talk a lot more because there's no music blurting out in the background. Don't know what the reason for it is, not, but there's no music in the background. Normally there is, but not today.
It's not a raise you got 2 pair though, is it? You know what raise you got 2 pair.
You know for a fact he's going to re-enter after dinner and be back in the seat.
Yeah. As long as we're not unable to make other lines for the
So he's open for Mickey. So he's ace in the cut off.
You weren't here earlier when we were just fine-handed with it. He was like literally down to 3,000. He played this literally.
Every time he bet,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He was literally win the call.
Queen 7 10.
He was so frustrated.
Paul just opted to flat the ace here.
I should have come in
Dead
late.
button, so Mickey was affected, but I could have definitely flipped this one, but I'm happy to just call it big. Check, check.
I should let you in front of me. I said, oh, yeah, I might play this differently. It was the first hand, it was the second hand of the quite earlier. He lost it literally like 8k, 1 hand. And she had a couple of queens. And I don't know what he had, it was Jack 10 on
bit of similar with A side. Call from Paul will be 8s.
That was just from there started.
And this
Every pot. You couldn't win.
could easily go check.
Really funny. He had a king 3 spades with a 1 pair. Both stacks with she had a 9 red pair. He had a king 3.
Like it, Al. I actually like it a lot, this double barrel.
He said nearly 4.
Size he got before as well. He's going to have the nut advantage here in terms of ace king. Nice play from the man 6-7. Playing very well. Playing very, very well.
He is indeed. Vaccine pusher, what's the price of a pint in the casino over there? About £4.50. £4.50p. Pretty average price. It's about £4.90 something like that for Guinness.
100%.
Yeah, this one is really interesting.
Whoever's watching,
I bet Jay and Tara will say, oh, this is a good table, this is definitely no. Oh, exciting.
Less than 10 minutes to go until the end of the session. We'll have a new table that will include Don Mahoney, Lynn Beaumont. Lynn's coming out of retirement.
So if next week I should be able to be in the top 7 session.
Is it 77 you need? I'm like
77 you can
you're not higher up. Back up. Shit.
It depends what event it is. The main event, yeah, mainly
I didn't bother to
concentrate on
I
playing poker properly. Side event, 9 players at a table would be 9 drinking. But yeah, the main event normally is more serious. Not always. I've been to events in Edinburgh where they've ordered 6 pints and gone around the table.
Did you really?
Everyone's going to laugh at you.
He made his mistake. He was
really
supposed
put
to
the
win
wrong
7.
Yeah, I meant to go 700, but I put 2.5k by. Schoolboy, I reckon.
Take that patch off. Give it to me. You didn't deserve that patch.
I meant to go to 700.
That was my pioneer.
Less than 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. Then there's a 6 to 8 minute break, which means we'll be back at 5:50 p.m. after the local news and just before Emmerdale.
He was Stephen again last night with the old man, mate.
I was, yeah, we went out every night.
My old man's gone. It's great to spend time with him when you can, honestly.
It's a blessing in itself.
King's making an appearance again. This time for Mickey. And Paul, like the free bet, like the hand selection. Timing is not good because Mickey's got kings. So 4-bet from Mickey. Credit to Paul for trying. Don't mind the free bet this hand at all. Unfortunately, Mickey's just woke up with it this time, so facing this.
Give this one up, Paul.
If he opted to free bet a hand like 9-8 suited in a tower, we could potentially peel in price for this. For this price, you could peel that one in position. He's going to have more playability, going to flop better draws than the ace-9 off, but with this particular holding, Paul correctly just getting out of the way.
Yeah. If next week, if I'm still in property sector.
You will. I can't see you dropping. As long as you just play this
one, and next week.
If I win this one,
I play 30 next week.
So just less than 5 minutes.
Indeed. 60-minute break and a new table on its way.
Quite different before that.
Where are
Just going to punt it off, could be fun.
Where are you at the moment?
Get a bag of equity.
105?
Yeah. Oh, did I? Probably shouldn't have, shouldn't I, really?
No, mate, it's beneath me.
We look where I was.
Frankie is going to tell us which table we're going.
Oh, you want me to wear an egg? To wear...
I haven't played it.
Table 9. We've not go back to our original table.
Sorry, 12. Table 12. You know what I mean? You don't go back to your table.
Oh, because they come
Can't get this stuff.
I mean, it's alright.
Ace, Queen, 6, flop. Wait a minute, we haven't got it. 4 cash tables running. There were 2 running at 12 when the tournament started. We're now up to 4. Plenty going on.
You come back in a break. Come back table 12.
So moving tables select
Very firmly.
Rob Cobley, John Barker, Don Mahoney, Lynn Beaumont, Majid Iqbal, all to the table.
Oh yeah, it's only got second. Oh, did it? You just get, I love Riggy, like, you just get it done.
Riggy was absolutely rat-ass last night.
I
I've
know.
never seen him that drunk. Like,
It was on Monday. Yeah,
He was pissed on Monday. I took him home on Monday.
Yeah,
Well, it's only over road to travel lots. I jump in the car. Rhino's
I'll have
against
a
today.
jump
Do you know about him?
I know who he
Plays
is.
with
I
a
don't.
lot of cash play.
Or maybe 2 till the end of this session.
6 a.m.
Any eliminations around there, Grim?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Did his chips in
Oh,
the
we
town.
lost.
And he was up
We
at
lost
10:30
Cora
this morning and we
on our main table.
Lost a few.
plays a lot.
John Hall we saw on the table. Chris Cox.
Yep.
Rob Franks.
Rob Franks is out.
Yep.
Oh no.
Chris Cunliffe. Dave Doherty we saw on our featured.
Yep.
Robert Rob. What a name that is. Rob.
Rob. What's your name, Rob?
Rich Heeden. And that is it at the moment.
Okay. What is the main event cash out Tony? It's a satellite. It's the main event satellite. The cash out Tony is basically you get 10,000 starting stack. 100. If you get to 100,000, rather than the old terms of the satellite where if you have 100,000, you're waiting for everybody else to get eliminated because you've got all the chips in play, you're not in hand, you're just waiting to get a seat. If you get 100,000, it's 10x. You'll literally stand up, walk out the door with a token for tomorrow.
Have free coffee refills and get on the places that have really good Wi-Fi about.
Cash out satellites, very well received. In Luton, we had 11 seats. Hey, Mehmet from North Cyprus, he's Mad Turk playing. He played in Luton. I've not seen him this week in Blackpool, but he could be here tomorrow. This is the final hand of the session. Everybody stands up to get out of the way.
Jamie's going for a small block back here. Renee's going to call when that is that. It's going to go her way.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you back here in 60 minutes. He's already gone. He's got look, chili and rice. He's got coats on. Off. We will see you back in 60 minutes with resumption. New table at the when we come for level number 5. See you then. Enjoy the break. Get your clock sets. 6:50. 5:50 as we return for level number 5. See you then.
Times were tough, Tower. Times were tough. That 1.8 million you were talking about before had gone. I had nothing left.
Oh, brilliant.
I remember, actually. No, I remember what happened. We basically gone to Blackpool to watch I don't know if you're watching the darts or a
Oh, right, okay. And
what we did, we all rang Dina,
Yeah.
and we made Dina extend the late reg just so we could get to this thing. And it was one of those classic ones where you basically want to bus quite soon so you can go to the bar and just have a few drinks. But yeah, I ended up final table in it. Yeah, ridiculous.
The UK Poker Championships in 2018, the Eye Roller. Your final table, you finished 8th for 7,000. That wasn't the story. The story was Mr. Jake. The story was Mr. Jake Cody and the viral video that you were involved in and crazy scenes. How did that all come about?
How long have we got?
Well, Is it really that long?
The short version, what I remember is we'd all been out the night before, and I mean we'd all been out to the point of in day 2 of this tournament, there was 5 or 6 people who hadn't arrived. You know, Jake for one, not mention names for other people, but Ludo and all the Scottish boys.
Yeah.
And with about, 50 people left, I remember Jake saying, if I win this tournament, it'll be so unjust that I'll put it all on black. And Ludo was on the rail, and Ludo heard this, and he never shut up about it from 50 all the way down. He was on the rail with the drink, obviously, and he said this. And all of a sudden, me and Jake were on this final. I have no idea how I was there or he was there. First thing he did was get shots for the table and stuff. He had the tournament director literally over every hand because he was showing cards and chat. You know what I mean? He was just whatever. And so I think he got 3-handed, and I'm not entirely sure. I think they might have done a deal, did they, or something? Or
I'm not sure how it ended. All I saw was the video about an hour later. Was it straight after the? Was it literally straight after the tournament finished?
It was literally straight after, and obviously when I busted, I was sulking because I always sulk when I bust. I basically went and played cash, and then the next thing I remember, honestly, is Jake coming up to me and saying, "I don't really want to do this, but I've kind of been forced into it." Rob Young, by the way, Young had walked in the casino to pick up his car keys, so he wasn't even to be there. And he basically heard from Scally, he basically wants to do this. Rob being Rob was just like, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's kind of gone from I don't want to do this, Swabs, to us marching over to the table. It's all in. And then like there's just no chance that Jake's ever going to lose there, by the way. And I was like slightly fuming that we didn't all get more on ourselves, like, because it's like, that's Jake. And also, the other thing was Rob basically said if it went on 0, that would be a chop as well.
Oh, so, nice one.
Yeah, it was a proper good bet, really. But
brilliant. You know, I remember the video on it. It just went absolutely mad, didn't it? It just went viral, and the shouting and the screaming.
It's just ridiculous how it happened, because it wasn't. It's just not really a thing that was like planned. It just kind of happened randomly, organically, and then obviously it was again a really sick night after that. But
absolutely. Yeah. But then we head over to Canada.
More responsibly, you're supposed to say after that, Carol.
oh yes, absolutely. Do what Jake
it's not big. It's not big and it's not clever.
But we're still traveling. We end up in Canada, the Bahamas. I know we do Vegas on a regular basis, but it's not bad, is it? There playing a few card games for traveling the world, is it? It's not that bad.
I mean, over these past 3 times 10 minutes or whatever, it sounds like it's all like roses and money and it's all amazing. But I mean, it is quite tough at times. I've had probably 2 18-month to 2-year periods of just not winning. You almost feel like you can't win a hand.
Yeah.
Having said that, super lucky to do what I do. Like it's fantastic to meet everyone, and I still get that buzz when you go deep in a live tournament. That's great. I've never really been one for playing, 16 tables online tournaments. I used to play heads up cash and short-handed cash online, but that buzz you get from tournaments is good, and all these kind of party poker stops and things. Like recently they've been amazing. And Montreal, Bahamas, like you say, are absolutely fantastic places. So yeah, you can't knock it. Yeah.
Absolutely not. One of your best friends, Andreas Olympius. You've got a lot of friends in poker, but railing Andreas for his WPT. Is that ex-best friend?
He's been stolen away.
No way.
So Dre has fallen in love.
Oh, good lad.
He's fallen in love. He's absolutely whipped to the core. So we never see him anymore. He's finished.
But just tell us what it was like being on the rail for Dre's WPT.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. I actually forgot about that one. Yeah, that was a really good one. There's probably 20 of us on the rail. I remember him messaging me the night before he final tabled. We were actually living together, but I hadn't seen him for maybe 2 days or whatever. And I think this was his last tournament, and he'd sold a bit of action to people as well. And he'd not had the best summer, and this was like the kind of final straw. And it was like some sort of turbo, and he was down to, I think he was down to one big blind or half a big blind, and he'd spun that half a big blind to 15 big blinds, then made the final, and then all of a sudden I'm kind of getting the message saying, right, I've made the final, let's go down. So we basically all went down 4 or 5 handed. What's that? Do you remember that guy who came second in the World Series main? Is it Jay Farber? Is his name?
Oh,
Farber?
you're asking me to remember?
I think it's called Farber. It's like the kind of guy that basically runs like the Vegas nightclubs.
Okay.
He's basically trying to organise some sort of deal between the last 4 or 5, because I think he's got a piece of the guy or whatever. so basically, me and Drake decided that we basically didn't want to do a deal. And so we had to pretend that we were ringing our backer back home and saying, is it okay to do this deal? Completely lied and just blagged it and said, oh, no, I'm sorry, we can't do the deal because our backer in England is saying no. This was all complete nonsense, just because we thought that Dre would basically win because he was playing well. And it was like, I think there was 5 left. He was definitely the best player. And then from there, it was the best final table of all time. He just won 6 of 6 all-ins. Everyone was constantly cheering. It was fantastic. That is probably the best final table I've ever
Always seemed to be the bridesmaid, but he came up trumps at the WPT. It was,
and it was great because Dre is a fantastic guy. He's such a nice guy. So it was great to see.
Yeah, we are just about to end an hour with the tower, so we're going to quickly run through some quick fire questions if you're ready.
Go on then.
The best poker player you've played against?
Midi. By far, Tom Middleton. He will put you under it like no man you've ever seen. You can go out for a beer, you can go out for a dinner with Midi, and 2 minutes later you'll be on the poker table and it'll just be putting you bang under it. Tom Middleton.
Who is your poker nemesis?
Tom Middleton. No, it is though. It's not even. It is Midi. Every time I play with him, I probably win 1 of 30 hands. And if you play it live, you probably only play 6 or 7 a time. So. Yeah, Midi.
The most underrated poker player you know?
Did you ever watch Catchphrase?
Yes.
And there was a guy who got asked the questions at the end and he kept saying Turkey, Turkey, Turkey. This is me saying Midi, Midi, Midi. Midi is an unbelievably highly rated player, but I still think he's the most underrated player, genuinely. Because I don't know, when you kind of talk to people, they think he's good, but I genuinely don't think people realise how good he is. He's got absolutely no fear playing live. And let's move on to the next question because my cock is so far up the top. I need to stop.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be? To see these cards.
No. Do you know what I'd do if I had a superpower? Of all the things you could do, I would attach a zip to Wilkersooth's mouth and I would close it forever. And let's leave it at that.
Favourite food?
God, favourite food? Where's that come from?
Question.
Huge fan of going out with everyone and eating together and stuff. I like all foods. I'm a huge fan of like a guacamole. I'd like to put guacamole in everything.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
At the time, a lot of things, but I'm not really one for dwelling on what you've done in the past. You can only move on, mate, can't you? So nah.
Awesome. Steve Warburton, you've been an absolute superstar. And when I said at the beginning of this, I
believed you. I genuinely believed you.
One of my favourites. I 100% mean it because you are one of the nicest guys to sit down, to chat, to laugh, shoulder to cry on if you want it, and you've been there and done.
Yeah. I love you, buddy.
You're an absolute star. Steve Warburton, thank you very much. And thanks, everybody, for watching An Hour with the Tower. Ta-ta. We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for An Hour with the Tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. It's got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old, that. Every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, you know, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? Never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not.
You're not. I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. You first.
You drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi-drinking as well, mate. So you've played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast, and I wanted to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played, I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
And they told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold It was on him, he raised and fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks, won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of maybe go with the flow of okay, what's next on is GUKPT Bolton or Warsaw or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow, and it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean. So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that. And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left, and Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then. And I think I knocked him out, and then from there I won the tournament. And then probably after that I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing. Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
I'm pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that. I was just playing low stakes. You kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. So to win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
And in the
state, coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GUKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking. These tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win, and rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. It would be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously. Definitely,
Well, It's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just say? Can you just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster. But I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's
time.
You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, I was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up with 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like one card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge room. And the second the river card comes down, this guy's on the mic saying, "Congratulations, you're all in the money." And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. Twice.
Oh dear.
Get out. I'm going to bring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced the bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. When there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah. I remember
I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know, I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And and it was more as well, like I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You were also because you've been at the EPTs and because you started traveling around playing tournaments. People started pointing and saying that's Steve Warburton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know.
Yeah, that was a bit weird because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But I mean, that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event. And do you know where you finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the Jamie Gold year? Was it?
No, that was of course. Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't that ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015 and the WPT Amsterdam. Has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and obviously 60% or 70% of the field are kind of Dutch, and there's just no one kind of taking the mickey and being slow with their play, and everyone's talking to each other, and that's like from day one to the end. It was just a really fun tournament, and I felt like as well it wasn't a tournament where it was just winning flips the whole way through. It was like a really good structure and stuff, and yeah, it was just a really fun tournament, and it was obviously my biggest score at the time. A lot of my best friends were there at the time. Again, it was just an obscene amount of money. It was just like, this is so good. We had a fantastic few days afterwards.
What was the party like afterwards?
So good, Tower. It was just so good. It's just like, I'm honestly, I'm such an old man. After about 4 or 5 hours, I'm just like a back ache and I want to go to bed. But when you've just got like pure poker rush adrenaline, it's just so good just to go out and you just like, yeah, it's great. It happens very rarely to win a tournament, but
it was a great effort. Then you go on to party poker high roll, another second, and you lost to Alex Golder, but you're good friends with Alex.
Yeah, Sure.
What did you? Was there a lot of chatting when you were heads up, or was it like enemies at the table and then just shaking hands and a bit of a cuddle afterwards?
We were talking about this recently, actually. This is when Dusk Till Dawn had basically banned you from making a deal.
Yeah.
And I remember we basically went outside to just have a chat. And Simon Trumper came out. He literally just tapped me on the shoulder and he just said, if you make a deal, you're barred from like DTD for life. And I was like, okay, just outside. So yeah, we weren't actually allowed to make a deal. And yeah, I don't think I actually won a hand heads up. Alex won. He was like typically smug about it. And, yeah.
As long as you're still friends, that's all that matters.
yeah.
As long as you're still friends. But the biggie, in 2015, we head up to Barcelona. We play another EPT. We have 1,694 runners. There's nearly 10 million in the prize pool.
Yeah, it's big, yeah.
1,070,000 for second.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
I'm going to obviously this is one of the moments I always remember while watching a live stream for one of the first times, watching this, because obviously we all remember the chop. But what was it like at the final table, knowing what was at stake? There's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really talked about it. Like, obviously it happened, and people congratulate on the money and stuff. But I've never really talked about like the whole thing. I mean, I remember the night before I even entered, I was like pretty sure that I was just going to quit the game because I'd had basically a couple of years of thinking I was doing well and kind of knocking on the door and stuff, but just never actually making any money, essentially from it. And I was just completely over it, to be honest. And so I kind of went into that tournament and played, I don't know, maybe what you describe as like really badly, because I just didn't care. Do you know what I mean? And I was just doing all these ridiculous plays and like ridiculous bluffs and ridiculous things, just thinking, well, this is probably my last one ever. And if I think someone's not got a good hand, I'm basically just going to put them to the test almost. And so there are so many hand histories in that tournament where I'm just completely putting it off, never getting called. So I was never, in a situation. I think there was like one reported where I like 5-bet or 6-bet that that's a jeans guy. He like plays like PLO online, and there's just this like ludicrous hand history where I've like 3-bet and jack 3 off, I'm 5-bet, sorry. And he's called, and it's come like king 6 deuce, and he's checked and I bet and he's folded, and I've shown it for some reason, which I never ever do. And I'm just looking back now, just thinking there was just so many hands like that where I was just like, well, let's just try and win it or not. And obviously, so lucky to actually go on and chop it and things.
Yeah.
And the final table was just loads and loads of fun.
Well, it was also famous for a rowdy rail.
Super rowdy rail. There was obviously the hand where John DeWander's folded kings pre, which would have basically knocked me out if I'd not hit an ace. I had ace king suited. I think it was 7 or 8 left.
Yeah.
It's gone like open 3-bet, 4-bet from the small blind. I ended up jamming because we'd basically just been for dinner, and he was basically saying something along the lines of, "There's 3 short stacks. The money jumps are big.
Yeah.
We kind of don't need to get involved." And so from that, I kind of took it as, right, you're not going to want to kind of get in some huge kind of confrontation pre-flop. And so I was pretty confident he'd fold queens pre. I would obviously never have done it if I knew he had kings, because no one folds kings pre. He ended up folding, and we basically did the deal 3-handed, which was obviously life-changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really feel much pressure because I just had this mentality of like, I don't really care. And it was a really strange tournament, to be honest. And I really kind of wish now I played every tournament like that, because it was almost just like no fear. Do you know what I mean? You just didn't really care what was.
Yeah. And you're doing a deal for 7 figures, and you get one guy to pick to negotiate just to make sure he got the right deal. And somebody walks on stage with 2 bottles of beer in his hand, and he's like, "Yeah, well, it's only 7 figures." Yeah. For
Well, that was because it was either Fraser Mack, who was very notorious at the time for doing every deal, wasn't he? He was always there, kind of, or it was Feraldo, who I kind of knew but didn't know as well as I know him now. And I remember Toby Stone came up and he said, "You're only allowed one person to coming up and kind of helping you." And Fraz Mack was like, "Right, yeah, it's me, it's me." And I was going, Feraldo, I'll take you, which was probably a mistake because Feraldo was half cut, wearing a hat, holding beers, as you say. But actually, he was really good because you basically only had a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
I was completely lost in like the whole what was going on, and he was very just like, "You need to do this, this, and this. You shouldn't do this." And he basically gave me some really good advice, actually. And yeah, from there onwards, I think I said something along the lines of, "Well, we don't have to deal. I don't care about the money," which is a complete lie. I was desperate for a deal. I just literally just wanted to do it. And I was like, "Oh, well, if you guys want to do a deal, up to you. I'm not bothered about the money. Just trying to get more money out of it, obviously." And then as soon as it was done, I was like, "Right, this is the greatest thing ever. I can just do whatever." But yeah.
Obviously, went straight to bed afterwards.
Again, that was absolute. I'll actually tell you something as well. We basically went out afterwards, and I basically got mugged. Well, not mugged. I basically got robbed because I actually had no money on me. I basically won all this money, and we basically had organised, this kind of massive thing afterwards that cost loads of money, and I didn't have any money. So I went round almost every person that was there and asked them for money, just like a massive pigeon, just like, "If you got 500, if you got 200. And after an hour and a half, I'd collected something like, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15,000 euros in cash. And I basically put the euros in my pocket. And obviously around there in Barcelona on those beaches and stuff, everyone's watching. Within 5 minutes, Phil, that had been swiped. So when the bill came, it was like, "You need to pay." I had no money, so I had to then go round again. I had to ask everyone for a second time, and everyone's going, "Well, I've just paid you 1,000. What's going on? You basically just won this million." So yeah, it was like the best time to ever be robbed because you didn't care because you kind of cashed all this money. But yeah, I basically got done for about 15 grand.
Wow. And on that note, we'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton and more stories very shortly. Welcome back to Mr. Steve Warburton and an hour with the Tower. Huge 2015 that we were talking about before. Absolutely huge. 2016. Did you slow down? Did you play more cash? Was it a case of I'm not travelling around too much?
It's so hard to think when 2016 was in terms of what was happening. I'm pretty sure I was still playing, as in like tournaments and things. But now, kind of looking back, you kind of have these purple patches, don't you? There are so many players that they'll have a cash, and then you'll see them cash again and again and again. And then for like the next 12 months, they just kind of don't. And I don't know. I don't know if it's confidence or what just happens. But yeah, I was still playing in 2016 quite a bit, and obviously not having the cashes I was having the previous year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know as well. I never really got carried away with tournaments. I was never really one to play 60 events of the World Series or every single GPT and stuff. I was always quite kind of level-headed.
But one of them you do like, as we can see, GUKPT Manchester. You've got so many entries in the database, 2018 to 14, 2020 for 20th. You got so many cashing 3 of the last 4 years. It has to be the favourite stock. I know it's your local one, it's your home one, but is it classed as your favourite stock?
It's the favourite stock because it makes up for all the other GUKPTs that I'm just doing my money in. I can't go to Luton or Walsall or Bolton and just do 4 or 5 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like with Manchester, I'm always trying that little bit harder because home stock, most players, the kind of great camaraderie of people. So that's always fun. But yeah, I mean, I've no idea if I don't know. I think I'm probably slightly up on GUKPTs because of that sort of shot with Deadman and thingy. But I've put a lot of money into them, don't you? Don't you worry about that. Yeah.
Norwegian Championships came to Britain, and they started being played around the country. You had three tournaments where you cashed for well over 60,000. I heard they used to be crazy. I heard the cash tables used to be mad as well. Was that one of the reasons why you played them?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the absolute best stop on the calendar every year is the Irish Open. It's getting better and better. I think it's going to be the biggest it's ever going to be next year.
Yeah.
I basically booked my flights in January this year for it. Obviously, it got cancelled because of everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they were having 60 or 70 cash game tables every single night.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's just crazy. You just don't see that anymore. And yeah, again, it's a little bit like what I was saying in the 2015 WPT in Amsterdam. Everyone's just on the same wavelength. You know, everyone's chatting away, and do you know what I mean? It's kind of how poker should be. You know, there's tanking, no one's dressed silly, there's no about talking, trying to, you know, like piss people off and stuff. It's just kind of nice, fun poker, and yeah, it was a good one, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Your strangest ever Hendon entry. Blackpool Tuesday nights, free run. 60 entries, you finished 7th for 40 quid. And it ended up being on the Hendon mob. That's please explain what happened. Why? Why is it there?
I think I maybe need to blame PK for researching this, don't I? I don't really know how that's on. I think that's 15 entry or something.
I'll just check up on Steve Warburton so we can have a nice chat while we're all in lockdown and we've not had a haircut for 3 months, and we get it was a free roll on a Tuesday night and there were 60 runs.
Times were tough, Tower. Times were tough. That 1.8 million you were talking about before had gone. I had nothing left.
Oh, brilliant.
I remember actually. No, I remember what happened. We basically gone to Blackpool to watch I don't know if you're watching the darts or a
Oh, right, okay. And
we all rang Dina, and we made Dina extend the late reg just so we could get to this thing. And it was one of those classic ones where you basically want to bust quite soon so you can go to the bar and just have a few drinks. But yeah, I ended up final table in it. Yeah, ridiculous.
The UK Poker Championships in 2018, the Eye Roller. Your final table, you finished 8th for 7,000. That wasn't the story. The story was Mr. Jake. The story was Mr. Jake Cody and the viral video that you were involved in and crazy scenes. How did that all come about?
How long have we got?
Well, is it really that long?
The short version, what I remember is we'd all been out the night before, and I mean we'd all been out to the point of in day 2 of this tournament, there was 5 or 6 people who hadn't arrived. You know, Jake for one, not mention names for other people, but Ludo and all the Scottish boys.
Yeah.
And with about, 50 people left, I remember Jake saying, if I win this tournament, it'll be so unjust that I'll put it all on black. And Ludo was on the rail, and Ludo heard this, and he never shut up about it from 50 all the way down. He was on the rail with the drink, obviously, and he said, you said this, and all of a sudden, me and Jake were on this final. I have no idea how I was there or he was there. First thing he did was get shots for the table and stuff. He had the tournament director literally over every hand because he was showing cards and chat. You know what I mean? He was just whatever. And so I think he got 3-handed, and I'm not entirely sure. I think they might have done a deal, did they, or something? Or
I'm not sure how it ended. All I saw was the video about an hour later. Was it straight
Yeah.
after the? Was it literally straight after the tournament finished?
It was literally straight after, and obviously when I busted, I was sulking because I always sulk when I bust. I basically went and played cash, and then the next thing I remember, honestly, is Jake coming up to me and saying, "I don't really want to do this, but I've kind of been forced into it." And Rob Young, by the way, Young had walked in the casino to pick up his car keys, so he wasn't even going to be there. And he basically heard from Scally, Jake basically wants to do this. Rob being Rob was just like, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's kind of gone from a, I don't want to do this, Swabs, to us marching over to the table. It's all in. And then like, there's just no chance that Jake's ever going to lose there, by the way. And I was like slightly fuming that we didn't all get more on ourselves, like, because it's like, that's Jake. And also, the other thing was, Rob basically said if it went on 0, that would be a chop as well.
Oh,
so,
that nice one.
Yeah, it was a proper good bet, really. But
brilliant. You know, I remember the video on it. It just went absolutely mad, didn't it? It just went viral, and the shouting and the screaming.
It's just ridiculous how it happened, because it wasn't. It's just not really a thing that was like planned. It just kind of happened randomly, organically, and then obviously it was again a really sick night after that. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
But then we head over to Canada.
More responsibly, you're supposed to say after that, Carol.
oh yes, absolutely. Do what Jake
It's not big. It's not big, and it's not clever.
But we're still traveling. We end up in Canada, the Bahamas. I know we do Vegas on a regular basis, but it's not bad, is it? There playing a few card games for traveling the world, is it? It's not that bad.
I mean, over these past 3 times 10 minutes or whatever, it sounds like it's all like roses and money and it's all amazing. But I mean, it is quite tough at times. I've had probably 2 18-month to 2-year periods of just not winning. You almost feel like you can't win a hand.
Yeah.
Having said that, super lucky to do what I do. Like it's fantastic to meet everyone, and I still get that buzz when you go deep in a live tournament. That's great. I've never really been one for playing, 16 tables online tournaments. I used to play heads up cash and short-handed cash online, but that buzz you get from tournaments is good, and all these kind of party poker stops and things. Like recently they've been amazing. And Montreal, Bahamas, like you say, are absolutely fantastic places. So you can't knock it. You can't knock it. Yeah.
Absolutely not. One of your best friends, Andreas Olympius. You've got a lot of friends in poker, but railing Andreas for his WPT. Is that
ex-best friend?
Ex-best friend.
He's been stolen away.
No way.
So Dre has fallen in love.
Oh, good lad.
He's fallen in love. He's absolutely whipped to the core. So we never see him anymore. He's finished.
But just tell us what it was like being on the rail for Dre's WPT.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. I actually forgot about that one. Yeah, that was a really good one. There's probably 20 of us on the rail. I remember him messaging me the night before he final tabled. We were basically living together, but I hadn't seen him for maybe 2 days or whatever. And I think this was his last tournament, and he'd sold a bit of action to people as well. And he'd not had the best summer, and this was like the kind of final straw. And it was like some sort of turbo, and he was down to one big blind or half a big blind, and he spun that half a big blind to 15 big blinds, then made the final, and then all of a sudden I'm kind of getting the message saying, right, I've made the final, let's go down. So we basically all went down 4 or 5 handed. What's that? Do you remember that guy who came second in the World Series main? Is it Jay Farber? Is his name?
Oh,
Farber?
You were asking me to remember?
I think it's called Farber. It's like the kind of guy that basically runs like the Vegas nightclubs.
Oh, okay.
He's basically trying to organise some sort of deal between the last 4 or 5, because I think he's got a piece of the guy or whatever. So So basically, me and Drake decided that we basically didn't want to do a deal. And so we had to pretend that we were ringing our backer back home and saying, is it okay to do this deal? Completely lied and just blagged it and said, oh, no, I'm sorry, we can't do the deal because our backer in England is saying no. This was all complete nonsense, just because we thought that Dre would basically win because he was playing well. And it was like, I think there was 5 left. He was definitely the best player. And then from there, it was the best final table of all time. He just won 6 of 6 all-ins. Everyone was constantly cheering. It was fantastic. That is probably the best final table I've ever
Always seemed to be the bridesmaid, but he came up trumps at the WPT. It was,
and it was great because Dre's a fantastic guy. He's such a nice guy. So it was great to see.
Yeah, we are just about to end an hour with the tower, so we're going to quickly run through some quick fire questions if you're ready.
Go on then.
The best poker player you've played against?
Middy, by far, Tom Middleton. He will put you under it like no man you've ever seen. You can go out for a beer, you can go out for a dinner with Middy, and 2 minutes later you'll be on the poker table and he'll just be putting you bang under it. Tom Middleton.
Who is your poker nemesis?
Tom Middleton. No, it is though. It's not even. It is Middy. Every time I play with him, I probably win 1 of 30 hands. And if you play it live, you probably only play 6 or 7 a time. So, yeah, Middy.
The most underrated poker player you know?
Did you ever watch Catchphrase?
Yes.
And there was a guy who got asked the questions at the end, and he kept saying Turkey, Turkey, Turkey. This is me saying Middy, Middy, Middy. Middy is an unbelievably highly rated player, but I still think he's the most underrated player, genuinely. Because, I don't know, when you kind of talk to people, they think he's good, but I genuinely don't think people realise how good he is. He's got absolutely no fear playing live. And let's move on to the next question because my cock is so far up the top. I need to stop.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be? To see these cards.
No. Do you know what I'd do if I had a superpower? Of all the things you could do, I would attach a zip to Wilker Sooth's mouth and I would close it forever. And let's leave it at that.
Favourite food?
God, favourite food? Where's that come from?
Question.
Huge fan of going out with everyone and eating together and stuff. I like all foods. I'm a huge fan of like a guacamole. I'd like to put guacamole in everything.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
At the time, a lot of things, but I'm not really one for dwelling on what you've done in the past. You can only...
All right, Davey boy. Yeah, very good, mate.
Hello.
Can you change that for that stack?
Did the whole table change?
Sorry?
The whole table moved here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, do you want to change those?
Osla! How's it going with that? Well, mate. You well? Yeah.
Where can you stream it? Like anywhere?
Sorry?
Where can you stream it?
On the GU.
Live stream.
YouTube.
YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. Just search GUKPT. But you're not allowed to watch it while you're on the table.
It's about half an hour behind anyway.
My girlfriend asked
I think the easiest place to watch is probably YouTube. Just search GUKPT.
Have you got Facebook?
Live.
Have you got Facebook? Also, yeah. Yeah, just type in Grosvenor Poker, it comes automatically up, it pops up here.
Not screen up.
Yeah, it comes up.
Rock and roll! Woo! We're back. We are back for more fun.
Grosvenor
More
Poker.
fun, 60 minutes to wet the whistle, grab yourself something to drink, see what's happened in the headlines of the news. What's happened in the headlines of the news today? Anything?
I don't know.
The headlines in Blackpool, it's turned a bit nippy.
Very.
A bit fresh outside. As in, fresh. Who have we got, son? Who have we got?
New featured table coming up. In 1's going to be Rob Cobley. In 2, Johnny Barker. In 4, Chris Morby. In 5, Don Mahoney. In 6, Ahmed Albawarni. In 7 is Lynn Beaumont.
Lynn Beaumont, is she playing? Where is Lynn? I've seen her.
She's not turned up yet this hour. She's still not starting. She's meant to be here, but obviously pre-wrenched. C8, Majid Iqbal. And in 9 is Liam Chapman.
Shall we
That's
do it
what we
again?
got. Let's do it.
Shall we do it again? I think we should. We are back.
300,
Johnny Any2 in seat number 2.
Any2.
Absolutely. Big cash play. Literally, Johnny Any2. And in most wrecks have had some large scores. Dom's been around quite a few years. But going Lynn Beaumont, if she does turn up, which I don't think she will until tomorrow, which could be. I've not seen her in the building. Lynn finished 6th in the Monster Stack in Vegas about 4 years ago for 180,000. But as everything else goes, mostly non-household names to start this session, but that's the way we like it. Madge is in the building. Seat number 8 is our Edinburgh champion. So let's do it again. Paul Fletch, how did you get an update from the players from the White Lion at the break? How did you think he played? The landlord of the year, Matt Fursman, who was entertaining us on the tables. Did you have a report? Did he get back to you? And obviously the bottle snatcher as well was playing. Is James Jagger still in? Is the first question. We can certainly find out for you.
Got Dom making moves straight after the break.
Right. Go on the Dom.
Raises the ace-3 after flop goes check, check. And going to get the best of it to fold. Dom picks that one up.
James Dagger is on table 15. 122 total so far. 1, 2, 2. Last person out, the last 2 out before the break was George Demetrio and Colin Gillen. Colin Gillen wanted 40s to make the final table.
40s?
Yeah. He says, what would the book be for somebody hitting the final table pre-tournament? Would 40s be a good shout, right?
I think that's a good price. I think that's a good price.
Well, we're having a re-entry.
Like if you want to look at it from, let's say we get 450 runners, that would make it 50 to 1 for someone to make the final table, assuming everyone was an average player exactly the same.
Oh, right, okay.
That should be about 50 to 1, 9 into 450. So Colin, obviously, I'd say is definitely above average. So I think 40 to 1's a good shout. I think priced up perfectly.
I don't know if anybody took him up on the offer, but
it'd have to be one bullet though. It'd have to be on one bullet.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he was eliminated, so if I'd have took the 40s, I'd have cleaned up and took the quid. We'd have took the band.
Yeah, just sit down, John. Sit down.
Matt said it was the driest 2 hours of his life, and if Jake can work out Rob's game who was sat in seat number 1, he's a better man than the White Lion Thursday night crew. Well, C1 was Mr. Trotter, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think he's talking about Rob, who's just in the...
Oh, Rob in this one. Okay.
1200.
Well, Rob with the old King Queen, the up and down it.
Let him check calls with his 2 overs Broadway drop.
There's the board on the turn.
Might take a 3-1 here, Rob, but no, just going to be firing away. 1.5 is the bet. Interesting this one for Liam here. Like, I'm inclined to call now once we're faced with this double barrel, because this it should be quite a high frequency check. Once it's 10 pairs, we're going to definitely have a lot of 10s in our range once we check flop, and boom, queen on the river. And that is Broadway for Liam and Rob. Flyers once more, 3.5k, and a snap raise from Liam with the ace king. And I find in these spots, Tower, when someone snap raises, it's just always value. When they, like, he thought like half a second there, and the raise was in. Is he called? Rob has called, snapped it off. Non-believer versus that river raise. I think like the timing of that raise just screamed that he had a hand. Half a second to come in for the raise with the ace king. A nice pick up for Liam. Came to the table as the chip leader, and that's going to increase. Yeah, Paul, after that hand, I think you're right. I think I'm going to have a hard time deciphering what he's up to. So Rob with the ace jack and the hijack raises to 600. And Johnny in the cutoff here. Definitely can be free betting this one. Looks like he has as well. Free bet to 3k. Like it from Johnny. Only thing I would mention is sizing. Maybe a pinch on the large size in position versus opener, but love the hand selection coming for the free bet bluff with. And out flops the ace jack of Rob as well, and Rob no option but to check here, out position, want to be checking to the aggressor, and Johnny going to come in for continue. Rob's just going to make a quick fold, not the best of starts for him on the featured. Down to half started.
Sorry, did you tell you?
Well, we're all watching from this wonderfully nippy Thursday evening in Blackers, in Blackpool. Where are we all? Where's everybody watching? We went to in the house earlier, didn't we? Cyprus and North Cyprus. Even in Manchester watching. That's miles away. Sunderland said, nice one, wait it. Oh, we're cold up there tonight, I tell you. Turned a bit fresh out. No. No shorts on for this lad, let me tell you.
No.
Didn't even bring them.
Should have seen me with a coat on a dinner break when I walked to the shop. I was hood up, all you could see was my eyes.
There you go. Wolverhampton, Sunderland, Edinburgh, Blackpool. Tipperary. Nice one, Francis. Nice one, Francis.
Your attention please, Gary Stephen Smith, John Joe Lawrence, Daniel Oliver. You can make your way to the desk for seat on 1-2. That's Gary Stephen Smith, John Joe Lawrence, and Daniel Oliver.
This is 700. Fold. So can you make sure?
Johnny with the ladies raises to 700.
Cool.
And Ahmed on the button going to make the call with the suited connector. Right, that's going to bring Majid in with 6-3 suited, and Liam going to defend the 5-4. Some action flops here with these particular holdings. One of those low boards. No, it's not one of them.
It's 10-5. Not the best spot for the Queens.
It does have the best hand here, Johnny, but once we go four-way, we're not going to be too happy about this. Definitely some ace-X out there. Not on this occasion, though, so it comes in for a bet of half. And Ahmed going to make the call with his will draw. Does have position. If we're calling here, going to have to bluff on some run-outs with this particular holding.
10 pairs on the turn.
Oh! One of them really good rivers.
Ahmed in 6. Yeah, I like that. I like that river. It's gold from Johnny. It's gold from Johnny. Well done on your mini results, says Gary Wilson.
Yeah, cheers, Gary. Thank you.
Nice one.
Nathan says, Nathan, actually, I've got to tell you this. So, Kellett comes up to me on the dinner break and he goes, "Do you notice this jacket?" And he's got this bright orange fluorescent jacket. I'm thinking, I know someone that wears that jacket. And then it comes to me, I go, "It's not Nathan Slater's, is it?" And he goes, "Yeah." I think he's wearing it. He's wearing it for you.
You're here in spirit.
Yeah, you're here in spirit, Nathan. The jacket's here.
Hopefully here for good soon. Good stuff. Phil Pratt watching in Wolverhampton. Cheslin here was the first place I ever got battered chips from a chippy. True story.
I've never had battered chips.
Cheslin here is near Wolverhampton. First place I ever had battered chips, and I'd never heard of them before. True.
Open from Chris, EP, ace-3 suited, fine. Ahmed's going to call the Queen Jack and Rob's going to have an easy defend in the big. Ace-8 for the rainbow. So Chris flopping the best of it, going to come straight in for a continue from the looks of things. Can incorporate a check-in some of the time with this particular top pair. It's just going to be bet and 2 folds.
Indeed it was. So welcome to the live stream from Blackpool. Day 1A of the main. The sides have been incredible, and I mean incredible because that is a result of the mini, and you see in the middle there 835 entries, £220 buying, 40 fee grand up top, £43,000 up top. I know they chopped it slightly. That was amazing. It was so good. Brilliant, brilliant. So some good names in there out of the 82 that got paid. Nice little return for the 220 as well, with it being 500. More than double your money. Don Mahoney is on our feature. Final tabled as well. That's a cash in the final, but cash.
So Chris opted into limp call the deuces. Dealing with the better pocket pair with the 8s.
Liam in seat 9. People rooting for him in the chat.
2,500.
Evening, Violet and Alexander. What watching Dad play a bit of poker. Well, it was a call.
It should always be going check this turn tower. Not much merit for Liam firing with a pocket 8s here on the turn, unless he wants to go really small like quarter pot. But it looks like Chris is thinking about a lead. And if we're Liam here, we've got a pretty easy check, and does check behind. And 4 of spades on the river gives Liam the check mark here, and Deuces is hoping for this to go check, hoping to see ace higher, but Liam with the pocket 8s has the best of it. We're going to take that one up to 85k. Not even halfway through the day. 4x starting. Look at 285 big blinds.
Nice. Doing well is Liam. There you go. Our intrepid reporter Gary Clark says the Yorkshire Chippet on Topping Street is pretty decent. That's in Blackpool. Nice evening, girls. How you doing, Pixie? Hope you well. Alright, certainly can. Certainly can, Dennis. Had some good results in the sides this year. That's the man.
When am I allowed to play a main?
If you don't win it, you're never playing again.
Cards on the logo for me, please. Fold. Fold.
So Liam might choose to open this one in the cut-off. Once folded to us, perfectly fine. They seem a bit wide, but with all the chips opening the cut-off, Jack 9 off, can definitely be in there. Just going to be a raise and take. Another pot going the way of Liam.
$125 in the main at this moment in time. 125. Going to play the grand final, £2,500 packages. Satellites every Sunday, £2,000 seat plus the £500 expenses. Satellites alternating every night for the main events. £2,000 grand final, 12.50 main, 560 midi. The £400 tickets that you win can be used for the £370 mini main. Plenty going on online, get yourself a seat for a fraction of the price. GUKPT grand final on its way. 2 weeks today, the first stream from the Vic in London, and 3 weeks on the trot we will be live streaming.
Check. 1K.
Give us a shout out to the Mrs. Katie cooking the beef stew like a good guy. Oh, you're doing the pots afterwards. Nath, nice bit of beef stew on a crisp Thursday evening. No wrong with some good warm comfort food. Game of whist. You still play that?
Very rarely.
I bet you haven't played for months now, have you?
Where was it? The other. That's why you said it. That's Lee. And the other night, so I could play whist, only like having to get a £200 Uber just for a game of whist.
Oh my dear.
Yeah. Well, it was a couple of months ago, I'd say probably, but.
So you need to win a tour just to break even before you even start playing.
Oh, you can't win a tour either. The most you probably win is 50 quid. Don't play massive stakes, yeah.
Bit of fun, the old whist. $10-9 flop. 10-9 2. Dom takes the lead in C5.
1100.
It's both involved. Dom's got the redraw of the flush as well. Won't be folding.
2800.
I like the double barrel here, thinking about it from Johnny. We picked up a smidge more equity, we still got 2 overcards, and we can target a lot of 9x and deuce x that Dom can have in the big blind. Now, Dom just sitting here with Jack high, very hard for us to bluff, and it's going to go check, check, and the king high. Johnny's actually going to be good.
Dom will reach the 2, turns up now and with the flush draw.
Yeah, Cardsmith, don't. I'd had a few too many. That's a funny story as well. That is another boat I had to fold. This one correctly, but yeah, that was, I bet with freeze fall on the river, boards ace king, 6-6, 3. I bet 1500.
Yeah.
The guy rips for 120,000 effective. And this is where the story gets funny. So I've tanked for a bit and I've folded, and he's picked his hand out and he slammed it down like that. So I've just assumed it's a bluff. I've seen an ace and I thought he had ace-7. So I've gone outside, had a little think in here, like, what is this guy doing? What's he doing? And I've got back to the table, and the whole table's now telling me he had ace-7 and winding me up that he was bluffing me. And they got it. To be honest, I went to bed that night thinking I got bluffed. It wasn't until the next day when Don Mahoney in seat 5 actually told me, "No, Jay, he had it. We was all winding you up." But I had a few too many beers that I was, yeah.
Oh, you went on tilt and he had it.
Yeah, Chris was the, I know he was the ringleader. Chris Maguire was the ringleader. He was on my table. He was the biggest wind. He'd had a few too many as well. And he was the biggest wind up. Telling everyone I got put in the bin, and I just yeah. But it's just mad hand, raised button over a limp, 3.5x, went heads up to the flop, ace king 6, check check, 6 turn, check check, river 3,
yeah.
Bet 1500, all in for 120k.
Oh my days. Evening, Jerry. Popular these massages, let me tell you. Popular.
So Johnny opening Queen 10, fairly EP. Maybe happy with the table he's at. Feels like this is good enough to open, but gets called in 4 spots.
Yeah, 5 players for the flop. Jack 2-8.
The original opener Johnny does flop a gut shot, but when we go 5-way, you need to slow down a lot of the time. C-bets are going to be a lot less likely to get through, so fine to just check this one and see if we can catch the offsuit 9 on the turn. But it's the 5 of diamonds, so that's going to give Majid the check mark on the hand. And looks like Ahmed going to fire here, 2.5k with his Jack 10. And Majid just going to flat, wants to get some players in behind. But we're just going to go to the river here, which is the 8 of clubs. So Ahmed correctly checking this spot. Got to be aware that Majid's called with 3 players behind. He is in the big blind as well, so he's going to have the most combinations of flushes. He's going to be peeling almost any 2 suited diamond hands once getting that prize pool flop closed in the action. So he's going to have a whole host of flushes in this particular spot. Regarding bluffs, Shouldn't really be too many. The only hand he might call with 3 players behind is going to be like a ace-3, ace-4 with a nut diamond. I don't even think he's going to call with a bear king of diamonds here. So Ahmed now in a bit of a spot. Bear bluff catcher here. Majid would check a jack himself. 8x shouldn't really be in there unless it's ace-8 with the ace of diamonds. That's the only 8x out there. But he is going to pay it off, and he's going to get the bad news. Majid with the king 4 of diamonds, going to take that one.
5 cash tables running, and we just had a question saying, why has the seniors been moved to 1 PM on the Sunday? It's been 1 PM for that last 4 events. They moved it because of restrictions, and they were so busy on the, I think it was down for the Wednesday, wasn't it, originally? Just busy with the satellite and the Omaha and everything going on, so it got moved to 1 PM on a Sunday. I'm sure his last 3 events for the seniors been starting at 1 PM. And yeah, to be fair, at 9 o'clock the Olix comes out and everybody wants to go to bed anyway. So it's a great idea. The numbers have been fantastic for the seniors all year. 125 in the main. All the events, the side events, all the events have just been so good.
So Chris opening the ace-3 off in the hijack. Working with just over 30 bigs, decides to open. It's called in 2 spots. So Ahmed here with middle pair. Gonna bet here. Should be for equity denial purposes. Don't want to let some overcards take a free card, realise their equity. He's just going to come in for a bet here. Maybe try and get heads up to the turn, but you can see he's just going to take it down with the pair of 8s.
Yeah, well, have a look at the. I've actually just been listening to the sound. Super King says, any chance you can turn up the volume on your side? I think you're right. I think we do need it. Turn it up slightly.
What, is that the comms or is that the table?
I think. I'm just trying to think. I think it sounds a little bit low on our side. I think the comms over the table is very.
The comms.
It's a bit higher than us.
It's just that we don't follow that section, sorry.
Yeah. We'll have words. We'll try and find PK and get it sorted. Anybody else think that we need turning up and the table needs turning down? Give us a shout. JD and Coke today coming for a curry, Nathan. He's having beef stew. Are you not reading the live stream? Katie's cooking beef stew.
Oh, that's what you want on a night like this, cold night like this.
Absolutely.
So, got Ahmed raising with the ace-10, absolutely smashes the flop on queen 10-10, 2 clubs. Going to come straight in for continue here. So a bet on 1k, so just sub half pot. Majid going to make the call, does have position. We are ahead of a fair amount of Ahmed's range. However, on this particular turn, it's just so hard for us ever to be in front now as Majid, so we've just got an easy fold once facing the double barrel. Wow, did he just shove 11.4 into 4.4? Rips for like 2.8x pot there, Ahmed. In seat 6, sticks to the lot in. Towers on the case. He's going to go find PK, and we'll see if we can get us turned up a little or the table turned down.
I've got him in headlock. I said, now then, sort it out, and he is doing it. Right, quick scan his RPK and going to get it sorted for us and just turn us up slightly compared to the table. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't seem to be an issue earlier. Might have just reset itself. Yeah, he's on the case. Cheers, Chris. Nice one, Super King. We will be just slightly adjusting how it comes. London's on its way. Look at that. London's on its way. Time to play now. Live streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the 18th to the 21st. We're then back down for Friday, Saturday and Sunday on that stream. All going on. And then the second weekend in London is the Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And then the Wednesday is an addition because it's the Haymaker Knockout Final that you can still qualify online. Wednesday, Thursday to start the Grand Final, so then it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, finish on the Sunday. Hopefully, 9 o'clock finish, straight to the bottom. 9 o'clock finish, Grand Final.
No chance.
Grand Final, not a chance. But 3 weekends on the trot, we are going to be live streaming from London, and we cannot wait.
I'm happy, Alan. I'm pretty happy. I'm just looking forward to it over the next couple of months. The new Spurs boss he asked about.
Who's your Spurs boss?
Conte.
You got rid of Nunes?
Yeah. Did you not know that? He got sacked on Monday.
He's only been there 3 months.
Yeah, I know, but he's gone. See you later.
Wow. You can't do holding. If you don't win your first 10 games, you can just get rid of you.
It weren't. You don't mind losing like the games. It's how we lose the games. I think you had to. It weren't the fact of losing the games. It's the fact of how we lost the games.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm happy, Alan. I'm happy. Something needed to change, and
let me tell you, if Jay's happy, I'm happy. So there we go. Does that mean he's in charge on Saturday? Is he? Wow. Nice one, Super King. Yeah, we're up. We upped it. PK done the deed. Came straight in and sorted it out. Don't forget, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. All places you can watch the live stream. YouTube and Twitch mainly used. Use the GUKPT website as well. Facebook and Twitter for all social related events regarding Grosvenor. I reckon Barnet are the worst club in London. That's what I reckon. They've got to be down there, haven't they? Well, they're non-league now. Barnet. Leighton Orient's almost better. They surprised a few. West Ham over the last 6 months. So GUKPT Blackpool, welcome one and all. 126 in the main event. Any eliminations, Grim?
Let's have a look. Oh!
What's happening?
Who we losing? Mitchell Speck, Gorinda Puel, Drayton Haxiadj.
Oh, Drayton's out.
Max Cartwright, Jamie O'Connor. Boz? I didn't know Boz was here.
I'm pretty sure he only bought in at the dinner break.
Ah.
Which means he's lasted about 15 minutes.
Sam Wardlaw, Darren Hill, Paul McCauley, Dan Ryder, and that is it.
Danny Ryder. Danny Ryder. We will let you know any other eliminations around the room whenever they happen. Evening, Karen. Good evening, Karen. How are you? Miss you. When you gonna? I hope we see you in London. We'll need to see you in London. 3 weeks of live streaming. Come and say hello. How's the ladies' event going that you normally take down on a Wednesday evening? Katie's home game. Guessing we'll see you in London for some of the events. We're down there for 3 weekends on the trot as a team. Looking forward to the cash live stream on the Friday, and also the David Hay. We're going to watch David Hay playing a 8-handed. We still haven't worked out why there's a 9-handed table and only 8 playing. Nobody's said anything to me yet.
Imagine last minute surprise.
Nobody's said anything to me yet. Audley Harrison's available for comms. Oh, you won Jamie's league and not the ladies. Well, they're harder to win. They are harder to win.
So Majid going mining for sets, and that's even brought Majid in on the button. Dom with the best of it, squeezing the ace queen out the big.
9-9-4, 2 downs.
Yeah, so Baljeet, although he's just sat there with 7 high, he has got an equity favourite here. Nice flop for him. Dom going to continue here on a paired board, being the 3 better. I'm going to have all the overpairs here in his value range. Shouldn't really have too much 9x, if any. Don't think Dom's ever going to squeeze versus EP open and flat with like a 10-9 suited type hand. But Dom comes in for the continue with the ace queen. And Baljeet just going to flat, take a turn. Definitely have hands like 3s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s that we'll call once on the flop. Can have some 9x as well. If he's peeling 7-6 suited, he's going to have some suited 9 combos in there too. So this one going check, check. And the river is
the offsuit queen for Dom.
Hearts.
Oh, the offsuit queen. I got lucky, he says. He got lucky on the river. Can I get a shout out for your friend Dave? He loves the event and he's known as the Shark of Darwin around the tables. I tell you what, Darwin's a lovely golf course. A hidden gem.
Faithy, I'm not actually sure. I think it's going to be, what are we doing, 10.25 or 5.10 PLO?
It needs confirmation from Jim. I don't know if Jim's around how it's working, but it's supposed to be the PLO that we're doing, the 4-card PLO. I hope it's a biggie. Oof. 5.10 apparently. Just came in the cry. How do we get on the cash game stream? Can we just put his name down? Be good.
Be nice if it's deep though, Tower. I think it would be good if we can get like, if we are doing a 5.10, be nice to have like min 5k buy-ins. We can have actually deep action PLO, like actual proper play involved. That would be, I think that could be good to put a restriction on that, like minimum 5k buy-in or something like that, just so it's better to watch. It's not as punty and there's definitely like there's play down the streets. That's what I'd like to see at least. So.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to going down. That's not a bad flop for Liam.
Yeah, Rob's going to be in trouble.
All the family watching back home. All in and a call. Robin C1 with the 10s and the redraw. Liam's got the 8-5 of spades.
So Liam probably going to be chip leader in the room if he takes this one down, Tower, or at least one of them.
He's a fade of spades, to be fair.
Oh,
Oh, no way, man.
Six of spades?
Any six of spades around?
Oh,
Oh,
wrong
the
one.
wrong six.
So the 10s of Rob are going to get a double up. Unlucky for Liam there. Couldn't fade the 1 and 4 shot. And Rob back up to over starting.
Around 9 TY2. So 25-25 Walsall hopefully will be huge and wake up the card room. It's bound to be huge. It's going to be enormous. There's going to be superstars playing Walsall. It's going to be so busy. It's going to be one of the biggest 25-25s. How do we know that? Because I'm playing.
They're already pre-regging now, Tower.
Yes, indeedy. So Walsall 25-25. Is around the corner. Matt Mazzaro, yes, Stanley Park has been sold off. Knew that about 2 years ago. Over the course of the coming 4 days on the live stream, we will be promoting the dates for next year and some of the events that are going to be on regarding the National Poker League. We'll start shouting out where and when. There weren't going to be many diamonds on this slot, was there? Where and when the events are going to be. The 25-25s are coming back in earnest next year. The deep stacks are coming back. The deep stacks will be 200 next year. With £200 straight by Ilst for the deep stacks. There'll be a tour. And the newly named G400s, the old 3030s, will also be in. So there's going to be a culmination of 25-25s, of deep stacks, of G400s, of the GUKPTs, all through the season. And obviously there's going to be Goliath. There is also going to be the Goliath. And there will be plenty going on next year. That is Stuart Dawson. That is correct. The tower will be in Walsall. Walsall, here we come. Can't wait. I think we need the moderator on that. Mick the mod. We're not in Luton, we're in Blackpool. Which day will you be playing, or are you planning on playing through? Well, you be careful, you Mr. Dawson. You've got to catch up with quite a few of the Walsall regs. All in from Rob with the hooks. Dom says I'm not calling with the threes, so we'll have a we will have a proverbial flip. Ahmed in seat number 6 with the ace king suited. Rob Cobley in seat number 1 with the hooks. King on the flop for the all-in. Ahmed needs to fade one of the 2 red jacks that's in the pack, and does, so he hits the king and gets the double. So we'll get the command sorted out with this man on my left. Mick the Mod. Mick, yeah, did you enjoy your trip to Ireland? It was amazing. As always, fantastic place. Love it, as always. Great comp, great to be back. Coming out of lockdown is Ireland. And then on the way back, you didn't need to do a PCR or you didn't need to isolate. Coming out of things, everybody's getting back to normal. The quicker we do, the quicker we get back to normal and just accept that that's unfortunate disease that's there is just part of life. Have a booster when you can and crack on. Yeah, Ireland was amazing. Great numbers, nearly 1,000 runners for the main. Great turnout for the high roller. Cash tables were nuts. And everybody drank Guinness. Great.
Oh, we still got Towers treble on there from Lou.
No way, quick, delete that.
Get that off there.
Delete that, save everybody a tenner.
Right, they should all be good now, Mick. All up to date. Thanks for that. I totally forgot.
Yeah.
It's only been, what, 5 legs?
Good stuff. But there will be a Tower Treble on Saturday. Just warning you right now. And it won't involve Swindon or Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough let me down for everything Saturday. The entire world. I could have took a month off. So GUKPT, plenty going on. We'll give you information regarding what's going on satellite-wise. Satellite into every event in London. Tonight's side event is the cash out satellite. Start with 10,000 chips. You get to 100k, and off you go with a seat. Can you satellite into the 30-30 in Edinburgh online? Yes, you can. The satellite's running every day, £5 feeders. And there's also a flight online as well. So if you want to play straight into the 30-30 and you play online and you get the bag at the end of the night, you can choose which destination you want to play at. And that's what a lot of people do when they get the seat. They decide where they want to go and play.
A nice free bet there from Johnny. Good hand selection, good opponent selection. Majid going to be opening probably a wider range than most, so just attacking that with the King Jack of Hearts with position. Nice little pick up from him. Love to see it. So blinds going up in just under 10 minutes time. That will take us to the halfway point of the day, as we see Liam come in free open with the pocket threes, early position. And Johnny going to be back-to-back 3 bets for him, because Ace King here in the hijack going to bump it up. Makes it 4.6k to go. These players 100 big blinds deep, so expect Liam could potentially peel this one once folded back round to him. It depends on the opponent he perceives Johnny to be. But makes their discipline lay down fine as well. Like I think versus tight, rocky opponents, we can peel there because the implied odds they're going to be more weighted towards overpairs. Times that we make our set can win a very big pot, but just a discipline lay down from Liam there, perfectly fine with the freeze. A total of 127 in so far, day 1-8. Expecting tomorrow to be the busy one as always. So Johnny involved again, this time with the King 10 of diamonds, raises to 800. And Chris shoving for 21 bigs in the cut-off over the open from Johnny. And Johnny going to make the call with the King 10 suited. Guess he's got the chips. Usually versus 21 big blind shove. Going to see King 10 going to the muck, but at this stage of the tournament, maybe looking at it in terms of it's only 6k and a 30k stack on a nice hand. It's an interesting flop, top 2 versus nut flush draw. It's just fading diamonds to stay alive. Chris Morby in seat 4. Story remains the same, and it's a boat on the river, and he will get the double up. Don't forget as well, guys, social bottom left there. It'd be great if you could follow us on Facebook, Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for live stream coverage, YouTube subscribe /GUKPT and hit the follow button on Twitch /GUKPT. And if you have notifications on when we do go live, when we are live streaming, you will be told about it. As well on YouTube, you can go back on the channel and watch all previous live streams over the years. All coverage from every day is uploaded. As Balji finds the jacks, working with 39 bigs. Raises to 1.1. Dom comes in with a 3-bet to 3.8k, and this is just going to be all in and a call, and we'll be off to the races. No, Baljeet just going to flat the jacks, leaving himself less than a pot size bet behind, maybe trying to fade the ace or king high boards. There is the king high board, king 5 deuce rainbow. Surprised this one didn't just go in pre. Now Dom does set Balji all in with the jacks. It's a tricky spot for us here. I guess we only really had of hands like ace queen, but opting to flat pre and leave himself 7.9k behind. I saved him some chips. Obviously was calling to try and fade the ace or king high board. Probably would have seen him getting in on a 10 high or lower board there. Don Mahoney picks that one up. Nice from him. I was surprised to see Baljeet flat the jacks out of position. The other thing as well, we're prone to getting bluffed on some run-outs as well, on like queen high flops if Dom does the same there and we lay our jacks down. We do have the potential to get bluffed on the flop. Took the more passive approach, and because of that he's still got his tournament life. It's Chris's turn to come in for an open with the king jack, raises to 700. Wow. Surprised to see this from Liam. Seemed to play very well so far on this feature table. But I'm going to call here with Jack 7 off in the small blind. Definitely going to be leaking chips with this particular hand. Calling from the small. But I guess he has reason for it, perhaps. Maybe he feels like he's got a good read on Chris going post. Even so, it'd be at a stretch to find reasons to be peeling small with hands like Jack 7 off. You want to construct your range very carefully, what hand you want to continue with in the small in terms of flats. Obviously pocket pairs in there, hands like Broadway holdings, king queen, king jack, some suited connectors like 9-8 suited. It's just a position that's not going to be good at the table. Going to be acting first on every street. When you call, big blind's getting a better price, they're more inclined to defend, and then we're splitting equity three-way. We're also sandwiched on the flop, checking to the aggressor. When the aggressor bets, we're sandwiched between him and the big blind. There's just lots of bad things about the small blind at the table. You want to choose what hand you play very carefully from that particular position. Blue, I'll chuck it up for you. If there's no action happening in this hand, I'll throw the mini results up. We have got it. Unfortunately, I couldn't win. Couldn't even get second or third. but I'm happy with the result. So we have got an all-in in the call, so I'll throw it up after this flip. Baljeet with the ace-jack, Johnny with the pocket sevens. This one goes all in for 26 big blinds pre-blind on blind, perfectly fine, and off to the races. Johnny with the best of it. And that will be that. Drawing dead to a chop, needs running 5-6, otherwise we're going to lose one. And that's dead on the turn, so we are going to lose the ace-jack with the man in seat 3. He's already out the chair. And here they're coming up now. There's the mini-main results from yesterday. It's the first ever day 3 of a mini. 835 entries, which is just incredible. There we are.
Not bad numbers, that. Like, not bad numbers. 835, just the biggest one ever. Jeez.
Oh, sorry, man. I thought it was blind v blind. I saw them sitting next to each other and I just assumed it had to be blind v blind, that it went in for 26 bigs. But even so...
What happened?
Just ace-jack versus pocket sevens, all in pre for 26 bigs.
Alright. A bit large at this time of day.
Okay, yeah, so open from ace-jack suited, shove from the sevens. Maybe the ace-jack can find a fold there. I'm perfectly okay with the sevens shove, but the ace-jack call, I'm not sure. I doubt he's ever going to be shoving ace-10. Johnny, so maybe we can make the lay down, but he was short. Probably was looking at his stack in terms of chips rather than big blinds.
Ryan Murray, Ross Murray, and Gary Swan. Once again, Gary Swan, Ross Murray, Ryan Murray, Yajan Duan, James Baker, and Patrick Tianluan.
10 jack ace on the flop. 6 clubs checked, 6 of diamonds on the river. Go and check again. Doesn't want to bet his ace for a bit of value. Blackpool 127 at the moment for the main. You had lost one earlier on when he says table 11 C7. Unbelievable. With Brad Simpson. Brad Simpson at the bar. Tony Ringe was out. Tom Laggers out. Was out.
Tom Lagzow's here.
Tom Laggers out.
I wonder if he's brought the missus with him.
Well, the better of the two players, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Craig Rimmer, gone. Paul Macaulay, gone.
Gets 5 minutes. No, gets 5
Martin
minutes.
Frey, gone.
Give me 5 minutes.
I heard Sam Trickett's in the field. Unless your mate knows any different.
Remember last time someone said this?
Yeah, with Dominic Nietzsche.
Yeah, well,
Dominic Nietzsche's playing. No, he's not.
No, he's
Whatever.
not. It was Brad that said that. It was Chef Brad. He goes, Dominic's just turned up in Luton, and we were like, yeah, funny one, good one.
Hiya, Bob. We'll just check. Facebook could be down because it goes on time. So we'll just check you that. I think you can only live stream for like 6 hours or something. So we'll do a check on that and then restart it. So Facebook will be back.
It has to be restarted.
It has to be restarted every 6 hours. We don't have to do a restart during today because we don't do. Well, we could be close actually. We'll probably do a restart at the next break for YouTubers. Facebook is back, Bob. Facebook is back, but for the YouTubers we have to do a stop-start because of the recording time. We do over 12 hours, so we have to stop-start, and we'll stop-start at the end of level 6.
So there's loose, and then there's very loose. Majid, 7-4 under the gun, wants to open it, makes it 1k. Liam going to flat on his direct left with a 10-8 of diamonds, and looks like both blinds have got out of the way. No, sorry, Ahmed's called. So it's 3 ways to this flop. And a bit of action as well.
Jack 2-2.
So we got
flush draw for Majid. And 2 pair for Ahmed.
And then we're opening this particular holding under the gun. We're almost always going to be c-betting this particular flop. After we flop a flush draw, we're just sitting here with 7 high. It's never going to be good at showdown. We're happy to take it down now. But we can see Ahmed here with top pair with the Jack 8. We'll make the call. Only option for us is Ahmed. An instant service on the turn for Majid here, and he's coming in with a live tail, reverse tail here. The way he took his chip off his cards and made it like clear to Ahmed that he was double checking for a heart when he knows he's got the flush, and I see a lot of that at the tables now. People do that when they make the flush, they double check their whole cards, act like they're looking for a heart, and it's definitely a tell that comes more about this day and age.
I'll be using that in Warsaw.
Yeah. See it a lot now, Tower. Like when someone checks their cards now, like when it's free to a flush, a lot of the time, more often than not, they've got it already, and they're just, especially when they make it blatantly obvious to you that they're double checking their whole cards. It's can a lot of the time just be a flush. And Majid betting 1.2k on the river for value, but not going to get called with the Jack 8. I'm surprised he didn't check that one behind. Very difficult to get called by worse. We have one of the hearts in our hand that we want to call, the 4 hearts, but happy to come in for Val.
Rakesh, how you doing? Yeah, the Home Secretary finished 45th. Yeah, Priti Patel finished in 45th. Interestingly, Priti Patel is the Home Secretary. Don't think she was playing, but namesake did finish in 45th in the biggest event Blackpool and the GUKPT has seen regarding the Mini.
So playing 200, 400 now. Blinds went up about 5 minutes ago. Chris licensed to open the Ace Jack once folded to it in the cutoff. Looks like he's made it 11. The thing is, Jim, you don't really get too many tells off of players that are like regular fixtures on the tour. They just keep the same face no matter what the spot. They won't double check their whole cards unless they do it all the time. But from like a recreational perspective, players that play the game for fun, like the main one I see all the time is just the huge deep breath and then the raise. That's the one that's just alarm bell central. When they like, and then suddenly the raise comes in, it's like. It just because the brain and the way it thinks, like naturally they think, oh, I've got to act weak here when I'm really strong, so that's why naturally they just exhale like subconsciously they do that, because in their brain they think, I don't want to act strong, I want to act weak, and it's just like the opposite. But the big intake of breath is one that I just see a lot, and it's just always the goods when it comes to recreationals. But you got to be careful as well, because people are aware of tells and they may flick in the old reverse tell from time to time. The other thing as well, I've noticed with raises as well, like when people snap raise, it's just very like it's rarely a bluff as well. Like when they take half a second throwing a raise, like, and don't even think about it. It's like in those scenarios, it's very rarely a bluff as well. Like sometimes it can be. That sample size probably a lot smaller than the deep breath one, but definitely a couple to look out for. But I've seen it a lot more. What we just spoke about, the double check of the hole cards on free to a flush board now. When people blatantly make it obvious to you that they're double checking their hole cards, like they want you to think that they've only got one of that suit in their hand, and that's something that I've seen a lot more in the last couple of years or so.
Nice flop for Don Mahoney. Ace Queen 3 flop. Liam picked up a small piece of it.
But the thing is, like, it's not really, like, it's not a movie, is it? Where they talk, like, the poker in a movie where they talk about tell, someone doesn't crack an Oreo and lick it, and you know they got the
lean
goods.
back with the hands over the head.
Yeah, exactly. But they're very minuscule and very hard to spot. Like, but when it comes to regulars, I think
I like it when they go.
Yeah. That's what I was just saying. It's like,
I'm all in.
Yeah.
Or you sit back like that, and you just flopped it. You flopped the absolute wheel, and you just lean back like that. It's like, yeah, that'll do. I don't know. What shall I do? What shall I do? I don't really know. I go on, then I call.
But when it comes to like the regulars, the good regulars, like it's very hard to pick up anything. Especially nowadays when you've got the likes of Dave Doherty, Tim Chung, Tom Hall wearing masks at the table, making it a little bit harder to pick anything up. Yeah.
The better players. So we've got the all-in. Ahmed is all in with the Cowboys. Chris is going to be calling with this no-man. Double up to bang on starting stack on its way.
Yeah, great shape here to get the double. 8 of clubs is live.
So the Cowboys. Oh my days! What a flop that is! That's unbelievable! Where did
that sneak out
from? No way!
Oh, can you imagine a king? Could you imagine? Oh, Jack of Spades.
What? That's
rigged.
Oh my days! If that had been quads over quads, you'd been getting your money out. Oh my days! Ahmed is now texting and telling everybody how I've just gone out. Oh, days, my days, my days.
How's that happen? I've seen brutal ones every leg on this table.
Wow. They both flop a set. It would have gone in anyway.
One outer.
Oh, my days. And the actual natural one outer. The 8 on the turn for quads. Oh, my days. What do the dealers do round here?
That's a gross one for Ahmed. You see that flop, you think lovely, back to the starting stack, boom. Case 8 on the turn.
Yep, absolutely. Just absolutely unbelievable.
So open from Liam on the button. This is lovely hand to open once folded to us, 7-6 suited, and Rob here with the A6 of clubs. Definitely could come in for a free bet versus button with this particular holding. Suited ace. Wow, he's just folded it. Thought we'd at least see him call. Oh, okay, Liam's open to 3.5x, so maybe a bit deterred from calling that one for that reason. The opening size from Liam a bit larger than what you expect, so maybe just didn't fancy the A6 suited, which is perfectly fine. Facing that size, understand the fold. Scott on YouTube, High Tower, what a hand, he had a date with both eights.
Yeah, I've got 2 pair, Rodney. I've got a pair of 8s and a pair of 8s.
So Jack 8 deuce, rainbow flop. So the ace king of Johnny still the best, but a bit of domination rotation on the turn. 7 rolls off, so it gives Chris the best of it. And this one goes check check on the river, and Johnny sees the bad news. So it looks like Maz Baco's come over to the table. Looks like he's got a fair few as well, Maz. Takes up the seat of Ahmed, who just busted with King's Fall. So pocket sixes for Majid raises to 1k. Liam pulls the ace-3 off. And Johnny comes in for the punishment on the button. Like the way Johnny's been playing. Incorporating some nice 3-bet, lovely size as well, just over 4x after an open and a call. Great removal with this particular hold'em. We got position on the opener and the flatter. Like everything here, just very, very good from him. I like those watching at home, you are new to watching the stream, you may look and think it's only king high, how's this a good raise? You need to incorporate these raises into your game. You need to start coming in for some 3-bet bluffs with these type of holdings. Otherwise, you will be fairly easy to play against if you're not going to have any of these type of holdings in there. And King Queen's a very good one to do it with. But Madge has none of it. 6s, sticks it right back up. Johnny comes in with a 4-bet with the pocket 6s. May have picked up on something. Thought Johnny was just going to be lighter than most there. And fair play to Madge for going for it. It's hard to come in for a 4-bet with that particular hand, but he's spot on with his read. And Blue says he's coming, well, 90% sure he's coming to play the seniors on Sunday. First live game since June 2019. It'll be good to see you. Make sure you pop in and say hello. Hi Warren, how are we doing, mate? Any information on deep stack tournaments in Thanet next year? I'm not too sure, no information as of yet. When we finish up the grand final and the whole schedule set for next year regarding some 25-25s, deep stacks, if they're coming back, it will be posted, but right now no information for 2022.
Oh. Did you ask a question about Thanet? Who asked the question about Thanet? Warren. I've got the answer. Might not be the answer you want. At this, what we have received regarding the 2022 seasons of 25-25 deep stacks, GUKPTs, G400s, Thanet, unfortunately, is not on the list. There will be a full release very, very soon, but we are looking at going to places like Glasgow, Hill Street, Reading, Bolton, Walsall, Dundee, Portsmouth, Edinburgh, Coventry, Leeds, all these kinds of places. Southampton's on there, but unfortunately not Thanet, which obviously is a bit of a bummer if you live very close by to Margate, Ramsgate, Broadstairs and all those kind of places. So probably Reading, South or the Vic will be the closest ones to yourselves, and Luton, but unfortunately not Thanet. We play Walsall as well, so no worries, that's alright, because Walsall's on the first 25-25 in a month's time. The 9th till the 12th of December is the 25-25 this year in Thanet. That's not Thanet, that's me talking about Thanet, in Walsall. I wouldn't be driving to Thanet, but I might just drive to Walsall. There's also a matter of, if you're playing a bit of cash, of a bad beat jackpot that's currently running at £290,000 for quad twos to get beat. 290,000. Anybody playing cash? You could be playing a 1-1 game anywhere in the country, sat down, the bad beat jackpot goes, quad twos beaten, and you'll be taking home about 30% of 290,000 if you lose the hand.
The tower says it's always nice with kings, but this time he's wrong. There's 2 aces. But still, going to be probably getting paid off here. Yeah, it's hard for Chris to fold once the last ace pairs.
Thanks for keeping it small.
GUKPT Blackpool, 131 runners for day 1A. We just lost Ahmed King's full. Oh, we lost Warbs. Steve Warburton was eliminated as well. And last out was, the last two out, Ian Gascoigne and Mitch Hynam. They are the last two to be eliminated. Alright.
Your attention please, those players with the name on the list for the 1-2 yellow, make your way to table 4. Table 1, yes, table 1, so you can make your way to table 8 from A13, no dog. Stephen Aaron, Liverpool, Patrick Penny, Ian Llewellyn, James Baker, Matthew,
Can you buy with card payment? Yes, you can, says Nathan. Afternoon, Nathan, watching on Facebook. Can you pay him by card? Yes, you can. And if you want to play cash and you want to log a seat up on the app, you've got 60 minutes to get into the casino once you put your name on the app. Then come and tell the people you are here and get yourself sat down and start playing with a chance of winning a slice of 290,000 for the bad beat jackpot. It's got to go soon. It has to.
So Liam already heroed Maz correctly once. Potentially thinking about doing it again here with ace high. Hero correctly with the a7 few hands back when Maz opted to bluff after his up and down bricked. And looks like he's going to find the hero again after he reaches for chips. No, into the muck, and Maz says, ah, got ya.
There's the old Jack Knight.
Shows it to him.
Good lad. That's why you couldn't have played poker, haven't you? I think there's 60 already registered for the satellite. Already. Apparently, a couple of people thought it was 7 o'clock, and I don't know whether it's early advertised in the season as 7 o'clock, but it's definitely been changed to 9 o'clock for a few months, and it's definitely 9 o'clock. Da, 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 da. Do you want to grab us a tease, young man?
I can do.
Yeah, go and have 5 minutes, go and have a wander, see what's happening. Come back with news.
Yeah, I'll come back with some news.
I don't know what news.
I'll see what I can find.
I don't know what news, come back with news.
I'll make sure it's cold outside. I'll make sure that's not the news.
If you go outside, can you come back? Absolutely, ding, ding, ding. The pixie. Absolutely, ding, ding, ding.
Good, Donald, Jovan and Gail Watson, please make their way to the boardroom for seats on 1-2 Holden. Here we start, ladies, and they make it in. After down in progress, we got a 20-minute break. 20-minute break after down in progress.
Is he on a massage or a date? So live stream coming directly from Blackpool South Promenade. If you're making your way to the casino, right across from the Pleasure Beach. Afternoon, Ali. If it is the Ali Maloo. Fingers crossed it all gets sorted, pal. We'll see you again. There is only one Ali Maloo. GUKPT coming across the airwaves. Main event. Day 1A, 131 in the mix at the moment.
And those players numbers for 1, 2 PLO. You go going to the 7, that's those players on the list for the 1, 2 PLOs. Make way to table 7 in the front room. Cash 7.
Maz, Dom and Liam see a King, Jack, Jack flop. Hiya, Hiya, Penny. Still trying. Good afternoon and good to see you back on board, Penny. Hope everybody is well. Live stream coming live from Blackpool. GUKPT 835 runners in the mini, the biggest mini of all. When we get to London, we'll be doing 3 weeks of live streaming. First weekend will be the main, which is a 12.50 buy-in. The second weekend will be a cash game plus other events too. I think it's the midi, and then the third week will obviously be the grand final £2,000 buy-in. There are 4 25-25s this year. 9th till the 12th of December in Walsall. Luton will be the 16th to the 19th of December. Back on the 9th to the 12th will be Newcastle. And Leeds and Bury New Road are going to be having a collective prize pool. So they're going to play the 15th to the 19th of December in Leeds and Bury New Road, with the day to the final day being held in Leeds. So be aware, if you're playing in Manchester at Bury New Road, the final will be in Leeds. And there'll be more of those next year. I've been told that already. Is there a high roller in London? Good question. Good question. We'll find that out very shortly.
Once again, Patrick Fahey, Tian Luan, James Baker, Xiao Zheng, Duan, Ryan Murray, Rob Murray, Gary Swan. Takeaway table 8, display 131.
Certainly find out what's happening with the live streaming and what events are in London. I've got the dates somewhere. There it is, T-Boy. Ding, 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 ding.
Miss anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Not at all. Not at all. Show you what's happening in London straight after the hand. I like Johnny Anytoo, studies everybody in seat 2. Here's Murph. Here's the Murph with the re-entry.
Matt's thinking about hero in this with just the queen. Obviously, 4-liner to a straight both ways. And Rob's gone bet, bet, bet as well. Ah, but it's not even, it's not Maz, it's Majid.
Majid in 8, yep.
Thinking about finding the hero here. Maybe thinks that, like, what is Rob ever going to go bet, bet, bet with here? He's repping basically a king, and what king X are going to fire turn? But Madge eventually lets it go.
So looking at London, is there any high roller in London? There is the first half of the schedule starting with the 12:50 main that we'll be covering next week. Or not next week, in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks today will be day 1A of the main in London. We're doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We will then leave you to it for the minute, the PLO, the satellites, the midi main day A on Thursday. We'll be live streaming Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Friday's going to be a cash game. We think it's PLO. Saturday will be the NPL playoff, which should be very interesting because that's going to crown our package winners for 2022. And then on the Sunday, it'll be the, I think it's the day, midi day 2, because that's the final day, isn't it? There's no day 3 in the midi just yet. So Sunday will be the midi until a winner is crowned then. And then we flick it over to the rest of the week, where we've got the high roller PLO, we've got a high roller 2,700 starting, that is starting on the Tuesday.
Oh, that needs to be corrected. That's meant to say day 1, the high roller.
Yes,
it's
it is.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
But it's actually day 1 on Tuesday the 30th.
That's
we'll,
what I was
we'll
looking
mention
at.
that.
Yeah. And then we then go back to doing the live streaming for the Haymaker on the Wednesday, which is the online free roll. We've then got Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the grand final, a 2,000 buy-in. I'm going to be saying there might 750,000 in the prize pool.
RB overs.
Once again, the following play.
RB overs.
Straight away?
Yeah, RB
Not
overs.
even give me any shout?
Nah. I reckon 450. I reckon 450 runners in that.
Sorry, Danny Petros.
Okay.
Danny Petros, Sergeant
So,
Singh,
as we were saying, estimated prize pool might be $1 million. We'll see how we go, but there's plenty going on. So yeah, we have 3 weekends of live streaming in London for the final event of 2021. Amazing.
Penny Smith says the tea will be cold. Do you know how hard it is to get a couple of cups of tea when the players are on live break and you've got 200 people running to the bar?
I forgot that. And the next break's 20 minutes as well, so...
is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's a 20-minute break, the next one. Hi, Scott. Yes, they have. The seniors have been very well attended this year. It's amazing how many old people stay up after 7 p.m. I had no idea.
I'll never forget the look you got in Leeds when we were taking down the feature table on the Sunday and there was the final table. You go, shouldn't you all be in bed?
I did get a funny old look from one or two of them. Don't forget to follow us Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Subscribe to them all and you'll get a notification when we go live. Over 50, Scott. 50 and above. $50 and above. Da, 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 da. $54, does that pass? Just.
Please sit in, please make your way to the desk. That's sit in, make your way to the desk. Or see on cash.
You weren't lying.
Let me send it. Give me your number. Let me send it.
Ace Queen against Ace Queen. How's this going to pan out on a 963 diamond board when Rob's got Ace Queen and diamonds and Dom hasn't?
I'm guessing Rob's going to win. This is just 3-year-old him. And Dom calls once versus that size, but facing double barrel here, he's just going to have to get out of the way on the turn.
Yeah, I think Dom knows. No redraws for nothing.
That's gone fairly small, but Dom still makes the correct layout.
Gary McGavney says, how many in the Omaha? 4, 5, 6 last night. For the first time in GUKPT history, since 2007, there were 200 in the Omaha. $200 is unheard of. 200. Which meant that the satellite last night started with 27 and it ended up with 168. Absolute carnage it was in here last night.
So Majid opening the deuces, and Johnny just going to flat cut off with the ace-10 suited. That's going to bring Dom along in the big blind with the Queen 8. Three-way action to the flop once catches up.
Six, 7, 7. Checked all the way around. Rivers the 3 of clubs.
Both Johnny here and Dom with flush draws. I wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Johnny. Try and fold out some better ace highs that Majid can definitely have, opening gun +1. But just chooses to take a free one. And interesting river, because Dom's actually pinged the flush here with the Queen 8 of spades, and I love the check from Dom here, because a lot of the time Majid is going to be ace-x heavy, and the times he's not ace-x, he may elect to represent this particular river card. And now over to Johnny, and I wouldn't mind seeing a check behind, and that's exactly what he's done with this particular hole, and it's hard for him to get called by Ross.
Players in the main event, you have just over 3 minutes on the break. That's main event wise, just over 3 minutes remaining on your break.
So in 13 minutes time, we'll be on a 20-minute break.
So please, Belgian Singh, you have a seat. Cash 2 for 1-2 hold. Belgian Singh, 1-2 on table 2.
Don't move.
Yeah. Raise from Liam. Getting a bit loose. Early position. King 5 suited. Gets called in 3 spots, button and both blinds. Chris with the best of it with the pocket 9s.
8, 5, 6, 2 clubs.
So everyone actually catches a piece here. Over pair gut shot for Chris. Liam with bottom pair, Maz with bottom pair, and Dom with middle pair gut shot, backdoor flush draw. So once checked us here as Chris. Definitely want to be betting this one 4-way. Want to try and thin the field down. Obviously bet for equity denial purposes as well. Don't want to give a free one, let people realise equity with overcards. Dom will make the call with his middle pair. And pings the 7 on the
Boom.
turn. So both players making a straight.
As somebody you said, if somebody's pinged the thing, somebody's phone went ping. Somebody's phone on the table went ping. That was so good.
So Chris firing from
Dom's got the
4.6.
bottom end of it. Chris got the top end of it.
Yeah, Dom's going to have to call once here, towel up.
He is.
Wow,
he's
he
an house.
shoves.
Oh, he shoved all in. And Dom, who had made his stack up to 50,000, a bit bigger, finds he's drawing to a chop. And it is not. So the
Brutal
bottom end against the top of it, and that is just...
When the dealer moved the king down that low, I thought he was going to run it twice then. I was so used to playing cash, I thought, well, here's the second run. Brutal turn there for Dom.
Yeah.
It's difficult, because what 9x has Chris got on the button other than that he bets flop with? Like 9-8 suited, 9-7 suited, which is the flop straight. And then pocket 9s, like the value hands on the flop, unless he's bluffing with like 9x of clubs. But difficult spot there for Dom. £1 a minute. £1 a minute for the massage.
So unlucky for Dom, just a bit of a brutal one for him. Not much he could have done about that. Just under 10 minutes to go until the end of this session and a 20-minute break. So what a week it has been so far here in Blackpool. There's a matter of £290,000 National Bad Beat jackpot going on. If it goes in any club, we want to hear. But what we don't want to hear...
Yeah, no trolls.
What we don't want to hear is something that's telling little fibs. There's the 25-25s coming up in December. There's the last round of the 30-30s, which we'll show you after this hand. The Grandad final dates and schedule we showed you as well. Are we going 5-way? Oh, are you right? King, 9, King. Any kings about for Madge?
Madge has got the king. Going to be hard to get paid in this multi-way situation though.
Yeah.
And now Madge does come in for some value here. Bet 2.2. And Rob in seat 1 has actually rivered a boat here with the deuces. Is Liam thinking about potentially bluff raising this spot with the ace of spades, but great timing. Rob just flats with the deuces. Doesn't want to raise. Could potentially get called by some Jack 10, some King X, some spade draws that got there that decided to check because we were 5-way.
I think even I'm raising in that situation. So just tell them that they're moving back over in 7 minutes' time.
And then we will have a new feature.
30-30s coming up. End of this year, right there. There they are, the final 4, and the final 4 for the points of the NPL. Leeds, Luton, Bolton, Edinburgh, the final 4 events. Jay's probably going to be flicking in and Luton, and you'll be playing for second.
Why are you there, Tower? What are you doing in Luton next week?
Leeds, Bolton and Edinburgh, they'll be cracking events, £400 events, the G400s as they will be next year, the 30-30, the final 30-30, the final 4 with the final points going towards the NPL for this year. It's looking like 7 diamond packages in total and then 2 added extra platinum packages for the live satellite or the live event that we'll be live streaming in a couple of weeks' time.
Mick the Mod, yeah, other than Katie, everyone's here. Well, Trig's not here yet, but Trig will be playing, Andy Hills and Jamie Nixon.
Yeah.
But Katie's not at this event, is she? Is she
she
giving it
not?
a miss? I haven't seen her all week, so
Okay.
I'm guessing she's not here, but she's the only one I've not seen all week. But the other 3 are here. Trig.
Oh, she's driving up today.
Oh, is she driving up today?
Because Dave Maudlin told us that Kate is on her way.
Ah,
so
okay.
the little one's on her way up.
So yeah, everyone. It's going to be the first one. Oh no, they all played Luton. So we will have all 4 of our pros in the field.
$134
Let's see, we've lost Tower.
Oh, we lost.
Let's
Come on.
have a look.
Come on then, Grim.
So, after Brad Simpson, we lost Martin Frey, Steve Warburton, Ian Gascoigne, Mitchell Hynam, Andrew Taylor, Rich Heedon, Paul Trotter, Majid Nadeem, David Ledden, and that is it at the moment. As we see the Jack 4-9 two-spade board. Both players, sorry, just Andrew catching a piece in terms of middle pair. King on the turn changes nothing, and the ace-9 will get the check mark, assuming it goes to showdown.
Indeed. But Albert and TJ around. They're in Vegas
Yeah,
together.
they've gone Vegas together.
They actually travelled to Vegas together and rooming together.
TJ got the flights and Albert got the accommodation.
Yeah. Albert got the best part of the bargain there, let me tell you.
I know.
I'm going to spend £50,000 with you. What can you give me? Would you like a penthouse, sir? Oh, go on then. Is there 2 beds in it? Yes, sir. That'll do, thank you. Albert won that one. One push. Has he played anything else since his last cash?
No, of course he hasn't. He likes to keep the 100%. It's when he feels it, Tower. When he feels like he's ready, he'll flick in. How are we doing there? Eddie, thank you very much.
So heading to the break. New table that will be coming.
Yep.
So just been under the new table. Johnny Gray, Dan Stacey, Rich Kelly, Tom Ward, Nasser Ganji, Chris Cox, very nice indeed, on the way to entertain. I wonder if Ludo will play. Well, he was played everything else. I think it'll be a day off today and play tomorrow for Ludo. Ah yeah, Rangers played and drew 1 apiece. Finished. Early kickoff. Celtic are playing at 8 apparently.
What a river this is for Majid.
He's
just gone bet with the 8-6 after turning a pair. Thought he might check for showdown, but maybe targeting a queen, and now he's rivered 2 pair. It's a lovely run out this for Madge with the 8-6.
Never lost an all in when you're having a massage.
Smooth all in, a snap fold for the King 9. Well played from the man in seat 2. Should mention Johnny there. Only calling when he was ahead and folding when he's behind. That's good poker. As we're going to go into the last hand of the session, as there is 30 seconds left on the clock. Going to squeeze one more in. And then we are on a 20-minute break, guys. So back at 8:10. New feature table as Tower just rang you down who we got.
Satellite starting at 9 here in the club. The cash out satellite, you start with 10k. As soon as you get to 100, you walk off with a seat. So a 20-minute break after this hand. Dom's getting involved with ace queen suited. Folding all the way around. Johnny will probably call, which will bring in Murph.
4 to the flop.
Ace 10-8. Dom flops top pair, decent kicker, guttable.
Yeah, this might just get through Tower. Yeah, Johnny does have a gut shot.
Of course.
Against this size, yeah, I guess we are appealing against this particular size that Dom's opted for.
Don't want to see Dom hitting two pair.
I'd like to see him check this one though, potentially. Dom, I like it from him, the check on the turn once the 10 rolls off. Try and induce some bluffs from our opponent on the river. And check, and Dom's going to take that one with the ace-queen. That is it for the session. We are going to be back at 8:10 with a new featured table, penultimate session of the day. We will see you all then.
So nah.
Awesome. Steve Warburton, you've been an absolute superstar. And when I said at the beginning of this, I
believed you. I genuinely believed you.
One of my favourites. I 100% mean it, because you are one of the nicest guys to sit down, to chat, to laugh, shoulder to cry on if you want it, and you've been there and done.
Yeah. I love you, buddy.
You're an absolute star. Steve Warburton, thank you very much. And thanks, everybody, for watching An Hour with the Tower. Ta-ta. We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for An Hour with the Tower.
Yeah,
we're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. If got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old, that. Every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, you know, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? Never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not.
You're not. I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. You first
drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi drinking as well, mate. So you've played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast. And I wanted to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played. I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
They told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of go with the flow of okay, what's next on is GUKPT Bolton or Walsall or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow. And it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean. So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that. And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left. And Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then. And I think I knocked him out. And then from there, I won the tournament. And then probably after that, I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing. Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
I'm pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that. I was just playing low stakes. You kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. To win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
And in the
state coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GUKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking, you must have been thinking these tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win. And rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. You know, it would be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously. Definitely, yeah.
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just say? Can you just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster, but I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's
time.
You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, I was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive conflict over there.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas. I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
Now, we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buy in the EPT London.
Oh, disaster.
Unfortunately,
disaster.
Unfortunately, the crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and it was I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Ace king of diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, how's he got aces?
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, there's guys on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great.
Well,
I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to bring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So, you know.
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced a bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after, GUKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah. I remember
I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a mix.
Welcome back. Jay's on his way. He better be bringing the teas. That's all I'm saying. Oh, they've done a tea run today, that lad. We're just about back. Seat number 1 is going to be Rob Cobley. That's no tea. Johnny Gray, seat number 1. Seat number 2 is Dan Stacey. There's Dan. Seat 3, Richard Kelly. Tom Ward in 4. Tom Ennens in 6. In 7 is Nasser Ganji. 8 will be Brandon Hulway, and Chris Cox in seat number 9. Welcome back. We've got 2 levels. Look at this. Tom Ward sitting in seat number 4. We are just getting back for level number 7 of the day. The numbers are pretty decent for a day 1A, 135. Whoa, whoa, what's in your hands?
What's in my hands?
Yeah. No tea.
I didn't know I was on the tea run.
Shocker. I knew it was going to happen.
I've been talking.
Yeah. Who with?
Someone.
Yeah, right, okay, all right.
Someone.
Sebribas, good evening. Great job as always. Hope to see you Saturday Sunday for some side events.
That's me.
Hey, oh, what's happening there?
That's me.
You clown. You great clown.
There we are.
Go on,
look at
suss
it.
it,
To
then,
me, to you.
To me, to you, to you, to me, to me, to you. What are you like? Unbelievable.
There we are.
You've got one job.
It's all right. We're back.
It's that coat.
Yeah, it's the coat. It's warm. It's a warm coat. Oh, look, there we are.
It's a warm
Just
it's a
like
warm
that, back
coat.
up.
It's a warm coat because you're complaining about the cold in the north.
Yeah, it's a different type of cold up here.
Unbelievable. So, Sabre Abbas, hopefully see you Saturday and Sunday for some side events. Can't get to the main, too much work. That's the problem, you see. You work to play, you want to play, too much work on.
You ran through, we got Tower.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor old Johnny Gray. Sound sad upon the radio. Killed him hearts in mono. I'm mother's strange.
And Kellett repping the Slater jacket.
Oi, oi. Oi, oi. Oh, Nathan's represented in some way. The jacket's in town.
It's so funny when he come up to me. He said, "Do you recognise this?" I haven't seen Nathan in probably 2.5, 3 years, and I thought, "Is that Slater's?" Yeah, Cash Out Satellite kicking off very soon. Less than an hour to go for that one. We are covering this table. Tom Ward in 4, I see. Been having some deep runs lately as Tom. Always see him back end of the fields.
How's he been doing?
Not bad, Tower, at all. Half a million in earnings. He comes second in the GUKPT back in London for 116 bags 8 years ago. Cashed in the WSOP main event twice.
Evening, Laura. Yeah, I've seen Paul wandering around. I've seen Paul wandering around. I don't know if he's playing the main or playing cash. I'm not too sure, but he is in the building. Cat and I watching from the bed, and you got it all to yourselves. Awesome. Great commentators ever. You think Jay would have treated you to an extra large posh tea with his winnings?
I don't get any of my winnings anymore, unfortunately.
Can't even get a free tea out of Jay anymore these days. So Slater's coat is in 3. Edinburgh winner 2019. I wonder if he knows. I bet he does.
Oh, of course he does.
How was the beef stew? What have you done the pots? Big fan of Thomas, says Chrissy Brider. Yeah, good player, Thomas Wood.
So Johnny here, ace 10, wants to be opening this one, makes it 12. NASA not going to defend the big blind. So level 7 of the day. We've got 4 more levels remaining. Playing 200, 500.
Had to totally forgot to tell everybody to refresh YouTube just before the end of this session because of recording purposes. Hopefully everybody finds it eventually. Yeah, it's 10 to 100 this time. 15,000 to 150. They changed it to 10 to 100. Oh. You've done it in, haven't you? You've done the lot in. One job. Needs to come forward now, Rob. Your side needs to come forward. In the middle. I'll jam it in the middle. That's better.
I think that's fine my side, self-starting. Me ruining the backdrop. Our tower, Nathan Slater, literally just eating it now.
A good stew.
Yeah. In
hours and hours on the old slow cooker. Delicious.
So Johnny, can I open the Queen 8 suited? Makes it 1.2. And Tom just shoves for what is 32 big blinds with the Ace King. I guess this is fine if he thinks he's at a table, which it is a fairly tough table. This the seats 1 to 4, very very tough players. So just taking the question out of being outplayed post flop out of the question and just ripping for 32 bigs. I don't mind it at a table like this if you feel like you're going to be outgunned a bit, go in post. So just opted to rip the Ace King over and open. Gordon, free roll is on Sunday. Live stream free roll always on the Sunday.
And any other free-to-play event on Grosvenor Poker will not need a password.
So deuces in the cut-off pair. Wants to be opening this one once folded to us. And Brandon King 10 suited here on the button. Both options available to us, flat or 3-bet. Depends how wide we perceive NASA to be opening. Opts for 3-bet, perfectly fine. Nice sizing as well, just south of 3x. And that action going to be back on NASA here, who just gets out of the way with the deuces. Could have potentially seen a call, but obviously didn't want to go post out of position. But we were fairly deep, about 80 odd bigs. So Tom opening the ace jack. Nasser going to flat with the suited ace in the hijack. Chris coming in with a free bet to 3.6k here. And, interesting choice, but we do have the ace blocker in there. Obviously, some removal to some of our opponents continues. There's some dead money in the pot. Tom, a good, competent player, so can plausibly have decent holdings, as well as some light ones opening early position, so maybe just aware of the opponent he's up against. But Nasser is going to come in for the call with the ace-7 of hearts.
Did you eat them, yeah? You can eat nuts, sir? Yep. That's why I got them. Instead of Snickers. Yeah, carpet catcher.
Amazingly.
Yeah, it's crazy. We had the mic muted because that was the problem.
I've just been trying to log on to Grosvenor Poker just to see what apps are running. So I bring Nick over, the GM at Blackpool, and I said, I can't log into Grosvenor Poker. Is there an issue with being in the club and signing into Grosvenor Poker? He said, no, there shouldn't be. Everything else was working. We've got the chat boxes open, everything like that. And then you post that. Anyone else having trouble logging into Grosvenor Poker? So yeah, it could be an issue with the website itself. If it is, we've informed them because Nick has just been stood behind us watching, and we weren't allowed or couldn't get logged in. So thanks for that. Literally making sure that it wasn't my fault, because you've just said that there might be a problem logging into Grosvenor Poker. We'll try and get that sorted, and I'm pretty sure that they'll be on the case already if nobody can actually be logging in, because the numbers will be down. Evening, Peter McCormack on Facebook. We're planning on playing the seniors on Sunday. Did you find out the parking situation? Think there was a possibility you could get a pass? Yes, you can. You can. If you can't park in the two small car parks directly outside the casino, come into reception. You get a pass for South Beach car park, which is literally a 30-second drive away. But you need to take it with you. Park up, come in, and it's complimentary. And that'll solve a lot of problems regarding the parking here at Blackpool. One thing you won't see in Blackpool is Neil Channing. One thing for sure, you will not see Neil Channing. That's like saying Elvis is playing. Oh, GUKPT has finally managed to get onto the website. I can't.
And Ray can't.
Ray can't. I can't open Grosvenor Poker on my laptop. We thought it might have been my laptop. We thought it'd been issues with me, but no, it is not. It isn't me.
So Chris, going to open here in the hijack with the Queen 8 suited. Fine once folded to us, working with 34 bigs. And action going to be on Tom in the big blind with the 9-4 suited. 700 to win 2.4. He's just getting over 3-1. We do have a suited holding. He's going to defend. Oh, you can defend these hands if you think you're not going to be making mistakes post out of position. If you are uncomfortable playing pots out of position, maybe lean more towards fold, but we'll see a lot of good players defend these types of holdings. Heads up, getting a good price. Flop of 3 deuce deuce rainbow. Chris going to continue here. Don't need to go large on this particular board texture. You can actually go really small on these type of boards. Rainbow paired. Chris does continue and takes it down.
Race to 1,000.
So calf open from Dan, 9-8 suited. And Tom going to defend a suited king in the big blind. And flops it best on king 6-5 2 clubs. It's going to be a board with this particular holding that Dan's going to have high c-bet frequency, but doesn't need to go too large, being the opener here. And opts for 1k, it's a third pop. And around that, gets called.
No clips for that.
4 of spades on the turn.
Hey, every time someone goes anywhere near it, we need some clips on it.
You used the pen yet?
Oh shit, no.
Back in 20 minutes.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry. Da-da-da-dum.
King 3 of Tom. Good give up from Dan. See what's going on, Tower.
Shall we?
Let's have a look. There it is. There's third place
How many's he
finisher in
got
the minute.
now?
A lot.
That's 120, 40, 60. That's nearly 200k. Flipping heck, Zach.
What is it you say, form game?
Absolutely. Aye, somebody's been skiing. Spuddy. Chris Flint. Tango Tom's in the building. When did Tango Tom turn up? Oh, Tango Tom in the blue. There's the hat.
What is it? Is there a bucket hat memo that we haven't seen today?
I think we should get some.
Yeah,
So we'll
get some
some tomorrow.
ourselves, yeah.
When you walk in tomorrow, can you pick us two up?
Bentique there.
Leading.
Battling for the National League.
Leading. Paul Fletcher's just logged in the first time on the app. Yeah, the app works. I'm trying to get on Grosvenor Poker. Don't know if it'll come up on my mobile. I want to obviously try and solve the issue. Barry Neville, you're not wrong. Simon Zack is one of the nicest men on the circuit. You, my friend, are not wrong. Any updates on the pot washer, the bottle snatcher and the landlord? We'll try and give you updates when we can regarding the players. I don't think they've been eliminated, have they?
They're all still in.
They're all still in, going along nice. In fact, oh yeah, the bottle snatcher's playing, the pot washer's not. The pot washer's playing tomorrow, isn't he?
I've seen Chris today.
I think he's playing cash.
Oh, okay. Lost a couple back after the break.
Oh, we lost.
We have lost David Ledden, Guy Taylor, Mark Paul, Kevin Warlow, and I believe that's it.
Okay.
Only lost a few.
And entry is 135.
Wow, look at this. What's happened here? 4-bet rip from Tom. I'm guessing this had to have gone open. 3-bet, 4-bet rip from Tom. Non-believer on the button. Don't actually mind it, to be honest, Chev. We think Brandon's going to be 3-betting light out of the big blind. Shops to rip it in, and that's going to be dead-os to running queen, king. Running deuces for a chop one time, maybe. Oh, well, running tens works as well.
Running tens, anybody?
Nah, can't happen.
No,
it can't.
Maybe
it can't.
6. 93.
And there has been 135 entry so far.
See open table 19, seat 4. Sorry, David. Huh? What seat 6? Oh, yeah, seat 6. I was counting from the other side. Seat 6, not seat 4.
Yeah, around that, just sub 30 bigs. I think it was 29. It might have been an open shove on the button, actually. Me and Tal were trying to sort out the app as that hand occurred. But it may have been an open rip for 29 bigs. It probably was, actually, because I think the ace king's just going to shove over an open on the button with that stack. Barry, here we are. I'll chuck it up for you. There's the mini main results. They come third for £18,290. So there's the results from this week's mini main. First ever day 3 for a mini. That's going to be a regular thing. So I'll leave that up for 10 more seconds or so. If you got any names and you want to know how they got on. Cheers, Mick. And a rounder. So open from Dan under the gun. Gets a lovely flop, top pair, top kicker. And just going to get 2 quick folds here. Chris not going to be able to continue with the king 3. Yeah, we were 15 of 15 going into day 3. And not going to lie, we did get very lucky second hand of the day. We had 8 big blinds, shove jack 10 late position, Guy Taylor on our direct left, woke up with aces, and we made a straight on the river. Yep, and he did not win with the aces. We made a straight on the river, we was up to 16 bigs and off we went.
He did not win.
But yeah, we had a little bit of luck to start the day. Well, a lot of bit of luck I should say. Jack 10 versus aces, we're not in good shape pre, and then after we had that little bit of luck, feel like I played pretty well, very solid. I was pretty happy with how I played all day, every single hand, and unfortunately we didn't run too good four-handed, but it happens as poker. I wouldn't have been there if we didn't get lucky before that.
Gracious in defeat as always. As always. So I've just tried downloading Grosvenor Poker on my Google, and it comes up with network error. So if anybody else is having any problems, let me know. I need to pass on the message. It says contact admin. Yeah, we've forwarded the messages because there is a host problem apparently.
That's how I was on the case.
We're on the case. I want to play. I want to see what's happening. Need to advertise.
So Dan the orbit before opted to 3-bet out the blinds with an actual hand. He had aces versus the open from Chris, and he opts to do the same again. But sizing wise, 2.5x out of position, and fairly small, maybe for that particular reason because of his opponent's stack size, maybe saves chips at times that we do get 4-bet ripped on. But the kings for Chris are good.
So the cash out satellite starts at cash out satellite starts at 9 o'clock. Your voices are all over the top of each other. How's that? Have you got 2 tabs open? Normally what happens is if you've got 2 tabs open like Facebook or Twitch and YouTube and they're both open at the same time, we'll just chat over each other because one will not be at the same time as each other because of the delay. Might be a little bit longer on Twitch than it is on YouTube. So if you've got 2 tabs open, just check that one of them is on mute, and hopefully that should be alright. Michael, I'm guessing it's just down to the fact that you've got 2 either YouTube open and Twitch open, or 2 YouTubes open.
No, that's not Nathan Slater in C3 Party, but it is the jacket of Nathan Slater.
Any players wishing to enter into this evening's satellite, entries are now going to be taken at the regular desk. That's anyone wishing to enter this evening's satellite to make way.
It's the winning jacket.
Thank you.
Got to expect a final table from Kelly.
Came third last time we were here for the main, Rich Kelly. Dan opted into a block bet, and Johnny just opts to call with the ace-10. May have potentially come in for thin value, but maybe thought he could never get called by worse. It's awful for us at times, and Dan rips it on us when we do raise, so just opted to call. I'm probably aware that Dan's going to be balanced in his block bets as well, like he can have some nutted hands going that size. like the best players will have strong hands there as well as the hands like the one he had, just top pair, no kicker, wanting to just cheaply get to showdown.
Can you track progress of all the players on the app? No. All you can do is, if the initials are there and they're still in, then that's what you can do on the app. It doesn't update the chip counts or anything like that. We can try and do that live. We can tell you if somebody's in or out, like the app does, but other than that, we can't track a player's chip stacks because they're not updated on the outer tables. If we had that facility, it would be amazing. You can click on Blackpool, the Sandcastle Promenade, to see there are seven cash tables open. The main is going on with 135. And then obviously if you click on it, it'll just give the initials of the players that are still in, but not a chip count. Currently, at the moment, for the cash out satellite, there are 96 registered. That'll get to 200.
That's 26.
That will be 200 by the time it's done. Guaranteed. Before a card's been dealt, we've got double the guarantee. Michael says, thanks, how's Rob doing? Surname will be good, and then we'll give you an update.
Could be Rob Franks.
It could be Rob Franks, it could be Rob Sherwood, it could be, we've had a Rob on our, it could be Rob.
It could be Rob.
It could be Rob. It could be Rob Cobley.
It is Rob Cobley.
There you go. Rob Cobley was on our last feature table in seat number 1.
He's still in the field.
He was on about 50,000 at the last count.
Maximum card number. You just play with 6 cards. No, as many cards as can be dealt. So if there's less players, 10 cards. Normally 8 cards. 8 or 9 cards.
Your attention please, there's a taxi for a lift, there's a taxi.
How are the cash out satellites running? It starts at 9. You start with 10,000, you have to get to 100,000, and as soon as you get to 100,000, you stand up, wave your arms in the air, and you get a seat. If you have over 100,000 when you do get to that mark, the rest of the chips will be divided around the table, so there's always enough chips in play for the rest of them to get seats. Absolutely, Barry. When we used to blog the first few seasons before we started doing the videos, I think you were in one of the first ever videos we did in Luton with Mark Kavanagh. Remember Mark? Who was Spurs playing?
Vitesse.
Who?
The Dutch Giants. Vitesse.
Are you saying that because they're losing?
No, we're 3-2 up.
All right.
We went 3-0 up and now it's 3-2 and it's not even half time yet.
Wow.
Why change the habit of a life? Wait, 11,000. I don't think it is anymore.
So Spurs are playing who?
Vitesse.
Oh, obviously.
If that's how you pronounce it. I think they're Dutch. I could actually be wrong, mate. But I'm pretty sure they're Dutch.
Yeah, Barry, when we used to do the updates before the videos came along and before all the live streaming, now Cardroom Directs and the best pictures in town. Absolutely amazing. But we've got just the best team. We've got the best setup. It's down to Andy, PK, Jay, Simon, Dave, and myself. And of course the GUKPT that have a lot of faith in us. And we do love what we do. And we'll be back in 2 weeks' time after Blackpool, because 2 weeks today is the first week of 3 in London. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know if they would they be able to do these kind of satellites online.
I guess. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Because I'm totally agree when you're getting close to the bubble on the satellite online, and every single person time banks. It is the most tedious. And you understand everybody understands why it's done, and obviously it's all about the money and blah blah blah. But oh my days, I actually think on the bubble or getting close to the money, 10 off the money, there should be a time bank of 10 seconds for everybody, and that'll completely get rid of it online.
I think versus Big Blind Range here, Dan probably going to check this one tower. Well, looks like he's going to come in for thin value. Maybe trying to get called by some worse Queen X. I just think versus the Big Blind Range here, it's very, very difficult to get called by worse. He's opted for just south of half. And maybe trying to represent Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace 10, these type of hands. And he's actually got paid off. It's a very sexy value bet there from Dan with the King Queen. Very nice indeed. It's probably one of them things where you get in your opponent's head and your opponent thinks, hang on a minute, this is a board that's better for my range here, so like what are you supposed to have unless you got a straight? It's hard for you to have a straight opening under the gun and just flicked it in with one pair. Trying to represent an ace high type holding. It's a nice little value there from Dan on the river. A lot of players probably missed that value bet. I think even myself. When you really think about it, yeah, I like it. Expecting to lead all his straights 2 pairs, so once he checks to us, yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, totally agree, Zacabello. Time banking is all part of the game, but it's as tedious can get for the satellite. But like you said, it is part of the strategy. And when you're getting close to the money, everybody slows down.
Use it, Phil, yeah?
Yes.
That can't be Brad. Brad wouldn't even mention that. That's someone pretending to be Brad.
Because it's wrong way around.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just about to say, yeah, I like it. It can't be Brad then. I thought I thought that's someone pretending to be Brad, because Brad wouldn't even mention that.
So we've got the proverbial flip on its way. The best race in poker happens more often than you think. Rich Kellett has got the ladies. Thomas is going to be jamming the lot in. It's going to be a call. We're going to have queens against ace king suited, and we're going to see what happens. Does Thomas find another bullet, or does he double up to average stack? Rich Kellett with the queens. Tom Ward, in the window, straight in, king 10-6. No redraws with the diamonds. Just needs to fade one of the 2 queens that's left in the deck, and we get a double up for Thomas. And we do. So Thomas gets a full double, plays itself as always. Rich still healthily 62,000.
How are we doing, Adam? And Tom Hall is still in. He's busted 3 players today. I know that because they've all come up to me and told me Tom Hall got him. So at least 3. So I'm guessing he's actually probably pretty chipped up. He made quad jacks early on to get a nice near double against kings. But yeah, Tom's going pretty well today, I believe. And not Chef Brad. Yeah, I agree, and that's why I actually like Dan's value bet. I think Dan fought against this specific opponent. They're never even going to think about that, and they're never even going to turn a pair into a bluff. So Dan probably just thought once he checks, we've got the green light to come in for value. I think against a real competent opponent that can just shove there in terms of range, he might have opted to check back to stop that from happening. But that's why it's important to know who you're up against at the table and the dynamic between yourself and the opponent you're up against in the hand. A couple more bust outs, and literally only a couple. We've lost Thomas Arentz and the old bottle snatcher, Ewan McNicholas.
No, not having that. I'm guessing chasing the 20k package, he'll be re-entry. Pretty sure he will be.
Yeah, I played with Dan Stacey quite a bit on day 2 in the mini. He seemed to play very well, like everything he'd done. I didn't really see him make any mistakes. Like when he got to showdown, seemed like the way he played his hands were pretty good. And he actually final tabled Luton, didn't he? I know I weren't there for day 3, but
yes,
yeah, he did. Dan Stacey was final tablist on Luton, our last leg. So gun open from Tom. And Johnny just going to flat the queen's hit. Gets a nice flop as well. Once we flat the queens here on the button in position. Just going to have the best hand almost always here. Even though Tom has opened under the gun, he still has aces and kings there in this range, but only 5x he should have in this spot is ace-5 suited. So only 2 combos of that. Obviously 3 combos of pocket 4s as well, but this is a really nice flop for us as Johnny with the queens. We're very under-repped. This is a great turn as well.
And then when you start smelling it.
I'll go small here a lot of the time as Johnny. Looks like he's actually gone big. He's gone 2/3 pot, but try and get some calls from some ace-high holdings on the turn. Tom's opened under the gun, like king-queen, a hand like that, less likely because of our particular holding. Like the Broadway holdings, queen-jack, king-queen, less likely. So a lot of the time Tom can be weighted to ace-highs. So might have opted for a little bit smaller, but I'm sure Johnny's got his reasons for the 2/3. Like what Tom's got to think about here versus our flop sizing, there are potentially some floats, some like king queen of spades, jack 10 of spades, these type of hands, backdoor spades, 2 overs, as well as that he can have ace high as well, so that's why Tom is going to call once, and this is where a decision is going to occur for him on the river. Johnny's got to think about the hands that Tom's going to play this way. Opens under the gun, c-bets flop, check calls turn, and checks river over to us. So I don't know, I just think he's going to be weighted to ace highs a lot of the time. He will have some checks as traps with some pocket pairs on the turn. I don't think we need to go too big here as Johnny. It looks like he's counting out a bomb. About 9k, which is fair enough, around 65-70%. trying to get called by some ace highs, perhaps some jacks and tens in there that elected a check turn. Although I think off of Tom's stack size, he may fire again with those particular holdings. Obviously, heart draws a large part of Johnny's calling range on the button that he does call flop with. Tom here now thinking about the hero with ace high. Like hands that we beat here in this particular spot. What's going to be going through Tom's head here is there's no reason for Johnny to ever bluff ace highs here on the river. So a lot of the time, if we are correct with our call, we're not calling for a chop. Ace high is just going to check back this particular scenario. So we're ahead of hands like king queen suited of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, 8-9 of hearts, well not 8-9 of hearts now on this river, but Tom thinking about heroing it because maybe he just thinks Johnny's going to have more flush draws here in this particular scenario. But the thing is, if he's aware of how Johnny plays, I'm not too sure regarding skill level, but if he is a good player, he can potentially go as thin as 7s, 8s here on this particular river, try and get called by this precise holding, all the ace highs. It's a difficult spot here, more difficult than it looks for Tom Ward in seat 4. Maybe include some more bluffs as well, ace 3 suited, ace 2 suited, will draws on the flop. They can be some bluffs as well that he's trying to get us off a chop, but I think they're the only ace highs that he may choose to bluff, but then again, probably going to check them behind versus Tom's under the gun opening range. But Tom really thinking about calling this one off. And Johnny with a deceptive flat pre-flop could potentially be getting the max.
Chips, cards, chips, cards.
Yeah, good foul from
Thomas
Tom.
Ward gets out of it. Johnny Gray, winner in Blackpool in 2015. How many runners? No, in Blackpool in 2015 when Johnny won it.
194.
How many?
194.
So you think there was an overlay?
Probably not. No, I'll go lower. I'll go lower.
You go lower?
Yeah.
Well, the guarantee was 200.
Yeah, I'll go lower.
So you think there was an overlay?
Yeah, I think there
in
might be
Blackpool?
an overlay. Okay, probably not. I'll go higher then. I'll go higher. I thought in 2015, like the runners were that sort of. I was thinking 224. I wasn't that far off. I was only 30 players off.
There was an overlay.
Yeah, I know there was, but I wasn't too
There's never
far
been an
off.
overlay in Blackpool.
You said that like I was 200 runners off. I only got it off by 30.
Johnny Gray beating Yannis Liparis heads up 6 years ago now. Back in 2. But that just shows how far the GUKPT has come. And since lockdown and since we weren't allowed to play and now we've gone from 224 in 2015 and we're expecting 500,000 this week.
Yeah.
In prize money.
I know, it's crazy.
Massive, just showing how he's blown out of all proportions. It's fantastic. But Johnny, back in seat number 1, is former champion. Overlay in Blackpool. My eye.
Well, I was 30 off tower. 194 is not a bad guess. I just know that the tour's grown every year, so I was just going on that.
As soon as you get the 100,000 chips, it's a level 4. You will receive as soon as you get the 100,000. Any excess will be shared between the table. And if you get to above 100,000 chips, any excess.
It's starting in the background. The chaos is starting. 100,000 chips needed to bag yourself a seat straight away. Luton was weird. We got down to 24 runners before one of the 11 seats was won. Water everywhere. That's it. 5-second rule. As you can hear in the background, it's got a bit louder, but it's good for us because there's atmosphere. So you start with 10,000 chips, you have to get to 100k, and you win yourself a seat And then everybody else carries on while you're at the bar drinking Starter Prom.
So 10 minutes left of this level.
Yes, as we wander around the room yet again. This was just before Ewan was eliminated. I'm not sure if this was the hand, actually.
I think it could be the hand tower.
Staring into PK's eyes. Straight down the camera he was looking. No, it wasn't that. And Jamie Nixon back in. Still on the short side. See, coat's still on. There's no confidence there. Take the coat off, man.
Is that not his first bullet?
Is it?
Yeah,
it could be.
He's not busted,
Oh, that's fair enough. I'd still take the coat off.
There he is.
Feel like you're staying.
Tom Hall.
So what's with the hats anyway? What did you say
I
about
have no
that?
idea. I have no idea.
Someone's got chunks. There's Maz, Rennie in the background, the Baco one. Yeah, busy, 135 at this moment in time.
Are you waiting again? Are you waiting?
So Tom opening to a 1.2. Once folded to him on the button with Ace Jack. And Brandon with Queen 10 in the big blind, not going to be going anywhere. Makes the call. Heads up. Both players catching a piece. We're going to see some chips put in this pot. Nice hand to incorporate some checks behind with is Tom. I like it a lot. Button versus big blind. After we flop middle pair, top kicker. Definitely a good hand to include in our check back range. This Ace Jack. And I actually like Brandon's double check here as well with the Queen 10 off. We pick up a straight draw to go with our top pair. And if I'm Tom here now, definitely going to be coming in for some value after we've been checked to twice in the big blind, get called by some 3x, some 9x, some worse Jack X, as well as some 10x, which is up and down. Diamond draws and heart draws are both a thing as well. So about a 1.6 from Tom, and a quick call from Brandon. And the ace of clubs on the river. It's a lovely river this for Tom. River's the best of it. And Brandon's going to be in a little bit of a spot here with the Queen 10. Yes, Tom was the original opener pre-flop. He will be ace-x heavy, but what we need to be aware of as well is it's a button opening range, so Tom's going to have a whole host here. He'll have like some King Deuce suited, King 4 suited, King 5 suited, these type of holdings here that could potentially continue the turn. So it's going to be a tougher spot than it looks for Brandon. A lot of players instantly see the ace and just give the opener credit for it. But I've got to be aware that Tom is going to bluff this river when he doesn't have much in this particular spot. So it's an interesting scenario for Brandon here with the Queen 10. I think against this particular opponent, we're going to have a hard time folding with our particular Queen 10 that we got here. Like, we do have a heart in our hand, but the heart is the Queen of Hearts, so expect Tom to bet most of his Queen X on the flop, so I think we're going to have a hard time folding this one as Brandon against this particular opponent who can easily be at it after he's opened the button. Yeah, there's the call. I can't fault Brandon for it. You may be watching and thinking he's only got second pair and the ace has rolled off, but just thinking it in terms of range, all the hands that Tom's supposed to open on the button, and he's just going to bluff that river the times that he doesn't have an ace-x. It's just a great river for him to bluff in terms of range, so can't fault Brandon for the call there with the Queen 10. Nice bit of value from Tom on the river. Opted for a nice size. Got himself paid.
So the satellite has started. Do you think anybody will like fist pump and shout when they get to 100k? Do you think we'll hear it? Started with 100. That's the cap. No, it's only capped because there's no more space. As there's 8 cash tables running, plus the main event, plus the side event. So that's the only reason it's on 100. There will be an alternates list. You will be able to buy straight back in. You will get yourself back in if you want a re-entry. I'm expecting nearly 200 runners in that.
I think you're right, Sarah.
2, 3, 5. Top pair and a gutter ball for Johnny Green, C1.
Yeah, nice flop for us once we open this particular holding under the gun.
Anyway, fancy playing a 30-30.
I might
flick
in one next week.
That's where they are, the last four. The last four, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. Oh, I wish I could take clubs up to Edinburgh. Play Edinburgh. £400 buying, 50,000 guarantee. The final 4 events of the NPL for this year. Once the pot is counted, we'll let you know exactly, but it's looking like 7 diamond packages plus the 2 extra platinum packages. By the looks of it, it could be 12, it could be 14 by the time we get to London, which is just incredible. It is so good. But if you fancy playing one of these, you're playing for second in Luton. Playing for second in Luton, he's going down. Leeds, Bolton and Edinburgh to finish off the season of the 30-30s, and then they'll start again next year as a G400, which makes more sense. Jay, do you go back and review how you played certain spots, and who do you go for their opinion?
In cash, yeah, quite a lot. We have a group chat, a few people that discuss hands. We've got people that I message when I like good players, cash players as well, about certain spots when I'm not sure. Regarding tournaments though, like when I come and play these side events, I just go to the bar, have a chat with some of the like good regulars that I know, and just get their opinion on the spot, because I'm not a tournament player. I've never been a tournament player, so I'm always interested to hear other people's opinions. And the thing with this game as well, it's always important to keep an open mind. You may think that you're doing something right in a spot, and someone may tell you something else, and you can't just dismiss that. You've got to understand why they're saying that and look at a hand from a different perspective. And having all these different ideas that you can come up with in hands can really make you chips. So it's always important just to keep an open mind. Always like hear someone on their opinion on a hand, why they played it that way. Like you may see it and it may look like they've absolutely butchered the hand, but then when you actually sit down with them and you get their understanding of why they've actually played it that way, it can be quite eye-opening sometimes. So what I will say regarding going back on certain spots and stuff, when you are speaking to people, always have an open mind and new ideas and creating new lines and just making yourself more difficult to play against, Paul. But especially with cash spots, there's a lot of discussion from me and a few people. But regarding the tournaments, it's a bit different. It's just more of a fun thing for me when I come and play the side events. I chat about a couple of hands and obviously take everything on board and try and look at things from a different perspective when I'm disagreed with.
You know where to find the schedule for the next 25-25 series? Not yet, Brad. It's not being posted on social media, but I can tell you where they are. And the 25-25s will be talked about over the weekend. There's 4 25-25s before Christmas, and then 25-25s, the G400s and the deep stacks will all be incorporated in the NPL for next year. So we'll bring you more details over the weekend.
What will sound that as well, Paul, I have quite a lot of people on a regular basis like drop me a message about a hand they played as well, and like I'm always open. I have Twitter, like that's the only social media I use, but if anyone, no matter what your skill level, if you just started playing or whether you are really good at the game, if you ever want just my opinion on a hand or something, always open. Inbox is always open if you ever just want a little rundown or just me to give my opinion on how certain spots been played. I'm always happy to do it. Just going to jump back into the action here because Nasser here with the ladies comes in for a huge raise on the river, and Dan just gets away from top pair correctly, which is nice from him. And this just understanding that race size is just never going to be a bluff, and what do we beat for value, and there's not much.
When is the next table change, says James Roberts. Good evening, James. I don't know if you were at the Fleetwood match the other day. 2-0 up, half an hour to go, 20 minutes to go, 3-2 down. Let's go 3 in 8, 3 in like 10 minutes. Yeah. When is the next table change? At the next break. This is the first level of the session.
We've just gone up. Blinds have
just gone up, literally just.
So we've got an hour till the next break.
An hour till the next break. There'll be a 15-minute break, which will be around 10:25.
Do you fancy a cuppa?
Oh, yes, please. 10:25 will be the next table change. You don't watch Fleetwood anymore. You watch Squires Gate. They're in the North West Division where Macclesfield are in the same division, aren't they? Because I know Dan Charlton goes to watch Macclesfield Town. And they're in the same division as Squires Gate because he was there about a month ago. So yeah, Squires Gate, good on you, James. Grassroots football, good on you. You did. I think you was coming up with a. I think I saw Dan Charlton's match review of that. Didn't they have a man sent off really early, and then they were winning, then they were losing, and then obviously got battered. Will the bounty be capped on Saturday over a certain amount of players? Table dependent on Saturday. Obviously the answer would be yes. But by the time the bounty starts, say we get because the bounty starts at 4, day 2 here starts at 12. Say there's 150 coming back for day 2, that would be 16 tables in use. So yeah, and then obviously 4 hours into that there would be a cap dependent on tables, but every table becomes spare, then the bounty will get an extra table. It won't be capped, it'll just be determined on space, and then it'll be basically 1 out, 1 in kind of thing. So if you're coming for it, Dom, good luck watching on Facebook. If you are coming to join in the fun here in Blackpool, then good luck with that. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Watch live action on YouTube and Twitch, most people do. Facebook for updates and sporadic chip counts, and Twitter for anybody else posting. Just join us and join in the fun.
The open 16-9.
That's the first elimination I've just heard, and the bounty in the cash out satellite behind us.
Please, Lee Anna, Anthony Kennedy, Jack Daisy, Alex Montgomery, Andrew McGee, that's all Smith, 2 to 8. Make your way to the desk now, please.
Nice one, James. Also shows with the immaculate connection what does happen to a fantastic live stream by Cardroom Direct. Not too many locals playing today. I know we've got Simon Zack playing. There are a few in the field, and we had We had one of our satellite winners, Cora, who was playing earlier. Quite a few. There are a few locals that obviously do tomorrow. I don't know if Weebridge playing today or tomorrow. Arthur Harvey was eliminated early doors today. One of our locals. Let's see what's happened. The Grim Reaper's not here yet, so
I'm here.
Oh,
back
right,
with the
hello.
teas. Back
Hello.
with the teas.
So the Grim Reaper's not here yet to give you the bad news on who's been eliminated. So we'll try and run through a few names.
Last one was Ewan. He was the last one out. Ewan
Where's it?
Nicholas.
Derek Reed, gone. James Jagger, gone. Dan Gormley, big player, gone. Rich Heeden, Andy Back.
Spans out.
Whoa. Maz Bako, and the last one out, Dan Corbett. And Dan won it. When did Dan Corbett win it? 2018 maybe? 2017?
Yeah, I had a bullet from the profit on cash the other night, and I have got a ticket already, but it's not my ticket, it's a friend's ticket, so I'll text him and say you can go tomorrow, I'll just win that money, you'll get that place. Otherwise, I'm just not giving you a grand for it. He's actually not very fly back.
Daniel Corbett from Blackburn. When did he win it? When was that first place? 2017. Yeah, 2017. Beat Rob Boone heads up. Gary Whitehead and Simon Zack again on the final. Stu McNally was also on that final. Yeah, 2017 when Dan Corbett, he's been eliminated and the last man to be eliminated at this moment in time.
Cheers, James. Thanks for tuning in. Always say if you want to get on the featured table, one way to guarantee it is make the final.
Absolutely.
That's the way.
Absolutely.
So we got Kellett, folds to him on the button, raises to 1.3, and versus this opponent, I'm always leaning more towards 3-bet as Tom. We are fairly deep though with Rich, but I just think versus Rich's button opening range, we're going to be 3-betting this one for value almost always.
No, that's not Brandon Shields, that's Dan Stacey in seat 2.
And he's opted for 5x here, Tom. So gone very big just to try and deter Rich from some pills here on the button. I prefer bigger than smaller. And Tom just takes it down with the ace-queen suited there.
Oh no. Pixie. Telling us that Lionel Blair's passed away. Don't start.
I'm not going to say
Just
anything.
don't say anything.
I'm not going to say anything, Tal.
National institution, Lionel Blair.
Oh, Lionel Richie and the Tony Blair.
One of the best actor-stroke dancers the world has ever seen. Passed away at 92. Oh, bless. What a superstar he was.
Please, Robert, Rob, please make your way to the desk. That's Robert, Rob, you have chips left. Please make your way back to the desk. Thank you.
There's no wonder he changed his name. His name was Henry Ogus. Lionel Blair, 92. Top man.
So Kellett opening the cut-off here with the 7-6 suited. Probably think Tom's just going to flat this one a lot of the time, especially after the dynamic of the hand before, after we 3-bet Rich. Just aware of that dynamic, so just going to call on the button like it. And Tom's got an easy fold in the small, and action going to be on Nassau, who gets out of the way in the big line with the Jack 4 off. So heads up between Tom Ward and Kellett. Rich with the betting lead, Tom with position, and the best of it at the moment. Rich smashes the flop, flopping bottom 2 pair on a rainbow board. Just almost always going to be betting this one. Looks like he's opted for 1600. Guessing it's 16. It is 16, so opts with 40% on the flop. Like the size and choice. Tom just can't continue with the pocket 5s, and Kellett going to take that one down.
The pictures you get sent while people are all in Tenerife, and I don't mean anything like that. It's just Tony Bedford. We're watching the live stream earlier on. He sent me a picture of him watching the live stream in the sun with the iPad on. Dan says I'm all in with A7.
So we're playing 300, 600 now. So Dan shoving this for 14 bigs, just sub. Perfectly fine. Going to get that one through, so Dan picks that one up. Goes from 13 bigs to 16.
Very nice.
A little bit more room for manoeuvre now.
Already 11 eliminated in the satellite behind us. Thomas Ward rolling one, getting himself ready for the break. No action at the minute for the no action all the way around. Shout out to Ned and Frankie. Joe, Ned and Frankie the dog. Says English cat. Evening Joe, evening Dom, evening Ned and Frankie the dog. It's great that you're all sat there, all nice and quiet. Dog's probably asleep. Frankie's probably snoring away on the floor. I bet he's not on the floor. I bet he's on the sofa. Dogs never sleep on the floor. They just like take over, straight on the couch. I guess what we're going
A blind and blind. Chris with the queen deuce suited. Completes and a check from the big blind. Unaware of his holding. Just missed it. 10-6. Flops the best of it, does Johnny. Going to fire after catching a pair. And just takes that one down.
And don't forget, if you are playing cash anywhere in the country, a 290,000 bad B jackpot. So, what do you do if you've got quad sevens And somebody says I'm all in, and it says I've got kings, and it's king 7-7. Are you shouting for that king?
Yeah,
Are
of
you
course you are.
jumping
Of
up and
course you
down
are.
if it's
Yeah,
coming?
yeah. You want it to. You want the king to come. That's what you do. Yeah.
Oh my days.
Oh, I'd love to see it go. I'd love to see it go. Be in the
Imagine
place.
it going in Blackpool while we're here.
That would be insane.
Well,
wouldn't
we're
it?
here. Forget the live stream. We're
Yeah,
off to the bar.
Yeah, we would be at the bar. Do we get a cut? Do we get 2% or something for being here?
Yeah, no, wait. Look, we just love being here. We just love being here. 290,000 band beat jackpot. Quad twos or better.
Yeah.
There was one year. I think was it Luton? You told us about
Leeds.
the.
Yeah. I don't know if people have heard, but a little scenario occurred in Leeds. One of the dealers I was speaking to. Yeah, it's a pretty sick story, to be honest. So, dealer's dealing out the cards. He's dealt the cards. Someone's card's flipped over. It's an ace. Nothing happens. It's an ace. It goes as the burn card. They give him another card. Flop comes ace 6-6. Turn ace. River brick. He ends up getting stacked. He would have had aces, but he had ace something against quad sixes. The other guy's got quad sixes and he gets stacked with aces 4, but he would have had aces. This happened in Leeds.
200 and at the time 275.
Miss deal. Well, not a miss deal. A card's had to go as a burn card because it was exposed. The guy would have had aces, would have been quad aces over quad sixes, but instead he got stacked because he had aces 4.
Bad beat after bad beat.
That is just the best story ever. If you're that guy, you can tell that story for years and years.
But £290,000 currently running at this moment in time. If you sat down in a casino playing no limit anywhere in the country, you'll get a slice of it if it goes. And if it does go, we'll hear. Not from the chat box, because they tell us that false information.
Yeah.
We'll hear from the powers that be. But unbelievable. 290,000. Nobody ever thought it would ever get to 290,000. There's hands played, thousands of hands played every week.
To be honest, I feel more sorry for the sixes. Yeah, you won a grand pot, but you would have 100 bag.
Yeah, 30%.
Yeah.
To the loser. The losing hand gets 30%. Amazing. 25-25's coming up this year. You heard it, this year. Walsall and Newcastle the same weekend, the 9th till the 12th of December. And then Luton and Leeds / Bury New Road. Because Leeds and Bury New Road are going to be having collective pots, and you'll be playing day 2 in Leeds.
This season's absolutely vital. It's not all fucking sunshine and roses, you know what I mean?
Aye. The champion from 2008's come to say hello. Looking trim, young Brian Clark. It's amazing what COVID does for you. Looking great now, isn't he? PK's wandering around the floor somewhere. Yeah, he pretends to look busy. He probably is somewhere. Not so you're out. Have you played the satellite? Oh right. You're not telling me a bad beat story. Oh, that's good. That's good. Keep it going, pal. Looking good. Brian Clark, one wee brick, champion in 2008. In this very building. I will do, Kev. I will say hello to him. He's just wandered off to get his seat.
Because Burnley, what they did on the training ground,
So a nice steady day here in Blackpool. 135 have played the main at this moment in time. There's 110 in the satellite. There was 168 in the satellite yesterday. There was,
Crazy.
they did one hand flips like we do at Goliath. There was 9 of those, and there was a spin of the wheel where you pick a roulette number and you've I think it was 40 quid, and somebody won a seat. It's amazing.
Maybe a bit like that. Yeah, there's going to be investment. Yeah, there's going to be at least 3 players, maybe 4. Yeah, we'll spend. We're going to spend a lot of money in January. You can get Manja first and foremost. That's the most important thing. Good appointment. Be the manager now for him. We'll end up getting double manager in 3 or 4 years.
Juan, Jason Tweedy, Mark Elliott, and Philip Edburn make their way to the podium, please. 6 on 1 3 holder. Thank you.
So Johnny, a bit of a loose open here. Jack 5 suited in the hijack, but wanting to get involved. And Tom going to flat the 8-7 suited in the small. And Tom behind him is going to defend with the ace-5. And if we're opening Jack 5 tower, this is going to be a slam dunk c-bet for us on this king high 2-diamond board. No straight draws out there. Expect Tom, even though with 1 player behind, to be calling here on this particular board versus hijack opening range. Unless the size is extortionate. He has just let it go. Folding for half pot. Discipline lay down from Tom. Not getting sticky.
Someone pulling your leg, are they?
Maximus, what make of cards are we using? Pass. I actually don't know. Cards.
Cards.
With an RFID chip in them that are bought in special for the table, and they ain't cheap. I don't actually know what they're called.
Special cards.
Yeah, very special cards. Don't know what's happening live. Don't know what's happening. We need to catch up with the. Yeah, definitely catching up now. The action tracker of in 2 minutes.
So we've got an ace in the calf, once folded to us, so fine to open for Rich. He's actually looking at his stack, he's actually really nice position this stage of the day. The Slater jacket doing bits for him. And that's up. Got easy defend, you should think, with a 10-8.
Nine flop, 9-5-2.
So we have got bottom pair here, but expect the continue from Rich still. Equity denial purposes to overs. A hand like 10-8 off here, don't want to give a free card, but we've seen NASA pull out some floats already in this featured table. Saw him float with the A7 suited earlier, and going to do the same here with a 10-8, wrapped around that 9, but no heart in his hand. It looks like he's going to come in for a lead here on the turn. And just a quick fold from Kellett, unaware of what the turn was. That's a jack of hearts, so NASA semi-bluffing with the 10 high after picking up and down after floating the flop.
Kenzo Copes says Maximus looking for a high quality packet of cards.
Penny Smith.
I know, yeah. they were gonna use tarot cards, but they couldn't see a future in them. Penny's back. I thought chems were just like the norm, weren't they? Using in casinos and stuff.
I thought it was Kopaks were the norm.
Is it?
Yeah, nowadays basically most games I play in are all Kopaks, but
either or, I suppose. Both decent cards. Don't go to Aldi for any, that's all I'd say.
So Chris opting to rip the ace king here for 17 big blinds, just sub. I think at this table it's perfectly fine with these 4 players on our left, don't mind it at all. You will see some scenarios where some players just open off of this stack, but I like it at this particular table. Just moving all in with the ace king. No need to go post, happy to pick up blinds and ante or get called by worse.
No. I'm holding one of that.
Good action here. We've got Thomas in 4 opening in the hijack, and Tom in the cut-off. 3 bets to 3.5k here. Interesting spot here for Tom. For Thomas, I should say. We'll go with Thomas and Tom for this hand, just to not cause any confusion. I don't think we're going to be folding, especially getting this price. Is a 4 bet? No, just a call. I don't think Tom in seat 6 looks like the opponent that's going to have too many light 3 bets. So I like the decision to just flat the ace queen here, out of position, take a flop. 6-4 deuce.
So it goes check, check.
So deuce of hearts on the turn. It's like straight away now. I just find in these spots where once Tom checks behind, like, I'm not sure, I could be wrong, but Tom doesn't look like the type of player to have too many checks with overpairs. Like, some players may check queens, kings, aces on this particular board. However, I'm not sure Tom will, so I'd actually love to see Thomas Ward here go for like some overbet here on the tower. It looks like Tom in seat 6 has exactly what he has, like he's got ace king or ace queen suited. So if I'm Tom here, I'd love to see him go like 12k here tower, 10, 12k, just to try and get our opponent off of a chop. I'd really, really like to see this from Tom in seat 4. And these are like the spots, the exploit spots that we talk about here. Like, against good, competent opponents, they're going to have some overpair checks as traps, but I think against this particular opponent, I'd love to see an overbet from Tom to literally try and fold out ace king.
4.4 was the bet.
Yeah, it's going to be a chop, but he went small, he went third, and they're going to chop this up. But when you really think about that hand, he 3 bets, he's just trying to get to the river. It looks like ace king, ace queen, and against that particular opponent, I would have loved to just see like a 12k bomb or something like that. But maybe Thomas Ward has a better read on Tom in seat 6 than me, and maybe he thinks maybe he can have some checks with some strong hands.
Half an hour to go until the end of this session.
So Rich making it 1.4 with a King Jack +1. Brandon flats the suited 7-8 on the button. Heads up to the flop between Rich and Brandon. And action, because we got a straight flop for Brandon and a redraw to a straight flush, and we got Rich with top pair. This is a good hand to check for Rich. I'll talk about the top pair checks. This can potentially be one that's in there. The King Jack, we got a straight draw to go with our top pair. Got to think about button calling range as well. There's going to be 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited, 7-8 suited, King Queen off, all these type of hands in there. But Rich opts to just come in for a bet. But I think now, Tower, Rich is going to be checking this one. I think he'll be aware of the situation and the button calling range. Well, he's going to come again. He's going to come in for another street. And this is obviously targeting some Queen Jack, some Queen 10, some Queen 9 suited, 9-8 suited, these type of hands. This is what this bet is targeting from Rich. But he's not gone too big. He's gone around half. Now Brandon's still sitting here with a straight and going to continue to under-rep his hand. So just going to call once more. Take a river, which is the 9 of clubs. So now Rich. It's an interesting spot. I would be surprised if he went bet here, Tower, unless he goes really small, like blockery, like third, quarter pot, no more than 5k. It's gone for 8.1. So it's gone sub half, just south of half. And this is targeting Queen Jack, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10, these type of holdings here. It's not really too much we're going to get. Unless maybe Brandon's a sticky opponent. I'm not sure. Rich may be aware of Brandon. But this is only really getting value from Queen Jack, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10. Those type of holdings there. Maybe Rich just thinks that Brandon's never going to be flatting with 2 pair or better on the turn. And now Brandon comes in for a raise, as you expect him to do with a straight, and just a snap fold from Rich. Knows that he can never be in front now. As I always talk about them river spots, so under-bluffed. But maybe saved himself some chips. If he did check, I think we would have seen Brandon go a bigger size, spades bricks, straight draws bricks, so Rich might have had to pay it off. So maybe saved himself some chips going sub half on the river rather than check calling, say a 70-80% pot bet. Interesting. Maybe he just thought we'll go for value specifically against the hands we mentioned: Queen Jack, Queen 10, Ace 10, King 10, and we'll just bet fold the times that we are raised.
This should be a game in itself, shouldn't it? Games on the show.
Aye, Nick Slade. Only person that ever calls me a lard eater. So I know exactly who it is. I think it's a love message.
Sounds like it, Tower. Sounds lovely.
Evening, Nick. Good to see you over in Dublin last week.
And against Klopp, well, they're not one-off matches. They're not one-off matches. You don't win the Premiership. You don't win the Champions League.
Any manager since the very since he was appointed.
Lines 3-6 with the 600 big blind ante. Under half an hour to go of this session, and then one more table to finish off the evening. Oi, oi. The salad's on his way to Blackpool for tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Nick.
That's Dan getting in his last 10.5 bigs.
This will be a flip.
NASA.
Oi, oi. He's folding.
Oh, he's calling, Tower.
He's folding.
And this is going to work out an absolute dream for Dan flatting the ace-king here. It's going to work out an absolute dream because Nassar looks like he's coming for an ISO. And now Dan moves all in himself.
And I'm all in.
Now Nassar actually getting 2.5 to 1 exactly. Well, give 100 chips, but with the ace-4 suited. But damn, could be on his way to a double up. I can't see how Nassar's going to call this here with the ace-4. We got 3 outs at best. Yes, I speak about these will aces a lot and the power of them, but they're so much better to be the one shoving with, because not only are you going to have, this is irrelevant to deck cards, but 30% against all hands in the deck other than aces, which you block. But the thing is, when you are shoving with these hands as well, you've got the equity to get your opponent to fold. You've got that way of winning the pot when you're moving in with these hands. But calling off with them is a bit of a different story when you factor in the shove from yourself as well as the equity you're going to have when you are called. It just works out so much better. I'd be very, very shocked if Nassar decided to call this one off. Johnny's shoved here for 67 bigs, I make that.
Bit of TV time, ace-7's never calling. No, sorry, ace-4. Never ever calling. He'll make himself look a lot stronger than he is.
I think some of it's a vanity project. I always look at when people, not just United, but the Premiership full stop by certain players from certain countries.
I'd love to know what's going on Dan's phone, Tower, because he's literally not been off it whenever he's in or anything. I'd love to actually know what's going on because he seems so intrigued in his phone this whole session.
He might be playing satellite online.
He's not taking his hands off of it.
He
Where
might
are
be
his
playing
eyes off
the
it?
poker online. Go on, Nassar, get them in the muck.
Maybe he's swiping left and right.
Yeah, well, maybe. Go on, Nassar, get him in the muck. Come on, get them in the muck. You've had enough television time. Get them in the muck. What are you beating with ace-4? Like ever?
Their build-up play is pedestrian. A lot of it is pedestrian.
Aye, aye.
You coming in? Oh, sorry, Ian's it. Oh.
Come on, get them in the monk, Nasser.
He's folded.
There is no way in the history, if he calls this,
Charles having the rest of
if
the
he
day
calls
off.
this, I'm flying off to the World Series to play on Monday.
He's the only reason he can be thinking about calling it a tower is the price he's getting with this particular holding. That's it. He's getting exactly 2.5 to 1. Well, not exactly. Give 100 chips. Wow, he's called. See you later. Off he goes.
I'm off to Vegas. I'm off to Vegas.
Tower's off to Vegas. Off he goes.
No, he's gone.
Well, NASA.
Wow.
Fancied it.
Wow.
67 bigs.
Wow.
In they go.
Wow.
I've got H4 suited.
Somebody booked me a flight. Wow, Zuz. Somebody please tell me the insight of calling. Dan Stack's irrelevant, really, isn't it, with the sevens?
Yeah.
3-bet to 7.5, and then 4-bet jump.
Yeah, and if you're the ace king here, you're not fussed about the sevens. You're just thinking,
You're not bothered
no
about
four.
the side. No, you are not bothered about the side pot of 15k. You're getting more. If this comes a 6,
or a jack, six jack 4.
If this comes a 6 or a jack, this would be ill.
Oh, it's a 6
I absolutely quit.
Tower's done. He's off. He's off.
Quit.
There we go. There's no justice. There's no justice in this game.
That?
They're going to chop this up, and that's massive. That is for Dan in seat 1. If he just holds
Vegas, not anymore.
If he just holds there for the side, he's got over 100k Tower. He's absolutely loving life.
That is the sickest. Whoa, my days, that was unbelievable.
How does it happen?
You call it. You're not never calling me ace 4. Get off the telly. Call.
Right, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. What are you playing out there?
See you later, gentlemen. There's a 10,000 game going up. Oh, my days. What? And then we end up chopping it all. Oh, my days. Oh. Oh dear. The ace 4 was never calling. He must have known he was chopping it. Oh my days. Oh, brilliant.
The others are actually defended by attacking that pushing the other team back.
Hey dear. Like a £10 rebuy, buddy. Yeah, it is definitely Dan in sound. We've got the names right, haven't we? Johnny Green, seat number 1. Dan Stacey in seat number 2. I don't think the names are wrong, are they? I need to check this when the names come out right now. Oh my days. All right, it was Jay got him confused. I see what you mean. Yeah, it was an exciting hand that got just weirder and weirder. That played out really weird.
Yeah.
That played out really weird. And then we ended up chopping it.
Please, Ramgaran, to make your way to the desk. Gary Spriggs and Joshua Singh. That's Joshua Singh, Gary Spriggs, Ramgaran.
So Chris in seat 9's got the Snowman. Dan Stacey in seat number 2 has got the Ace King. Rich Kellett's not in the hand.
Yes, you did. 6 points.
Mitch Kellett's definitely not in the hand. And neither is Thomas. So we have ace king against eights. Not sure why he's got Thomas in the hand, or even Rich Kellett, to be fair. Because we have an all-in and a call. And Thomas and Rich are not in the hand. So it's eights against ace king. Dan Stacey stands up, which means the eights hold for Chris. Sorry about the graphics, guys, that was a complete cock-up. Chris in seat 9 took out Dan Stacey.
Graham Jones and Michael Miller, 6 on 1, 2 Holden. Graham Jones and Michael Miller, please. Thank you.
So poor old Dan Stacey departs. Ace king against eights. Any shoestring in 6. It looks no like. It looks more like. It looks more like. How does that look? Eddie Shoestring. That was a TV programme. Alright, man.
Raise and take for Johnny with the ladies. Yeah, sorry about that. I meant Johnny in 1 and Dan in 2. Just confused with the excitement. Where's Dan gone?
Eights against ace king. Gone. Short stack. C9 took him out. Yeah, I was thinking, Penny. It looked a bit like Eric Pollard from Emmerdale.
Thank you all for remaining in the main event. Please make way back to the program now. That's all for remaining in the
Is the Nugget in? I don't know if Gareth's playing the main event. I know he's been in the building. I saw him last couple of days. I don't know if he's in the building today playing the main events. But the son of James Jones came 3rd in the 30-30 for 17,000. So whether he's bought his dad into the main or is there a little bit of a present, I'm not sure. Or bought half. But the Nugget, Gareth Jones, I don't know if he's in the building or playing day 1A1. If I was, have a quick check, see if his name's on the list. If not, he might be playing tomorrow. Let's have a butchers. Gareth Jones, let's have a refresh. 136 played the main. No, Gareth Jones is not playing today. Last couple of eliminations, though, as we see about it. So quick, we'll tell you those after this hand because Johnny's involved.
This should be it, Tower.
Yeah, bet 3.2, that should be it.
Yeah, it should just be going. Oh, it's not Johnny this bet, it's Kellett this bet. So that's not it. I take that back because it's Kellett that's continued here with the ace jack. So we're going to see Johnny call and both Brandon and Nasser get out of the way.
Kellett's in the hand. What's happening?
So Kellett's got ace jack of clubs, Johnny's got queen jack.
5 of diamonds on the turn. Stu McNally is in the building.
Rich gets there on the river. Well, I say gets there. He had the best hand already, but he has made top pair here with the ace-jack. And Johnny just sitting here with queen high. We have a queen of diamonds in there. Bit of removal from flushes, but like a 10x of diamonds or king-jack of diamonds, you expect Rich to double barrel a lot of the time, but Johnny is going to come in for an 8k bluff here. 8 into 13. So let's have a look at this hand from Rich's perspective. Johnny opened, check called the flop, and now comes in for a bet on this ace river. And I think that we might see Rich sniff this one out, because Johnny's not going to call once Rich bets into 3 players with ace king and ace queen here. So he may incorporate a check with ace 10. Ace 10 is definitely a hand Johnny can have here, but he will have plenty of king queens, king jacks, jack queens, these type of hands, pocket 7s, pocket 8s that may try and be getting Rich to fold some 10x on this particular river, because he's going to be ace x heavy. It's a tough spot, because Rich will be aware we don't beat any value here. Like Johnny's not going to have like an ace 8 type hand that he's going to play this way. But Rich makes a disciplined laydown, even though catching top pair on the river, and Johnny there with the queen jack gets it through. Nice bluff from him. Went for it, got the job done.
A few more eliminations. Phil Tate, Andy Taylor, John Cullen, Rennie Share gone, Michael Eglantine, Rob Cobley has been eliminated on the outer table. We had a few people watching for Rob earlier on. Rob Cobley. James Bott has been eliminated, and we saw Dan Stacey go out, and just after that Matt Bushell has just been eliminated as well. We are 10 minutes away from the next break, and then a 15-minute break, which means we'll be back at 10:25 for the final session.
Yeah, that hand's interesting. Like ace 9 makes sense, ace 10 makes sense, flop straight, 7-8 suited makes sense. Maybe a set that checked in terms of range makes sense. So thinking about it now, he can have fair amount of value on that particular river, but a lot of the time it's just going to be a gross spot there, sitting there with top pair, decent kick up.
Along the way there, the message
Maybe Rich expects him to continue being the under the gun opener, his king jacks, his king queens, his jack queens. Maybe he expects that. If he has that perception, then probably lean more towards fold. But we can see that Johnny, capable of mixing it up, opted to check call the queen jack, which I like four-way as well. In terms of going four-way, the big blind can plausibly have a lot of hands that we can get raised off our equity with, the queen jack on 10-9-6 rainbow. So it's an interesting one. It's a more interesting hand than it looks. It's only a smallish pot. And Rich trying to get the answers out of Johnny, what he had. We've got Tom turning the nut flush draw to go with his gut shot, so great card to come in for a double barrel on here. Really good for our range as well, and like it's different being a button calling range versus a big blind calling range with the queen of spades in our hand. NASA shouldn't have too many flushes here. Like combinations of flushes are massively reduced because of the particular spades on the board and the spade that we have in our hand. It's only really like jack 10 suited, jack 9, jack 8. There's only probably 5 or 6 combos of flushes that NASA should have here with the particular holdings on the board. But NASA here comes in for a raise on the turn. After we just top pair, no kicker, and Tom's definitely got an advantage in terms of range on this board. Yeah, we will have some flushes as Nassau, but from Tom's perspective, because we got the Queen of Spades and because we've got the Queen of Spades here from our perspective as Tom, it's very difficult. As I just mentioned, there's not too many combinations of flushes left that Nassau's going to be peeling on button. Is he going to peel as wide as like 6-8 suited? Is he going to have that in there? It's a question Thomas has got to ask himself. But obviously I've got drawing to the nuts with the Queen of Spades. A Jack would make us Broadway. Interesting spot here for Thomas Ward. I'm just surprised Nassau has raised the ace-8 here. It's really out of line tower. It's just a spot where, from Nassau's perspective, I think we've got to call or fold this turn. So river is the 9 of clubs. Thomas just opted to flat with the Queen 10. And it's so hard to bluff this spot because the hands our opponent's repping on the turn. So it's just going to be a give up here from Thomas Ward. And I expect Nassau to check this one back because what's in the pot, what's he trying to get called by. But maybe Thomas is thinking about potentially trying to target a counterfeited A7. He's not insta-checked here. Maybe this was his plan. Maybe Thomas's plan was to call turn, bluff river on bricks tower. But if this does go check-check, I want to see Thomas's face when he sees ace-8's raised turn here for value and actually been called by worse. So this particular hand, though, Tom has to call with the equity that he has and the price he was getting. But I just wanted to go check-check and see the face of Thomas. Like, how have you rocked up with this hand here?
Does Thomas have to rip to try and get him off the end?
Yeah, but what are we trying? Yeah, he has to check. He has to check tower, I think, because like all the hands that Nassau's representing on the turn is going to snap us off. He shoved. He's just no fear. This man, absolutely no fear at all from Nassau.
Likes to mix it up.
What's he getting called by? A king? King with Queen of Spades.
He likes to mix it up. Does our Nassau?
I was going to say.
Craig Holloway, Andrew Back, and Leon Campbell. Leon Campbell, Andrew Back, Craig Holloway, and Neil Evans. Keith Fraser.
Hi, the armchair detective. No, all in Vin is not in the building. Not been here all week. He has not been here all week on the GUKPT Blackpool circuit. The Blackpool donkeys need holiday. Yeah, do you know what they get for lunch? Yeah, half an hour. Oh, we're here all week.
He's not lying either. Tom with ace queen, likely to be the last hand of the session.
It is indeed. Which means we're back at
25 past.
We'll be back at 25 past. 25 past 10. Stick the rake clip on very shortly. And they're all standing up. Tom raises the final hand. 8-8 deuce.
C-bet fold. and that will be break for sure.
Absolutely. And that is it. Well, it's been another good session. We're back with one more feature table. They'll swap around. We'll bring in new players, and we'll be back at 25 past 10, 15 minutes time.
We'll see you then.
And then 2 hours of fantastic coverage from Blackpool Day 1A. See you 15.
Chips get moved. You move the chips.
Same seats, just table 15.
I feel like 5 or 6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And yeah, and it was more as well, like, I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You were also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started traveling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Warburton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like starstruck by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But that interview though, I remember it well. And it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event. And do you know where he finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the Jamie Gold year, was it?
No, that was of course. Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't a bad ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015 and the WPT Amsterdam. Has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and